We got a quorum here?
Ready.
Yeah. So the U.S. advanced to the quarterfinals today on two goals from Rapinoe. They did? Was the first one on penalties? The second one was on penalties. Were they both on penalties? Better in the first 90 minutes than after 120. Could the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois. Here. Mayor Filsath.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fine. Here. Councilmember Nis. Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Here. 6 present.
Thank you. Seeing as how there is no closed session this evening, right, we'll move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Are there any?
None from staff.
Seeing none, we move to city manager comments.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This being the start of summer, I actually have a quick preview of upcoming events over the course of the next roughly month, give or take. I'll conclude with a comment regarding one of the items on your consent calendar. So, just in terms of your dance card for July, if it isn't already full, let's start off with the 4th of July Chili Cook-Off. The 38th annual Chili Cook-Off will return to Mitchell Park on the 4th. As always, admission is free and attendees can participate in chili tasting and the People's Choice judging by purchasing tasting tickets for $5. All proceeds from tasting tickets will benefit the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation. Tasting tickets are limited, so pre-purchasing tickets is highly recommended. It can be purchased at City of Palo Alto. Oh, my mistake. Scratch that. www.paloaltochiliCookoff, all one word, .com/tickets. Also, next week, if you swing by in the evening, you will notice that the City Hall's exterior will be illuminated with red, white, and blue lighting on the building. In the recognition celebration of Independence Day holiday, lighting display will be visible on the Hamilton Avenue side of the building from dusk till dawn, starting Monday, July 1st through July 4th holiday on Thursday. Of course, this does use energy-efficient LED lighting. Then on the 5th of July, backed by popular demand, the city will be hosting our open house at the Municipal Services Center. This will showcase the behind-the-scenes work of our employees that do field work in the neighborhoods, on the streets, and under the streets in some cases. The Municipal Services Center will be open to the public from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. That is Friday, July 5th. So please join us for fun and educational day of games and special project demonstrations, as well as some music and food and ice cream trucks, as well as a guest appearance by Sequoia the Bald Eagle from the Junior Museum and Zoo. Event is free, but you are encouraged to sign up to reserve your tickets at cityofpaloalto.org/workshops. And really please share this information with your networks, as our staff really do like to share what they do. Let's see, next, summer entertainment series. We have plenty of entertainment taking place at various venues throughout the city this summer. Twilight Concert Series kicks off this Saturday, June 29th on California Avenue at 6:30 p.m. Twilight Series runs through August 31st and also includes movie nights at the Mitchell Park Community Center. There will also be Magical Bridge Family Concert Series every Friday night at the Mitchell Park Playground through August. And finally, the Children's Theater presents Beat Bugs at Lucy Stern Theater for 3 weeks beginning July 17th. Finally, as I noted last week, Silicon Valley Safety and Preparedness Fair will be occurring at the Stanford Shopping Center on Saturday, July 27th, 12 to 4 p.m. with public safety exhibits and how to prepare for a wide range of emergencies and threats. And then, as I noted, I do have one comment regarding consent calendar item number 30, which is the contract amendment with AECOM. Did want to note that it was pointed out to me that we did have some problems in the sequencing of dates and dates with XCAP and Council. So just wanted to acknowledge that, and that we'll be bringing that item as early as we can in August back to the Council for further discussion, including discussion of the XCAP and coordination going forward. And let's see, with that, that completes my comments.
Councilmember Koo.
Does this mean this item is continued?
No, we still have it on the consent calendar. I just wanted to make sure you were aware that we know about the sequencing and some dates that need to be reviewed. And so there's some follow-up work to be done on behalf of staff, and that we'll bring it back to your, for council discussion in August. Again, it's still on your consent calendar, so subject to council's approval, we'll proceed with additional work between now and then.
Thank you. With that, we move on to oral communications, which members of the public may speak to any item not on the agenda, and items on the consent calendar are on the agenda. So if you want to speak to one of those, you should probably wait till the next item. And we have one speaker, which is Sven Tayson, and you'll have 3 minutes.
City Council, again, thank you all for volunteering to do what you do. It is a thankless task, and what you do is very important. I'm here to address the climate crisis and talk about global heating. That is the new language around climate science. It is not just global warming or climate change, it is global heating and climate crisis. It's been a bad couple of weeks for the planet or for our civilization. It's been a great couple of weeks for science, and that science predicted all these things were going to happen. When we talk about the heat waves, 130 degrees in southern India, when we talk about permafrost in the Arctic melting, when we talk about floods in the Midwest, that they can't run boats up the Mississippi right now. And it's all about science. And that's sort of, we have science, for example, my science, our science predicts that when I let go of this pen, what's going to happen? It's going to fall. And that's what happens around science, and our models are predicting these things. So I'm asking you to be brave. This year, and this is why I keep coming, this year, the next several months, you'll be facing decisions around REACH codes. In other words, the building codes change every 3 years. You're going to be making decisions around REACH codes. And I would ask you to be brave and join sister cities like Menlo Park, who is looking at getting rid of natural gas for everything but cooking. I would ask you to stand with that, because that is addressing our carbon-free electricity and getting away from fossil fuels. Without doing steps like this, in addition to giving solid rebates when you have an existing gas hot water heater or hot water air conditioning unit, not air conditioning, but heating unit, to put rebates in to replace them with electric ones, and then at some point in time, given business certainty to cut off natural gas, you will be a leader. So I'd ask you again, for our children and their children, to be a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to minutes approval. May I have a motion, please?
I'll move the minutes.
I will second. All in favor? Please vote on the board. And that passed unanimously. We then move to the consent calendar. And I have a light from Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Koo. Also one from Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Koo, and then Councilmember Tanaka, and then Councilmember Cormack.
I'm going to register a no vote for item number 30, which is the AECOM contract. And I don't think we have. I think that's it.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 30, and also no on 18, and no on 5.
Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 28 and item 30.
Seeing no other lights. Councilmember Tanaka, your light's still on.
Oh, no, I already,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, would you vote?
1 second, there's so many, I just want to look them up.
Yes. Of course. let's see. Very good. So we have several speakers, and you'll have 3 minutes, and the first one will be Mark Weiss.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mark Weiss. Item 18 caught my attention in that I went to a presentation in December about the public art element of the new public safety facility in the California Avenue area, and I was very excited. Peter Wegner is a really great artist. He had a couple pieces at Stanford Business School. And at the presentation in December, there were 4 art elements, part of a suite. And yet, when I read staff report, it's very confusing. They speak of only 3 pieces, and I'm wondering what happened to the 4th piece. So it's not, if I did reach out to some of you today to ask for this to be pulled, and I noticed Tanaka did ask for that to be pulled, it was definitely not that I thought we should withhold Peter Wegner's pay for some reason, because we did this once with another artist that we were confused about his work. But I am wondering what happened. I want an explanation for what happened to the rest of the project. The piece that is missing is based on LED. It's very colorful. It's very prominent from outside the building. And I guess it's a budget problem, but I'm wondering on these 1% for the art, which I believe in the time that we've enacted these, we've actually expanded it to the private sector works in our city. Is there a way to do a private-public partnership to bridge the gap if it's just a money thing? The original budget for the building was $55 million, so about $550,000 on art. And if the building cost went up to $92 million, why didn't the art budget move a little more proportionally if that's the issue? The staff report was not clear on what happened to the rest of the piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Gorman.
Hello. Thank you for being here and for allowing me to speak today. So the first thing I want to talk about on item 25 is the 25-cent charge for reusables, for tumblers, and for cups. Now, I do understand that the 25-cent charge for reusable cups is the language hasn't been placed into the ordinance. But I think it would be good because it's seeing what has happened with the single-use plastic ban, how there was a 10-cent charge, and how effective that has been statewide. And I do think that that the charge does have to come from the city, because in regards to the state charge, the charge was done by the state, and I think it would be great to see the city do that in Palo Alto. But it's not all about negative reinforcement. It's also about positive reinforcement. I do think there's this big secret between consumers and businesses when it comes to incentives. I've spoke to people who frequent Peet's Coffee and Starbucks. And some people do not, they don't accept the receipt and so forth, and they don't even know that they're getting a discount. And so I think it has to be, I think it should be mandatory that businesses do openly promote incentives and discounts when a consumer brings in their own cup, tumbler, or if it's a takeaway container. The other concern that I would like to talk about also is how I try to use my single-use tumbler at several restaurants in Palo Alto, and they refuse me. They say that it's against California Health Code, but I found a California Health Code that says that it's okay, and that's 114075. And in Section A, it does say that that consumers can use a reusable cup as long as the lip contact area doesn't come in contact with the pouring utensil. And then there's also Section D, where it says drinking cups and containers may be reused for self-service consumers if refilling a consumer's drinking cup is done without contact between the pouring utensil and the lip contact area of the cup or container. And so when restaurants tell me that I'm not allowed to use my reusables, well, I know that's not true. So it would be great if that language was put into the ordinance during the reread. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Gloria Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today I'm here to speak to the Disposable Foodware Reduction Plan, and thank you for passing Phase 1 in the first reading. I'm here because I need to speak for the 2,000 people who did sign the petition to expedite all phases of the Disposable Foodware Reduction Plan. While Phase 1 was initially passed with the first reading, there were many things in Phase 2 and Phase 3 that I need to advocate for, and I feel strongly about. A 25-cent takeout disposable cup charge is something that we could have also implemented and amended. A ban on the chemicals on the disposable foodware that we use for takeout, and prohibiting disposable foodware for on-site dining. These are all things that we didn't need to wait or spend more time thinking about. We already know that these types of plastics and chemicals are harmful to our health and to our community and to our wildlife. I know that standing here, nothing's going to change, but I am here to speak for the 2,000 people who did try to speak out and say that we need an expedited plan here. We need to put these parts of the phases in the works now. I appreciate that some of our council members did question the city staff on the timing. Thank you very much. And I do appreciate our council members that continue to advocate for our environment and for our health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hillary Glann.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you again for supporting the foodware ordinance. It's great to see the city of Palo Alto really taking the lead in an area and doing something that is very specific against our carbon reduction plans. I want to flag a couple of things. First of all, that changing habits around using disposable items is going to take time, and I'm glad we're moving to a compostable model rather than plastic models for the reasons that Gloria articulated. But unfortunately, compostable items do take more energy to produce than the original plastic, so we need to have a campaign, an education campaign in partnership with our grocery stores, our schools, our markets, that we need to move to a reusable model rather than a compostable model. There are some very interesting side effects of compost. It turns out that when people have access to compost, they actually waste more food. So there's unintended consequences where we really need to understand and get the education out. I know the Zero Waste team knows this about education issues. I'm sure they get some very interesting things in the recycle bin. I am going to start taking pictures of some of the things I find in my neighbor's trash, including lawn furniture and rugs and sofas. But I know we have a way to go there. So. As we can move people kind of past, before the time when there was the very strong plastics industry and we had more of a mentality of reusing and using glass and saving things, if we can get people to start thinking that, it's part of an overall behavior change we're going to need to do to reduce our carbon footprints. So thank you.
Thank you. Radhika Dal.
Good evening, council members. My name is Radhika, and I'm a resident here. I wanted to thank you all for passing the Foodware Reduction Act. It's absolutely critical, but I did want to encourage and request you to look at a couple of the items which had been left out. One is that the receipts will no longer be issued except on request. I think the evidence is all there in terms of science. I don't think I need to present a whole host of facts here, but it's a question of will. It's not the science. And my Friends have already spoken about the 25% charge on disposable cups. I think that's also very critical and doable. It's been done in cities across the Bay, and it's definitely something that we can look into. I have just returned from India, from Delhi and Mumbai, and both those cities have banned plastic bags completely. Given the level of education and ignorance there, if places like that can implement it, and with the low level of enforcement, I surely think that Palo Alto can do a lot more. So I would encourage us to look at this as a matter of will and not as a matter of science, because the science is there, it's staring us in the face. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland LeBrun.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Roland LeBrun. I live in San Jose. I'd like to address you on item number 30, specifically the letter I wrote to the Council this morning. First of all, I'd like to say that the new engagement is really, really welcome. I really like the ex-cap, versus the old TAC or whatever it was. The only issue I've had is that I personally have a conflict with the Caltrain CAC, which actually starts 20 minutes before the ex-cap ends here. So I had to leave an hour early, which is unfortunate. The Caltrain CAC is always on the third Wednesday of the month. But the main thing I wanted to touch on today was the AECOM contract. And as you know, I and others have been very, very concerned with some of the, let's just call it misinformation that AECOM has been sharing with the Council in terms of, tunnel dimensions, cost, and a whole bunch of other things. At the last meeting, Council Member Tanaka brought up the issue of tunnel diameters. Tunnel diameters are a context-sensitive solutions. You don't go around having a 30-foot, 200-mile-an-hour tunnel going to a downtown conurbation. That doesn't happen anywhere in the world. They use smaller tunnel diameters because the trains typically travel between 125 and 150 miles an hour. The example I gave you was a tunnel in Germany as an example of cost. She's 2.61 miles long, which is approximately half a mile longer than what you need between Meadow and Charleston, and the total cost of the tunnel is $125 million, which is approximately half the cost of a single grade separation, and you get two done for that cost. The only thing we have brought up multiple times before is the distance between tunnels. This is the lowest that you can get. The example I got here, you have actually got 2 feet between the tunnel balls. This is the example I've been showing in London. So in closing, what I'm asking is that you reconsider allocating this vast amount of AECOM, unless they went into a crash course into urban tunneling last month, and consider issuing an RFP and hopefully get a company that actually knows what they're doing in an urban context. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be former Mayor Karen Holman.
There's actually one more speaker. Thank you for the contract to conduct environmental analysis on the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan. That's your consent calendar item number 12. I'm here with Doug Kreitz this evening, who will follow me, who recorded an approximately 5-minute video at nighttime of the Baylands that you're about to see. I note the MIG contract scope of work includes aesthetics and visual resources, biological resources, sensitive species information. I've had concerns for some time about the lighting impacts in the Baylands for unnecessary and/or unknown reasons, and if we would start the video, that'd be great. And the video pretty much speaks for itself. You can see this was recorded April 1st from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night. It's all about the lighting. That's what this video is taken for. And if the clerk would pause the video there, I want to point out, as Doug comes up to take over the rest of the video, that the lights are high in here, so the impact of the lighting is not shown as intensely as it is in the Baylands in real life. So with that.
Doug Kreitz.
Hi there, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Doug Kreitz, and we understand that some of the night lighting is necessary for safety reasons and security, including for the airport, and a way of finding, for late workers. The issues and concerns we raise are beyond those practical matters. If you have ever looked over at our Baylands at night from 101, for instance, it has more the appearance of a security prison than a sensitive Baylands environment. If you could start the video again. As you look at this, you'll see that the lighting sources are creating hotspots. They're not really shrouded, and they don't have a downward cast. They're shining up. The intensity of the light is extreme. Brightly lit signage, surely not helpful at night. No diminishment of light, even at late night hours. I can understand security, they don't want their stores to be completely dark, but this totally bright seems unnecessary. Interior expanses, brightly lit. So the purpose of these comments and of this video that I shot are to ask that the consultant visit the Baylands at night to evaluate the full impacts of light on habitat, migration patterns, etc. So as we're going to see in just a couple of seconds, the video over by the airport, which in some cases, particularly in the parking lot and over by the golf course, are extremely bright. So we'll be playing golf in just a second here. So I think you can see from this that the brightness is quite extreme.
Thank you.
So this is getting into the parking lot at the airport, and then just a few more seconds we have over by the golf
How much
course.
longer does this go on?
Pardon me?
How much longer does this go on?
It only has about 60 seconds left.
I think we're going to want to move on from here.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much.
thank you very much. Councilmember Tanaka, did you wish to add anything? I've got a light on from you. Do you want? Okay.
Okay, so,
Yes.
so I think there are three of us who voted no on 30, right? Can we pull the item?
I would support.
Okay.
Is there a third to pull the item? Seeing no third,
Okay.
it will remain on the consent calendar. Seeing no further lights, would you vote on the consent calendar, please?
Motion.
Oh, I need, sorry. I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Would you vote on the consent calendars? And so that passes 7-0 with the following nay vote. Councilmember Koo voting no on item 30, Councilmember Tanaka voting no on items 30, 18, and 5, and Councilmember Cormack voting no on items 30 and 28. Councilmember Koo, care to speak to your no vote?
There's I believe when we gave the instructions or the direction to staff, it was to bring it back to council for discussion, the scope of the AECom contract. It wasn't supposed to go on consent because even reading the contract here and the scope, I have a lot of questions, and I think it behooves a discussion. And since this is coming back after our break, I don't see why we're voting on it today to approve the contract. We might need to have some amendments, but so that's the reason for my no vote.
Councilmember Tanaka, would you care to speak to your no votes?
Yeah, so similar thoughts on 30. And so I think the other thing is, I thought we also said that the committee would report to council, not to the city manager. So that's, I looked at the minutes, and that's what I recall, it reflects that as well. Okay, and then onto the other items, agenda item 5. So this one here is about the permanent parking program. There were several suppliers that were considered. One was Dunkin', the other one was Data Ticket. The thing that I'm really confused on this one is because, first of all, it looks like Dunkin' Solutions is actually more expensive, and it wasn't, at least from the people I talked with, the one selected, or the one that the residents thought was superior. So I'm really confused as to why did staff pick this one. The staff report didn't say why it was better, but I mean, it said why Dunkin' was better and why it was chosen. But from the people I talked with, Data Ticket is actually cheaper and the preferred vendor. So I don't know why. And from the answers, it wasn't clear as to why. And also, the other kind of weird thing is that Data Ticket's in California, the other one's in Wisconsin. So it's really bizarre why that vendor was chosen. So I think that was an appropriate decision. The second one is about the art money. So we rarely get emails in about procurement items or financial items. But we got, I think, probably a dozen, maybe more, emails in on this item of residents who are not happy with allocating this kind of budget towards art inside a police building. You know, last week we approved a budget which in total ran an $18.4 million deficit, so we're running a deficit this year, and we're spending more than 1% allocated. So to me, it doesn't seem appropriate. We have a lot of other needs. We have needs at animal shelters. We have needs for housing. We have a lot of other needs. And to spend the public's money on, not just to spend it, but to go above budget to spend the money, to me seems inappropriate. So that's also why I don't support this.
Councilman Mormack, care to speak to your no votes?
Yes, please. So with respect to item 28, I think this was probably conceived in this place, a different time, but I don't think the city is probably in the best position to create commuter wallet software. There's no connection with the transportation management associations. There's no mention of bicycling. You know, people tend to use apps. I realize it's a grant, but I don't think we should be spending time on this. I don't think this is, you know, a core competence for the city. With respect to item 30, the reason I voted no is primarily has to do with task 4, which gets at community engagement. This will be the third month I've noted that the website is not updated. It doesn't actually mention the XCAP. The calendar doesn't go beyond May. It's not clear who the members of the XCAP are. It's still related to the CAP. I noticed that they're reducing the direct mailings from 4 to 1, and I think all of us who run for public office know that direct mail is actually a really good way to reach people. I believe we still have a problem explaining what we're doing to people. So I'm just primarily concerned about task 4. I appreciate the city manager's comments about coming back early in August, and I look forward to that.
Thank you. We now proceed to the action calendar, and the first item is number 31, which is a public hearing adopting a resolution confirming the weed abatement report. Is there a staff discussion?
Let the staff get into position here. I don't think we've got a presentation, so just really standing by in support.
Okay. Are there any speakers? Do I have to? Am I supposed to open a public hearing for this and then close it and so forth? Okay. So we will now open the public hearing for input on the weed abatement program. Let's see. Are there any speakers from the public? Seeing no speakers, we will close the public hearing, and I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Du Bois. We have discussion on Councilmember Niss and Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Niss.
So, a quick comment, although I don't expect you to do anything about it tonight, obviously. I think in the community this year, I have seen more weedy yards than I have seen in ages. And I'm worried on two accounts. First of all, they're not attractive, and I think that's an issue that we're concerned with here. But what I'm really worried about is fire. And I think if you have ridden, actually, Allison, I was surprised in your area, the number of weedy lawns. So I think we have to take it seriously and think about, some of the lawns that I'm sure people don't feel they need to cut or don't feel they need to attack, because this could be a serious thing if some of them caught on fire. There was a grass fire this afternoon that was burning and that I heard about on our way in. So, sorry, Allison, you'll have to get out there with a sickle.
Councilmember Du Bois, I should have gone to you first to speak to your second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just hit the light to make the second, but seeing that there's no speakers, usually if there's an issue, somebody comes and talks about it, so I'm comfortable with the staff motion.
Actually, I'm curious, to Councilmember Niss's point, I mean, we have had sort of an unusually warm couple of years here. Has the city seen a big difference in sort of rate of weed proliferation? Have we noticed anything? Oh, the county. Yeah, here we go. Thank you for joining us.
Council members, Mo Cumry from the Santa Clara County Weed Abatement Program. He's the best qualified to answer your questions.
To answer the question, yes, there are more weedy yards now than we are used to seeing in the city of Palo Alto. However, I don't think it was the dryness that was the problem. It's that this year was exceptionally wet. We do know that there are customers who will go out and cut their grass by the deadline, the regularly scheduled deadline, and then not do it again, thinking they only have to do it once. So a lot of what you see, and I was just here today answering a service request, a lot of what you see is regrowth. And we also come back and address those as well. And hopefully we'll keep the city as fire safe as we can.
Thank you. So we should stop short of praying for drought, though. All right. With that, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes unanimous. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. We now move on to item number 32, which is to hear any potential objections to the levy of estimates on the downtown bid. And is there a speaker from the bid? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brad Ahikian, and I serve as the chair to the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association Board of Directors. Our board is comprised of a variety of different businesses in the downtown, some of whom are here tonight. The Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association has been addressing issues in our downtown since inception in 2004. Tonight, we are reviewing our annual report that pretty much gives a brief overview of our values, our programs, and our projects that we have brought to Palo Alto. In addition, as it outlines our budget and plan for the upcoming year. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Let's see. And I'm looking, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Filseth. So this is the first time I reviewed this, and it's not a very large budget. I'm on packet page 601. But it looks like there's $4,000 in actual programs, out of the budget, and then there's 29,000 in the reserve. So I just wonder if you could help me understand perhaps what the reserve is used for.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a
Absolutely.
very high ratio of SG&A here.
Yes. So, as many of you may know, our executive director last year left, Russ Cohen. And Russ Cohen was a big leader of our organization. We did have a big gap in leadership when he vacated, and we've been working on options of where to go from here. We have exploring through hiring a new full-time executive director. We are currently exploring even the possibility of hiring a part-time executive director and even a consultant. This upcoming year, we're going to work together as a board to determine the right course of path for our organization. Some of the criticism that we've had and heard in the previous years is that the majority of the funds that we receive goes to an executive director salary. While we believe an executive director is necessary to help drive and keep our organization on track, we do believe that we might be able to get it done with a temporary or a part-time executive director or even a consultant. Right now, our board is exploring the opportunity of kind of going towards more of a project-based organization where a good amount of our funds are actually invested into the downtown with tangible projects to improve our downtown. That's why you see a large number in that bucket for the Special Reserve Fund. We have been exploring a couple different projects which we would like to try to take on this year. Two of the projects which we are exploring, again, our board is still discussing them, but is putting the funds into Linden Plaza, making it a real destination place for visitors to come to. And also the second one is a program we've been working on for a number of years, which is improving our news racks in the downtown, which, as many know, has been quite dilapidated. So we were hoping to identify, we've put a fund together to address some of those items, but yet we have yet to determine exactly where those funds are going to be spent. But those are the programs we are reviewing.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you very much for coming. Thanks for presenting the report here. We have a lot on our plate tonight, but I just don't want to gloss over this. There is a lot that the downtown bid and the downtown business district do for our community, and I just don't want us to miss that. I mean, on page 597, there's a bunch of things that goes through, whether it's the downtown streets team, flags, summer concerts, Lytton Plaza upkeep, all that kind of stuff, and that's important to our local businesses. I want to commend the bid for the immediate future scenarios you've lined out. I think that's a good place to start. Councilmember Cormack had some good questions about the funding. I guess I've been on a bit of this kick recently about what are we doing with our local businesses, and I bring it up for a few reasons. One, there are increasing vacancies you can see. Yes. Two, as you mentioned, some of the change in leadership. Three, we are looking at a number, we're exploring a business tax for the ballot next year. And I would just suggest to my colleagues it may be relevant at some point, maybe later this year or next year, to have kind of a discussion here at council about how the bid, how the chamber, how the business tax, how all these things are interacting, and what we can do to support our local businesses. I think that's important, and so just wanted to thank you for that. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll move the staff recommendation, which I think is approving the resolution, confirming the advisory board, and levying the assessments, and Part B is amending the fiscal year 2020 with ABC.
Seconded by Councilmember Niss. Care to speak to your, yeah. Do it. I suppose we need to do that. Let us open the public hearing at this point. Are there any other speakers? Then we will close the public hearing and proceed to the motion. Councilmember Niss. Do we need a motion? Do we need a motion to open and close? No. Okay. We got to do this the right way, right? Councilmember Niss, would you care to speak to your second?
No, I think Adrian said it very well. We've had a lot of discussion about this, and it'll be interesting to watch it going forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for presenting today, Rad. So I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
On the on page 601, where you have the chart of the expenses, So nominating, it shows that there's expense of 1,500. How does that work with the nominating that you spend 1,500 for?
So we have to market in the newspaper.
Oh, I see. So it's for ads?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
And then outreach and communication, how do you outreach and communicate? Is it mostly email, they sign up or subscribe to a site?
So in the past, we have done e-flyers to our businesses and our members. We have had maintained a website, Facebook account, so we've had social media. Unfortunately, without leadership, that's the one area that's going to be lacking, and that's what we're hoping to shore up once we identify new leadership.
Okay, great. Because it shows 0, so it's like, wow.
Yes. Again, I think for this year, until we secure leadership, our focus was to put as much funds as we can into our special projects.
Okay.
And we're going to do everything we can to try to maximize those funds and try to maximize our investment into the downtown.
Great, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for your work, and thank you for the BID's work on trying to get our downtown going. So you see the recommendation, the motion up there. Is there anything that you would want, or do you think we should maybe consider modifying that might help the BID, help make this more effective? Or do you think it's fine the way it is?
I think it's okay for now. Again, I think over the course of this next year, this is where we're going to be putting a lot of work in as a board to determine kind of exactly where we're headed and the type of projects we're going to be taking on. And I think that's where the bulk of the work is going to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no further lights, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes unanimously. Thank you for joining us, and best to us another successful year.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we now move to item 33, which is the remaining piece of the sustainability ordinance we passed a week or two ago. Is there a staff presentation?
We don't have a formal presentation, but good evening, Mayor Filseth and council members. Again, Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. And with me here is Chuck Muir from our Zero Waste program. And as the mayor said, this item is a follow-up from the June 10th trio of ordinances we brought you having to do with the foodware reduction and deconstruction. And you'll probably recall that the changes to the refuse collection ordinance that are before you tonight, the third component, you weren't able to consider that on the 10th because of a noticing issue with the title of the item. So these are not very significant changes. They're mostly some cleanup of this ordinance. Probably the most notable change is the requirement that commercial facilities use clear bags for garbage and blue tinted bags for recycling in the future if they choose to put those materials into bags to begin with. So as stated in the report, staff's recommendation is that council find the ordinance exempt from CEQA and adopt the ordinance. And Chuck and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any cards from the public on this item? Seeing none, we return to council for comments, questions, and motions. And I have lights from council members Niss, Du Bois, and Cormack in that order. Councilmember Niss.
So mine would be, first of all, to move the motion. If I get a second, I'd like to say a few things.
Seconded by Councilmember Ruiz.
So a young person came and talked to us tonight about not being able to refill his cup that he already had. You may have heard him speak, did you? Let me give you 2 or 3 things at once. There also have been comments from the public saying we probably should move up the possibility of charging more for cups. Now, I've always thought if you took your own cup, your porcelain cup, your china cup, whatever, into a coffee shop, they would fill it. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't tried it lately, but I would think that would certainly be feasible. But I think perhaps we could move some of these items along a little faster, and I'm not suggesting altering it tonight, but I'm saying if we could keep it on our radar, and when other things come up, such as this young person who spoke to us tonight, I think we should pay attention to them.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So I had two quick questions. So is it pretty easy to find these kinds of bags that we're specifying? Like, are they?
Yes, yeah, I did a kind of a search online just to confirm that you can get both kind of the smaller size, both of the clear bags, blue tinted bags, compostable bags, as well as larger bags of the same kind of like 7 gallons is kind of a typical small container, up to like a 32 gallon, which is a little bit bigger.
And then do we have, well, actually, I think I have 3 questions now. Do commercial clients, but if they have put it into a large bin, like those aren't bagged at all, right? Will those be required to be bagged before they're put into a, you know what I'm talking about, large?
There's no requirement for them to place these materials in bags.
Okay.
So we're just saying that if they're going to use bags, they should use these types of bags.
Okay. And then this won't take effect until July 2020, I believe?
July.
And so how do we get the word out to let people know about the change?
Yeah, we're in the process, well, we will be in the process of drafting an outreach plan where we would create outreach material, send it out to businesses, post it on our website, and also work with our collector, Green Waste, to get the information out.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Councilmember Du Bois, for asking, and thank you, staff, for answering my first question. The second would be enforcement. What is the enforcement mechanism for this?
Yeah, currently, so I'm Chuck Muir. I'm in charge of the Zero Waste Enforcement Program for the City of Palo Alto.
Thank you for that.
And so currently, we are auditing large commercial customers around the city. And so we would just include that in our auditing process. And then, yeah, we would just include it in our auditing process.
So they're audited like once a year, or?
Yeah, currently, right now, it's once a year. Okay. And as we get more efficient at it, we do it more frequently.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. In principle, I think it's a good idea. But okay, so let's say a business doesn't actually properly have the right tint of the bag, right? What happens?
On all of these types of programs, we try to work through a process of voluntary compliance. So if it was seen that they weren't doing it, then we would have staff, either our staff or Green Waste, go interact with them and help make sure they understood the requirement and what was needed.
Okay. And then the second question is, does this also include like newspaper bags? And if not, why not?
Oh, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sometimes you get like junk mail or newspapers or whatever in bags. Are these also going to be appropriately tinted as well and biodegradable? Because I think last week or the week before, we were trying to get rid of the plastic bags, right, for groceries, right? And so this is for trash bags. So I think in general it's a right idea, because a lot of bags, they just go into the ocean and, fill bellies of whales. So it's definitely a good idea. I'm just wondering, I think the only other area of a large number of bags are newspapers or the junk mail bags, right?
Oh, you're referring to newspaper bags?
Yeah.
So this doesn't yet address newspaper bags, although we did note the discussion about that when we were here before you 2 weeks ago, and it's on our list to look into.
Okay, because it seems like, in general, I think I like what you guys are trying to do. You guys are trying to, prevent the amount of plastic waste, right? But making sure that all the bags are biodegradable seems to make sense, right? I don't know what the large sources of bags are, but in general, it seems like a good idea to do. Okay, so that's the next thing you guys are working on. Great. Now, one thing I'm just thinking about is, a lot of small businesses, including mine, we use Costco, right, to buy stuff, to buy like plastic bags. I don't recall ever seeing those kind of bags there. So I'm just thinking about like maybe you could get online, but I'm just thinking about the procurement cycles for a lot of businesses, and how readily available some of these bags are. So that's something I'm just a little concerned about, because I've never seen any of these kind of color tint bags at Costco. So I know a lot of small businesses, maybe if you're Tesla, right, and you have like a gigantic procurement arm, you could chase down where these bags are. But what about everyone else? What about, the mom and pop restaurant or store? Like, how are you expecting them to source these kind of bags? I'm a little bit concerned about that because I don't see it readily available. If I don't see it readily available, how are other people going to find it readily available?
We'll be looking into the places where they are available and sharing that with people who need that help.
Yeah, but I think
the plan is to
my
have
point is
that.
that, like, small business operators have hundreds, if not thousands of things they're doing, right? This is one more thing you're piling on. And so I'm just, I think, I'm just worried I'm just worried about it. Like, I think a lot of people would want to comply, right? But it's like one extra thing that can make it difficult for people to actually comply. Because I mean, if it's not readily available I saw this item, right? So when I was at Costco, I was actually looking for these bags. They're not there. Okay. And then the other catalog that's very common for small business is Uline, right? Not in there either, right? Uline is also a very big, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Uline, but all businesses get these big, gigantic Uline catalogs, right? It's not in there either. So, I mean, I'm just wondering, are you going to make a lot of businesses out of compliance? I realize there's no penalty, but it just seems like if you want this to happen, the supplier, I don't think anyone's going to, like, if it was easy to pick up, people would probably just do it, but I'm just really worried that it's going to be hard for a lot of people to comply. I mean, you're expecting people to, of the hundreds or thousands of things they're working on, to go shop for trash bags, right?
Well, yes, we are asking them to do that. And you may be right that initially some of those sorts of bags may not be as widely available as other things sold in Costco, but we expect that over time they will become more available.
Okay, so then here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to make a motion that we exclude businesses less than 100 people.
Is there a second? And actually, that's an amendment.
Amendments, right.
Amendment, right? Do you accept that as a friendly amendment? To exempt businesses with fewer than 100 people. To exempt businesses with fewer than 100 employees.
It's up there.
I mean, does staff have
Staff, any comment on that?
Is that like most of the businesses in the city?
Councilmember Tanaka, say a little bit more about that.
Well, I was just saying.
Because we must have a
So I have
lot
a small business, right? And
That's all the restaurants.
I was looking at where do you get these bags, right? Because I was actually seeing if I could comply to this. Can't get it at Costco, at least not as of last weekend. Maybe in future weekends it will be there. And you can't get it in Uline. Uline is a very big supply catalog a lot of businesses use. Can't get it there either. So where do you get these bags, right? I mean, I'm just thinking about the practicality of this. Maybe to make the software, we could say, well, maybe in a year later, after the rest of this goes into effect. But I'm just worried that that it's going to be tough for some businesses to actually find these bags.
But, so I asked the question to staff. You said businesses don't have to bag their trash, but again, if we have an issue with clean recycling, and if some companies are interested in recycling,
yeah, if you have a big department of people, no big problem, right? But if you're like, a 10-person, business, it could be a big problem because whose job is it to do this, right?
yeah, I just wondered if you had a comment.
Craig, I'm not comfortable with this because I think our whole point is to do the best we can. If it's impossible, then I think it would be far preferable to have somebody come and talk to us. But I'm going to guess that I'll bet the preponderance of businesses in our community have fewer than 100 employees. I'd be surprised if more than 100 employees gets to be a fairly good-sized business. So I don't know how you feel about it, but
Well, so again, I think the question is, if they don't have to bag, we prefer they bag. And then if they're bagging dirty recycling and we can't use it and recycle it anyways, we're not really helping anything, right? And I think, but I'm curious what staff's reaction is.
Well, I would say we haven't done the kind of analysis that would have us say that, if we had a cutoff at 100 employees, we're only capturing some percent of the businesses. I would say that I think a lot of what we see in terms of people who need our help to do a better job sorting, recycling, and composting is probably some of the small to medium-sized businesses and especially restaurants, would you say, Chuck?
Actually, it's really all of them, Brad. Large businesses, small businesses, they all have trouble sorting. This is just one way to kind of help that process.
I believe the amendment was not accepted as friendly, so you can, is there a second? Seeing no second, the amendment fails.
But it was a good try, Greg. I hear I hear the problem, really.
It's practicality, right? You have to get the bag somehow, right?
Councilmember Koo.
On packet page 625, under discussion, right, it says bags are used to collect compostable materials for either commercial or residential properties. I thought this was just for commercial, so is this like for residential as well? Just clarification from me.
The compostable bag applies to commercial and residential, yes.
So single-family homeowners, we're going to have to get the tinted green bag in order to...
If they use a bag for the compost, yes, that's the intent.
For the compost?
Yeah. So this wasn't in an ordinance before, but it's always been the case if someone's taking plastic bags and putting it in the compost, they're causing a problem with the compost stream.
Compost is the green one.
That's right.
Okay. I'm glad that I got that clarified. On 626 packet page, the bullet number 1, can you help me understand that a little bit more? So if somebody wants to self-haul stuff, then they have to use the city's collector. Is that what I'm reading it to be?
That's this one.
Looks like it's used the city's cans is what it looks like. Is that right?
Use the city's cans?
Yeah, for self-haul, if you have any material that you want to get rid of, you have to use the city's contractor. That's what's being proposed, yeah. It doesn't, the kind of exemption, so to speak, is if it's not like a demolition type project and you want to self-haul, you can still self-haul. And so it's meant to make the waste stream cleaner and more trackable. Currently now, it's hard to track where all the waste is going when we have third-party bins that are used for different projects.
So the pricing for that is pretty competitive? Have you compared?
We have compared. I believe it's fairly competitive, but I believe the green waste, which is the city's collector, is a little bit more.
Is it a little what?
Is more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then bullet point number 2, the second bullet point, it states that the hauler has access to internal and external refuse containers for inspection. Does that's involved going onto the property, whether it's commercial or residential?
That is mainly for commercial. It's commercial. So we have a zero waste enforcement program. We schedule audits with businesses. We need to look in their waste containers. Sometimes it's difficult to get access, and so we just want to have the ability to get access if we need to.
But you make arrangements? I'm sorry. But do you give them notice, or?
Can I add one clarification? Is that this provision only applies to commercial facilities, not to residential?
Okay, but do they get notification that you're going to go and check it out and be on their property?
Yes and no.
Okay.
As any enforcement program, if you give them too much leadway, sometimes they will make the garbage look nice or the recycling look nice. So it's a combination, yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering about trespassing, but since it's an ordinance, it wouldn't be considered as that, right?
Yeah, the ordinance requires them to provide access.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no other lights?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, you may.
Brad, on page 3, or 626, the recommended changes advance the initiatives of the Zero Waste Plan accepted by Council in 2018, just about a year ago, support the city's goals of 95% diversion by 2030 in the SCAP, and so forth. How are we doing? We're now one year into getting to 2030. We're not quite 10%.
We're feeling really good about it because of passing the single-use foodware reduction ordinance, but especially because of the deconstruction ordinance. So in terms of these diversion goals, you might recall that when we were here a couple weeks ago, we said that 44% of what's still going to landfills from Palo Alto is coming from construction and demolition materials. And so the deconstruction ordinance that the council adopted 2 weeks ago is a very big step towards starting to make an improvement there.
So it's not quite finished. It would be good for the public to read it as well. Could you do us an informational report? You know, maybe sometime in July when we're all out of town.
An informational report on the progress towards the zero waste goals?
Toward that. It'd be nice, I think, if we could do one every summer.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
to see where we are. And I don't remember, was 2030 January of 2030 or December?
It depends on where we are when we get to the beginning of 2030.
It could be December.
So the one thing I would say about an informational report is that the state actually provides us with the information on the diversion percentage, and I need to check with staff about when we get that. You know, obviously, if we're about to get an updated report in a couple months from now, we wouldn't want to provide you with year-old information.
The reason is sometimes we forget why we're doing these things, and that we have a goal, and it would be pretty interesting if we reached that before then. And I think we could. I do. Thanks.
Would you vote on the board, please? And that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka dissenting. We now move on to item 34, which is another public hearing, adoption of a resolution amending the utilities rate schedules for water service, gas service, and sewer service, and miscellaneous. Welcome, Public Works.
Staff is available to respond to questions.
Is there a discussion? Then we will open the hearing. Are there any public speakers to this? Seeing no public speakers, we will close the hearing. And I have lights from, it looks to me like Council Members Du Bois, Cormack, and Koo in that order. Councilmember Du Bois.
Hi, thanks for coming tonight. So it looks like most other cities kind of bill on actual time and materials and overhead, and we have a fixed rate. So my main question is why? Why do we do that? Why don't we just bill what it costs?
So the question was, why do we have fixed charges for at least electric? We do it because a lot of the applications are, especially for the typical connections that we do around town, just to keep things simple with processes and to move things, process applications quickly, we have standard connection fees for typical installations or connections. So anything that requires, that's out of the norm, we will go ahead and estimate it. But anything that's standard, that we consider standard, we'll turn around.
So there's a really difficult situation, or they were really far away from a connection, that would be a custom kind of connection?
Definitely.
Okay. And it looked like there were some pretty large increases happening. Can you talk to that? Why the large increases?
Good evening. My name is Jose Javel. I'm with Water, Gas, Wastewater Utilities Engineering. The last time we were here recommending new connection fees was about 5 years ago. When we completed the study was at the end of the year 2014, and the new fees were effective 2015. So it has been several increases in our labor. It has been a very big increase in materials cost. And basically, those have been the main reasons.
Okay. So we would make this fixed increase, and would it stay at that level until the next time you come back, or does it go up by CPI every year, or is there?
Yes. Our plan is to come back and revisit this in about a year. I will say December 2020. That's when our SCIU proposed new increases in labor. So we have a system now to come back more frequently.
So we would expect smaller?
Oh, yes, exactly.
Okay.
Now will be very small.
And did this go to the UAC?
It did. It went to the UAC, and we talked about it in length in one meeting. It happened 3-4 months ago when we went to the UAC.
So we had a big packet this week. I didn't really see any reference to the UAC, but they were okay with it?
They were okay with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Again, thank you, Councilmember Du Bois, for getting some of my questions out of the way. One of them, I mean, it is a pretty significant increase. In other places in the budget, we've seen this happen because of the changes we're doing in accounting for pensions. Is that some component of the cost of the labor increase here? I mean, is that part of what's embedded in here?
I believe that when we looked at this is that we just looked at what the overall fixed cost was, and that was part of it. That's included in our fixed costs.
Okay. And then there were the references to market-based adjustments. That, again, was the increase in labor costs, right?
That's correct.
Okay, which is separate from the change to the pensions.
Yes.
All right. And then there are, just a few places where, one in particular where I think we're consistently more expensive. And I guess what I should ask is, what's the standard installation type in water for a residence? What size of meter? I'm on your addendum to the packet. It's not numbered, but I think it's page 2. It's the comparison of the Bay Area WGW connection charges. I'm just trying to sort of figure out, if you're an average person, which of these is you?
Okay. For a new residential construction, that will require the installation of a new service in the street. So we're talking about the proposed connection fee is go to the water.
I mean, is it the 1-inch water meter that's sort of standard? Is there sort of a standard for?
Yes. For a new residential standard home that now requires to have a fire sprinkler service, a 1-inch meter will be sufficient. And if the existing service already handles the capacity for that fire sprinkler system, then the applicant or the homeowner doesn't have to pay additional costs for the installation of the service. It's just the meter only.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out, I understand averages can, and it does look like it's, more expensive than everyone else. So just wanted to be sure we understood why that was and that we can explain why that is. Because presumably, the city of Sunnyvale and Santa Cruz, they're all going to have the same materials costs. So just want to be sure we understand the difference and if it related to, what we're paying our people and the fact that we're spending extra to account for pensions. I just wanted to make sure that that was the explanation for the difference.
Yes, it's just the cost recovery of what it takes us to put the service.
Of the time of our people. Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
So this is just a continuation of Councilmember Du Bois' question in regards to the price increase. Some of them are pretty substantial, like there's one that is at 58%, 39%. And I noticed that you said that you haven't come to us since 5 years ago. So would it be perhaps something better to do yearly so that the increase is not such a, surprise to people and a shocker? Would it be, especially nowadays when we have rising costs, maybe it's something to do yearly, or is that too difficult?
Yes, that is the commitment tonight.
That's the commitment tonight,
that we will do
okay.
it yearly. So these increases doesn't have a major impact on our developers.
Mm-hmm. So if the cost goes down, it goes down too, right?
Of course, yes.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. So, weren't some rates raised in 2017? And if so, what's the difference between rates that were raised in 2017 and the ones that were raised in 2015? Because I remember when I first got on council, we looked at, like, for instance, the electrical hookup rates. And so I wasn't sure if it's like separate charges or it was something that, maybe just answer the question.
Hi, sorry for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Jimmy Pachikara. I'm the acting electrical engineering manager. And I think the question was, what were the difference in rates between our last rates? So
No, my question is, I think the statement was that the last time we raised rates was 2015. But I remember being on finance committee the first year I was on council, which is 2017, where we raised the rates of things like the electrical panel. Like a small panel was this cost, and then the large panel was this cost, and we substantially raised those rates in 2017. And so these sound somewhat familiar or similar to the ones we raised in 2017. So I'm trying to just reconcile what you said that rates were raised in 2015 versus 2017.
Okay.
So are these rates, are some of these rates ones we raised already in 2017, or all of these have only been raised in 2015? Because a lot of these seem very similar to what we raised in 2017.
Yeah, let me just make a little clarification. The study made the 2014, and it was presented to council 2015. It was just for water, gas, wastewater connection fees. In 2016, the electrical division came back recommending new charges just for electric.
Well, I wasn't on council in 2016, so it had to be 2017. Because I was on council in 2017, so.
Yeah, my recollection is 2016, and maybe it was effective 2017 on the schedule fees.
Well, we actually voted on it, at least I voted on it in 2017.
Oh, it was 2017, okay.
Yeah, anyways, so I just want to, so are any of these rates that we raised in 2017, or are these only ones that were in 2015? Because the reason why I'm asking is, a 58% increase over 4 years is one thing, but a 58% increase over, let's say, a 2-year period is another thing, right? Because that means the rates are going a lot faster than any rate of inflation. And so that's what I'm trying to understand of when were these rates last raised, because I do know that, one reason I remember this is because what I found really weird last time in 2017 was we were raising rates for a smaller electrical panel more than we were for a large electrical panel, which makes no sense to me. So like a 200 amp panel was, I forgot the exact number, it was like $5,000, but then a bigger panel would be actually less money, which is kind of bizarre. So that's how I remember it. And so, but I don't remember the exact numbers, and that's what I'm asking you. Are you sure that all these were raised in 2015? Because some of these things, like, it's talking about a certain amperage, right, for electrical connection. It sounds very similar to what we raised in 2017. So I'm just trying to clarify, were all these really only raised in 2015 or not?
Yes. The answer is for electric, it's basically an increase from 2017.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I'm making a correction.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, so some of these rates have been raised in 2017, some of them raised in 2015.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that
one
makes,
has a larger gap and the other one has.
Okay. So that makes more sense now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you clarify which ones were 2015 and which ones were 2017? So that, because I'm just trying to understand which ones, like, was the 58% increase, is that a 2015, or is that from 2017, right?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Well, no, is it 2015?
2015 are the one that has the largest increase, which are water, gas, wastewater connections. Those are the ones that the last review or study was done in 2015.
Okay. What I think might be really helpful for us on council is when you guys give us these staff reports, you actually say when the rate increases last happened. Because if not all of them were 2015, it's kind of misleading to say all of them are 2015. And so we know which ones are 2015, which ones are 2017.
Understood. Yeah, that would be very beneficial to have a column saying when was the last time it was reviewed.
Or the annual.
The annual will help that too, right?
Yeah, just like what is the annual increase like?
Yes.
So we kind of understand, because what I'm trying to understand is like how much above the rate of inflation is this?
Exactly.
Right, and it's kind of hard to tell when you don't know exact year when the rates actually increased.
Yes.
Is there a way for us to know what that is? So like, if 58%, is that like a 3% increase over the last time it increased? It doesn't sound like a 58% over 4 years would be like a 10% increase, right? So we're increasing the rates by 10% per year, roughly, which is like 4 times the rate of inflation.
Yes. There are a couple of installations that we went back and make a complete study of how long it's taking our operations to work in our streets these days. And we make an average of how long it was taking. And we discovered that for those installations, it was taking a little bit longer. So we had to increase a couple of man hours to the installation of what previously had been done, with the whole intention to have a full cost recovery of what is taking today to do an installation in the street. We have more regulations.
So if I understand what you just said, then a few years ago, last time it done, essentially we weren't getting full cost recovery because it was taking us longer to do it than we estimated. And so the shift to actual full cost recovery, assuming we're accurate now, right, is part of the increase then?
Exactly. That's.
But wait a second, because on the finance committee, I asked that question that you just asked, and I was told in 2017 that reason why you had to increase it was to get full cost recovery in 2017. So some of these rates are like way above, like, 3, 4, 5x the rate of inflation. So if in 2017 they're at the rate of, we had to do cost recovery, how is our cost increasing so much faster than the rate of inflation?
Well, I think what I heard was that we didn't calculate full cost recovery last time, but sorry, go ahead.
Dave Yen, Strategic Business Manager for Utilities. For the electric fees, it's gone up because also of the SEIU agreement recently. Some of the employees got anywhere from 10 to 30% increases, so those are factored into the electric rate increases. And those were updated, like you said, 2015 or 16 or 17 last. For water, gas, wastewater, it's because we haven't updated the rates in 5 years. But they didn't have the large market alignment.
So what you just said is that labor rates increasing faster than cost of living are actually a factor in this?
Yes. especially for the electric side, only for electric.
Okay. Seeing no further lights, let's see. Was there a motion on this? There is nothing. So then I'll move the staff recommendation. Seconded by Councilmember Niss. And I don't think I have anything further to add.
No, just
Right, I think-
appreciate your good
Yeah.
involvement and explanation.
Yeah, thank you. I think doing this every year, probably a good thing. Did this in fact go to Finance Committee? It went to UAC. Did it go to Finance? No?
No, it did not go to finance.
Is it normal practice to, would it be normal practice for this to go to Finance? I mean, Finance sees some things, not others.
Good question, do you know?
Well, as a standing practice, I think that would be the case, and I'm not sure why that didn't happen here. There's some syncing with the budget cycle, I think, that is in play, but doesn't, again, explain why it wasn't part of the step.
Councilmember Niss, care to speak to your second? Seeing no further lights, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka dissenting. And so I want to add my thanks to you folks for doing this. And I think going to looking at this every year and also, really being focused on making sure we're getting full cost recovery on these issues is important. Thank you. So, at this time, it's an appropriate time for a break. The next item being rather long. We are almost an hour ahead of schedule at this point. I'm loath to start the next item an hour ahead of time because I think there's going to be a significant amount of public interest in this. How long is the staff presentation on this item? 10 minutes? And is the applicant going to speak too? And are there groups that want to organize groups that, okay, only 2 speakers so far. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd make a motion that we consider item 36.
Well, I was going to ask that next. Item 36 may be brief, but do we think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to show up at 9 o'clock at night and wish they'd been here for that? The fiber to the node. What's everybody want? I mean, I expect there will be a little bit of public interest in this, probably not as much as the next item. How does everybody feel about taking up?
Second this motion.
Taking up, right? I'm sorry?
I'm ready to tackle it.
Okay. So we got one here that wants to do it in order and so forth. So why don't we vote on the board on this? All right. All right. Who wants to take up fiber to the node now versus take a half-hour break? Right. Yes is take up fiber to the node now. We still get our 5-minute break. Right.
I want a 10-minute break.
You drive a hard bargain.
Okay, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes 4-3 with Philseth, Koo, and Tanaka opposed. And so we will now take a 5-minute break, and we will come back at 6:45 and take up item 36, which is fiber to the node. So we will reverse the order here, and we'll take up the Mercedes dealership after the fiber to the node discussion. So let's make sure to be back here by 6:45.
Gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Palo Alto City Council on 90.1 KZSU Stanford. As what we have tonight is a very long many items they want to finish up here before they break for the month off. A lot going on in Palo Alto. We can go through that. A lot of things that are happening, and they want to get through this tonight. Although they've been moved fairly quickly through some of these earlier items tonight. The council tonight plans to adopt an ordinance relating to the refuge collection and storage, amend utility rate schedule relating to the service connections, consider approving the Mercedes-Benz and Audi dealership at 1700 and 1730 Embarcadero Road, and evaluate the next steps for expanding the city's fiber network. Also, there are some piggyback items, one related to the Mid-Peninsula television coverage. They do such a great job broadcasting this in lieu of the broadcasting improvements, and a couple of other piggyback items from the budget that was passed last Monday, which we can also talk about. I'm Vince Larkin. This is Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Palo Alto City Council, 90.1. You're listening to Democracy in Action on a beautiful summer's night, and it is summer here in Palo Alto. A lot going on in just a beautiful, beautiful summer evening. And a lot going on at the city this week. There's the Historic Resources Board, plans to meet at 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, June 27th in the council chambers. And also the Library Advisory Commission plans to elect a chair and vice chair to discuss the technology budget allocation and discuss elimination of library fines and prepare for its joint study session with City Council. And that begins at 7 p.m. on June 27th in the community meeting room. Last Monday, the Palo Alto City Council passed the budget that was hailed particularly for taking on so many of the pension issues. In Giannotti Shainer's piece, Council approves Office of Transportation money for transit nonprofit in the Palo Alto Weekly this week, reviewing what took place, signaling its renewed push to tackle Palo Alto's traffic problems. The City Council approved on Monday a budget that establishes an Office of Transportation and adds funding for a nonprofit charged with getting commuters out of their cars and using other modes of transportation. By a 6-1 vote, with the Councilman Greg Tanaka dissenting, the Council approved a budget for fiscal year 2020 that builds on the Council's recent efforts to address mounting pension obligations, infrastructure needs, and most notably transportation challenges. Specifically, it adds resources to the city transportation operation, which is in charge of overseeing, among other things, the growing number of residential parking programs and the city's multi-year effort to redesign its railroad crossings. The budget comes at a time of economic prosperity, with revenues growing by 8.2%, or $17.7 million since the prior year. Of that amount, $13 million came from new tax revenues, with sales, property, and hotel revenues all healthy growth, at very, very healthy growth. The biggest initiative in the new budget was the creation of the Office of Transportation, with the debut of 13.5 positions, and add two more in 2 months. Before the move, the city transportation planners made a division by the city's Department of Planning and Community Environment. The move underscores the transportation's emergence of a top priority in an area that demands extra attention from City Hall. In another sign of this shift, the council recommended contributing $750,000 this year to the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association, known as TMA, a nonprofit charged with reducing solo driving in downtown and California Avenue areas. This is a major increase in the $480,000 that the city contributed last year. It is also $90,000 more than the $660,000 that the Finance Committee recommended last month during its budget review. Councilwoman Liz Niss said the TMA, which purchased Caltrain passes for downtown low-income employees and middle managers, is heading in just the right direction. She noted that the council had scrapped its plans to build a downtown garage, and the savings from that project more than offset the additional contribution to the nonprofit. Councilmember Tom Du Bois, who chairs the council's Finance Committee, supported her proposal, but also suggested that the council look at a different model to support the fledgling nonprofit. Businesses, he said, should help pay for the TMA. We have the right now. and it is not sustainable, Du Bois said. The 2020 budget reflects the city's increasing reliance on the public-private partnership to provide key services to the community. Over the past year, the council launched partnership with Team Sheeper to manage swimming programs at Rinconada Pool and with Pets in Need to oversee animal services. These partnerships allowed the city to eliminate 6.5 full-time equivalent positions from the 2019 budget. The budget also underscores the several persistent challenges, including the growing labor costs and pension obligations. Council agreed to add a $6.2 million contribution to an irrevocable trust to address the pension problem, which also raises Council's total contributions since 2017 to $22 million. The budget also assumes a far more conservative rate of return on investments in the California Public Employees Retirement System, known as CalPERS, 6.2%, well below the 7% rate stated by CalPERS that was used in the past. The change adds about $3.8 million to expenses in current fiscal year. The new approach on pensions has been championed by Mayor Eric Filsef, who led the push last year to adopt what many consider to be more realistic rate. While the council majority supported the budget, Tanaka suggested the city take advantage of the prosperous economic times by stashing money in reserves. He also suggested the city cut its expenses by $18 million this year, a recommendation that the council rejected. I'd love for us to be putting away some money during these booming economic times, because these booming times will not go on forever, Tanaka said. In addition to adopting the budget, the council also approved increases for utility rates, which collectively will add 15.62 in the average monthly bill to $15.62 in the coming fiscal year, bringing it to $312.15 per month, according to the staff. The rate change includes a 5.5% hike to electric rates, 8.5% increase to gas rates, a 4.4% increase in water rates, and a 7% increase in wastewater rates. So, as I mentioned, there's some items tonight that have to do with the budget, and there is other calls. There was a recent Finance Committee meeting that took place right after the budget, looking at options for the ballot for the fall that the council could go to with a business tax and other things they might want to do if they want to put things on the ballot. In Janetti Shiner's piece, the Finance Committee backs exploration of options for the 2020 funding measure. And one of the few, it says Palo Alto renews push for a business tax. One of the few cities in the area without a business tax, Palo Alto is preparing to shed that label in November of 2020. Before it does, though, the city council has to determine the type of business tax it wants to adopt, who should be exempt from the tax, and what prospects it should fund. The process began Tuesday when the council's Finance Committee began winnowing down options and hashing out details. Palo Alto has plenty of nearby cities it can look to for examples of taxes on businesses. Mountain View adopted a 2018 a tax base for the employee count, which will take effect next year and requires a payment of up to $150 per employee based on the size of the business. East Palo Alto passed the business tax measure in 2018 based on square foot footage. Large office developments are required to pay an annual tax of $2.50 per square foot. San Francisco, meanwhile, supplemented its existing employee tax, $1,500 per employee, with one based on gross receipts. The new tax, adopted last November with the passage of Measure C, applies only to companies that generate more than $50 million in revenue, which proceeds going to the homeless services and housing. Palo Alto is seeking to fund the redesign and reconstruction of its local rail corridor so that the train tracks no longer intersect with local streets, known as grade separation. City officials have also talked about using some of the tax funding to support affordable housing projects and new community projects, such as redevelopment of Cumberland Community Center and the implementation of the city's Parks Master Plan. During the Tuesday discussion, the Finance Committee considered a full spectrum of options for a 2020 tax measure, including those not focused on business, a sales tax, hotel tax, and documentary transfer tax. Ultimately, the committee agreed to strike from the consideration of all these options, though members agreed that a partial tax would remain in the mix for future exploration. But a business tax, a revenue source that the council has been considering on and off for more than a decade, stayed on the table. The city last tried to adopt a business tax in 2009, a time when the city's revenues were plummeting because of global economic downturn. That measure was shot down by the voters. In recent years, with grade separations emerging as a pressing community need, council members have renewed their push for a business tax. We are one of the few cities that doesn't have one, and that's the council, and that has the council has been interested in for a long time. Finance Committee Tom Du Bois said the new tax will likely looks substantially different from the one in 2009, whereas the Finance Committee agreed Tuesday not to consider a tax base on gross receipts. It decided to consider measures based on square footage, employee count, and payroll. The committee also agreed to survey local businesses and analyze the potential impacts the new tax would have on them. Preliminary estimates from city staff show a Mountain View-style tax of $150 per employee could generate $14.6 million in annual revenues in Palo Alto. A tax on square footage could bring in about $31 million annually. In both cases, the estimate assumes that the city will not create any exemptions or create tiers with varying tax rates. Some business leaders are already raising concerns about the proposed tax measure. Judy Kleinberg, president of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, urged the committee Monday to tread cautiously and get full analysis of the impact on new taxes on businesses before moving ahead. When all you talk about is gross receipts and gross revenues, you're talking about potentially a very draconian impact on certain industries, especially the hospitality industries, hotels, and restaurants, Kleinberg said. Each tax that the city is exploring can have a very different and very harmful impact on the business community, Kleinberg said. There are two Palo Altos, the Palo Alto that you see and the Palo Alto that is. There are businesses that they're thriving and they're being held up by a landlord or a property manager or a property owner, so there's no empty storefronts, Kleinberg says. Tiffany Griego, managing director of the Stanford Research Park, said the companies at the research park already generate about $17 million in general fund revenues from the city. Many of the companies arrive at the park as startups, she said. She urged the council not to adopt a tax that would send a message that startups are not welcome. The real estate market at the business park is cyclical, she said, with the vacancy rate at times going as high as 18%. I'd like to make sure we have a strong, good discussion on fiscal resilience, Griego said. Vice Chair Adrian Fine said the council should also consider the new business tax, which will aid businesses that pay it, whether through improved transportation services or help with economic development. He also suggested that the city will have an easier time getting the business community support if it pursues a special tax, which requires 66.67% voter approval, which is also dedicated to specific projects rather than a general tax, which also requires a simple majority. Pursuing a tax with higher thresholds will force us to be more judicious on decision-making, Fine said. Councilwoman Allison McCormack concurred and said that pursuing a special tax which clearly lays out what money will be used for is more transparent in its route. She also noted, however, that the council's decision will ultimately be influenced by polling, which will shed some light on what the electorate is interested in. In the meantime, she said, the council should consider both the Mountain View and East Palo Alto models. Last year, everyone was talking about the head tax. This year, everyone is talking about square footage. I think more research would be appropriate, Cormac said. So the question then is, Judy Kleinberg, definitely sticking up for business, and also the representative from the research park, Tiffany Griego, saying these businesses already pay enough. And of course, when you're looking at storefronts that are empty during a booming economic time, is this the way they want to go? We also saw recently the economic impacts of reducing straws and various things that businesses work with, certain recyclables for environmental needs, eliminating straws and certain cups and all of that. Is the council, just tampering with business all the time to such a degree? But if they're going to get a sales tax approved, this is a booming economic time. But in 2020, when that comes out, how will the economy be? It'll be an election year. There are some economic indicators that says that the economy right now, which has been completely hot.
So we're actually going to take up item 36 here first, and then move on to item 35. Is there a staff discussion on item 36?
There is.
There is.
So good evening, Mayor Philsaff, council members, Dean Batchelor, Utility Director. Before you this evening is a staff report with recommendations to authorize the reinsurance of the new request proposal of fiber expansion, along with a recommendation to sunset the Fiber and Wireless Citizen Advisor Committee, which is the CAC only, and assign the Utility Advisor Commission to assume the sole advisory role to the fiber expansion initiatives, as we've been talking about in this report. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Fleming to talk about the first recommendation, and then I'll talk about the second recommendation.
Good evening, Mayor Philsaff and council members. My name is Jim Fleming. I'm a senior management analyst with the Utilities Department. To provide some background, in August of 2017, the council directed staff to engage a management consultant to develop a business case, prepare a high-level network design, evaluate financial models for alternative use cases, and identify potential partners and/or service providers for a fiber-to-the-node network for fiber and broadband expansion, including an option to build a citywide fiber-to-the-premises network. In June of 2018, the city issued a fiber-to-the-node RFP to retain a management consultant to complete these tasks. 6 firms responded to the RFP, and 5 firms were interviewed. In November 2018, the council approved the Smart Grid Assessment and Technology Implementation Plan, including advanced metering infrastructure, also known as AMI, to serve electric, gas, and water utility customers. AMI is a foundational technology that is becoming standard in the utilities industry to improve customer service and facilitate efficient operations. The council also encouraged staff to align the fiber-to-the-node business case with the AMI implementation, including a detailed engineering design. The UAC, the Utilities Advisory Commission, was updated about the council's direction in January of 2019, including the recommendation to reissue the RFP to retain a consultant to align fiber planning with AMI implementation. The UAC was supportive of reissuing the RFP to align with AMI, including a detailed engineering design. After discussions with purchasing and legal staff to align AMI implementation as the initial focus of the fiber network expansion, and adding SCADA communications and city operations wireless communications technologies, staff recommends reissuing the RFP. The existing fiber optic backbone is a core city asset. This slide represents the existing fiber backbone and its present role in supporting the communication requirements of city facilities, critical city infrastructure, and the commercial dark fiber licensing enterprise. The city's commercial dark fiber offering has a high market share and brand awareness among organizations that need the quantity and quality of bandwidth provided by direct fiber connections. A commercial dark fiber offering is a niche service. Stanford Research Park and downtown Palo Alto are two specific areas where customer acquisition has been particularly successful. The types of private organizations licensing dark fiber are in two distinct categories. Category one are resellers, also known as wholesalers, which are primarily telecom service providers that purchase large amounts of transmission capacity from other facilities providers and resell services to smaller end users. The second category includes commercial firms involved in mainly technology-related businesses such as web hosting, social media, finance, medical, law, pharmaceuticals, research and development, software development, consulting firms, and e-commerce. Additionally, the Palo Alto Unified School District facilities are connected to the network. Most of these organizations have the internal IT resources to light the fiber and facilitate the cross-connection to an internet service provider, ISP, at PAX in downtown Palo Alto. PAX is a carrier-neutral co-location facility that hosts many ISPs. PAX is owned by Equinix. Of course, the city's or the network's primary purpose is to support city facilities and departments, in addition to supporting critical municipal infrastructure such as electric substations, the traffic signal system, pump stations, and creek monitoring. All infrastructure that's highly dependent on secure, high bandwidth broadband connectivity. This next slide represents future expansion of the network for AMI and smart grid implementation and supporting communication links for the existing SCADA system, in addition to wireless communication support for public safety and utilities field staff. By connecting fiber optics to these systems, essential city services will be enhanced, such as outage restoration, emergency response time, and ensuring resiliency across all utilities. This slide represents future multi-phase expansions of the fiber backbone for fiber to the node as a potential platform for fiber to the premises opportunities and future smart grids initiatives dependent on high bandwidth fiber connectivity. The proposed RFP to retain a consultant for this multi-phase fiber network expansion involves the implementation of a fundamental design principle to initially leverage and expand the existing fiber backbone for AMI and SCADA systems, communication links, in addition to wireless communications for public safety and utilities field staff. Subsequent phases include a strategy for cross-utility scenarios that would integrate fiber expansion with ongoing capital improvement projects, in addition to the support of smart city initiatives, while simultaneously evaluating fiber to the premises opportunities. A larger and more geographically spread out fiber network may incentivize ISPs to form a public-private partnership with the city to deliver broadband and other services. The 4 fiber expansion phases are as follows. Phase 1 involves preparing a high-level design and cost estimate for AMI, SCADA, and wireless communication support for public safety and utility staff. Contingent on the findings and recommendations in Phase 1 and council approval to proceed, Phase 2 asks the consultant to prepare a detailed network design and cost estimate, including bid-ready construction drawings and construction standards, a bid-ready package, and bid evaluation assistance. As part of the fiber expansion, staff will work with a consultant to develop local ordinances, policies, and construction standards and ensure they comply with legal and regulatory requirements. The ordinances and policies include dig once, micro-trenching, one-touch utility pole make-ready, and multi-dwelling access. Contingent on the consultant's findings and recommendations in Phase 2 and council approval to proceed, in Phase 3, the consultant would do the following 4 tasks: a business case, and a high-level design for fiber to the node and/or fiber to the premises and future services. The second would be conduct a community survey to measure interest and support in fiber to the premises, undergrounding, and electrification. The third would be to prepare a market assessment of existing internet service providers in Palo Alto and services offered. And fourth is to evaluate public-private partnership opportunities and funding models. Contingent on the consultant's findings and recommendation in Phase 3 and council approval to proceed, in Phase 4, the consultant would prepare a detailed engineering design and cost estimate for fiber to the premises, including bid-ready construction drawings, bid package, and bid evaluation assistance. The following are potential scenarios of capital improvement projects that could be integrated with future fiber expansion plans: electric system underground conversion, electric system aerial and underground rebuilds, fiber optic rebuilds, natural gas line replacement, electrification, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. This integrated utilities approach with fiber and undergrounding may also promote electrification initiatives and new electric vehicle charging infrastructure in neighborhoods. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Dean Batchelor. Thank you.
So at this point, I'm not sure if you, the council, would like to talk about this first recommendation, or would you want to have both the recommendations?
Why don't we go through both of them first, and then we'll...
So the second recommendation is to sunset the CAC. So back in 2014, the city manager put together a team of residents to become the CAC with the look at possibly of the expansion of fiber to the home. And the look at that was to hire a consultant to do a business plan and then move on from that standpoint. Then in 2016, then Google came into the picture at that period of time, and so they were working with staff at that point to look through the possibility of how we could co-locate with Google. So the new mission now is kind of changed. So we're thinking that from a staff perspective that the UAC, as they look at the smart grid system, to look at the electrification aspects of it, looking at the natural gas and water customers, that they have a larger, wider area to review and cover larger planning, as well as multiple utilities that they already did with. As Jim just mentioned, we look at from a CIP standpoint, we look at from an electric perspective our projects, we look at our gas and our water and our wastewater projects. And so staff is looking at that. It's a wider outreach from the UAC. It was chartered in the UAC that they oversee the fiber expansion. So we think that at this point staff does is that the CAC that was commended back in 14 to look at a fiber to the premise, that's been completed at this period of time. Now we think also too is that this is a turning point to look at possibly getting to fiber further into the neighborhoods, and even looking at fiber to the premise. As we rebuild some of these systems, as we've talked about, is that if we need to go in and add fiber to an overhead section of the customer's neighborhoods, then I think that we could look at the possibility of including then the fiber to the home premise. As we go deeper into the system, as we build out to the nodes, as this plan kind of outlines at this period of time, we feel that fiber is getting further into the neighborhoods at this period of time as we move forward with the construction of the AMI system. Right now, we just had recently a consultant come talk to us looking at how many collectors that we would actually have to put throughout the system. And right now, that consultant looked at 7 different areas throughout the city that we would have to push fiber further into the neighborhood aspects to make these connection points. As also Jim talked about is that going to our transformers and looking at our switches. Again, This is the wider portion of it that we think that where the UAC has oversight in and is more familiar with this than looking at just what the CAC was commanded to do back in 2014. I think for now that the UAC makes these recommendations on to yourselves as the council, and we think that we'll be more informed of what this plan is actually as we move forward, as we look at these different phases that Jim talked a little bit about, and that how they will support, the UAC would support that. Plus also too is, if you remember, April, I believe it was, that council did interviews for UAC members. I think it was in April. Is that there were 3 brand new positions that were put onto the UAC. 2 of those individuals, Lauren Smith is one of the UAC members who sits on the CAC. So if you're concerned a little bit about maybe if the expertise really isn't there so much from a fiber's perspective, from a UAC's perspective, then I think the thing is that, like I said, Lauren, his background and experience in the telecom industry, he's been sitting on the CAC for the last year and a half, and he brings tremendous amount of knowledge. The other gentleman, Donald Jackson, he's an engineer from electrical engineer and a computer science background. And then also too is that he's very familiar with fiber to the home and other ideas about looking at some modeling that he has talked about in how maybe we can partner with some outside agencies on that third party that Jim was talking about earlier. So if the concern maybe is that maybe the UAC doesn't have the full understanding with these 2 gentlemen that just came on board to the UAC, we feel that there's a lot more strength than just to cover that fiber portion of it. So with that, we'll turn it over for questions.
Are there any speakers to this item? Seeing 2, we will go to the public, and you will have 3 minutes, and the first speaker will be Jeff Hole.
Okay. 2 years ago, when you were given the opportunity to think about FTTN, staff told you how much they thought it would cost eventually, something like $15 million, which is more than half of what's in the fiber fund right now. So once that's spent, it can't be spent on fiber to the premises. That was my main concern about that. This time around, staff hasn't said how much it will cost, but I have to assume that they think it's going to cost something like that. And so I have the same concern. Fiber to the node, as far as I can tell, isn't planning to install any fiber infrastructure to pass premises. And that's exactly the fiber infrastructure that fiber to the home needs. So my feeling is it's spending $15 million to get nothing of value to fiber to the home. This time around, what UAC considered in January was the addition of the idea that instead of just doing fiber to the node to maybe do fiber to the premises someday, we'll actually choose smart meters as the vehicle to decide where the fiber goes, which I think is sort of doubly ridiculous. If we had fiber to the premises, that would be the fiber infrastructures that went exactly to all of the places that smart meters need them. But the reverse is not true. If you install fiber that goes where smart meters need them, that doesn't put it where fiber to the premises needs it. For tonight, staff has added a couple more ideas. One is, let's combine fiber to the premises with undergrounding. Trouble with that is, Greg Scharf has said undergrounding is more or less dead. I don't think that council necessarily agrees with that opinion, and I'd like to find out what council does think about undergrounding, because I think it's an important thing to do. But until they think that undergrounding is a way forward, I see no reason to combine fiber to the premises with it. Similar idea for electrification. Some people are saying we should just get rid of our gas lines altogether because that's how we'll save the planet. I don't disagree with that in a 20-year or 50-year time frame, but I don't want to wait 20 or 50 years to do fiber to the premises. What I think staff ought to be doing with the consultant this time is what the old system was going to do. Well, I think staff should design all of fiber to the premises, and then if they don't think they have enough money to pay for it, they should figure out what parts to leave out. But they should make that decision according to the citywide design for fiber to the premises.
Thank you. Herb Borak.
I don't believe that you should approve the request to reissue the RFP because these are two different requests for proposals. This request for proposal is completely different than the one that's currently pending. Because of the amount, you are the contracting authority on the original RFP. And before you act on another RFP, staff should bring to you a recommendation to either terminate the previous one or to award the contract to someone. And you make that decision. Instead of what's happened, staff has been sitting on that proposal. And I believe it's been sitting on it, waiting to bring you this advanced metering infrastructure proposal, and by coincidence, waiting for AT&T to begin installing its fiber throughout the city. So that's the first thing I think you should do. And in regard to SCADA, I thought it already used the city's fiber network, and they didn't need to build a fiber network for SCADA. In regard to the Citizens Advisory Committee, it has been, in my judgment, essentially ignored. Most of the meetings last year were canceled. And I think it's worthwhile to acknowledge that it hasn't served a purpose other than waiting around, just like with the RFP, until they're ready to do something else. So yes, terminate the Citizens Advisory Committee. But don't make the Utilities Advisory Commission an advisory committee to staff. The municipal code defines the UAC as advisory to the city council, and the council can ask the UAC to foster and facilitate engagement with the general public. But that's completely different from the way staff has been treating the UAC as a place to have discussions rather than bring proposals to it on which it makes recommendations to the city council. So I think that you should acknowledge the fact that there were two different RFPs, the one that's currently sitting around with responses that you haven't received a recommendation on, and this one that you see tonight, which you haven't, which the staff is asking you to make the same RFP. They are not the same RFP. And in fact, since your next meeting is some time from now, staff can actually bring you the draft RFP, and you as the council can decide if that's something that you want to approve or change before approving. And in regards to how to get fiber to the premises, if at all, I believe you need to start with fiber being a service to the community that is not provided by existing private enterprise. So doing things piecemeal doesn't work.
Thank you. William Juan.
All right. Do I start now? All right, we just do that. All right. Okay. Hi, my name is William, and this is my presentation. So basically, what's happening right now? We have companies like Sonic offering excellent service to community members, and they really like it. But you know, if it was like that, and if they liked it, I think I wouldn't have to be up here and say all these things. However, things have changed. You know, U.S. telecoms, all the incumbents, have come up to the FCC and said, we need to be able to jack up prices for people like Sonic. I mean, you know, those businesses, that the ISP can't stay in business, and we can't have the competition that we've seen right now. And it's actually dying quite a lot. And you know, these are companies that are the most hated companies in America and provide really bad services for outrageously high prices. It's one step forward. This staff proposal is one step forward, but it's actually 2 steps backward. Because when you're looking at FTTP, you need purpose-built infrastructure. It's like building a foundation for a park and then putting a skyscraper on that foundation. At that point, you might as well just start from scratch because it's a lot simpler to build that way. And I think that's what staff is missing in this proposal. Now, why is putting the ball in UAC flawed? Because UAC has so many other tasks. What's to ensure that fiber will be front and center and that they will actually accelerate the pace of decision making? Nothing. And I've actually talked to the UAC members, whether they know about fiber or not. And I think what we've seen is a little bit worrying because we've seen UAC members even question the need for fiber. Are these going to be the people who are spearheading the issue or are going to slow us down? I think that's something we should worry about. And instead, we should turn the CAC into a commission. Not only could we, gain all these benefits, we can garner all of the same benefits that we gain for the UAC, plus it's a much better solution, and it actually comes front and center. I think the timeline is also a worrying issue. There's nothing wrong with saving money by bundling these things with electrification and natural gas, but there's no reason why we should turn a 2-year project into a 20-year project. I think that's simply unreasonable, and that we should be reasonable in the way we implement the plan. And that another part is the first phase of the plan, a 6-phase plan, takes 1 year, and that's the only deadline that they put. I think if we want something now in order to block the incumbents. Because if we wait, Comcast and AT&T will just come in and provide the same bad service that the residents have been talking about this entire time. We want something that'll actually work, and this FTTN proposal will simply not provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now return to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Koo.
I just have a question. You said earlier a collector, the term. What does that mean?
So when we launch and we move forward with the AMI system, so the AMI meters themselves will have a transponder that will send a signal out, and then these collectors will be actually taking the reads of the meters. So it'll read the electric meter, it'll read the water meter, and it'll read the gas meter. There's 2 ways of doing that. That is that the meters will actually hop to the electric meter. So the gas meter will push to the electric meter, and then the water meter will push to the electric meter, and then it goes to the collectors at that point. Or the other type of system is it's just direct in line. So the water meter goes to the collector, the gas meter goes to the collector, and the electric. So that's one thing that utilities staff is looking at is what's the best system for us as Palo Alto. But these collectors would be located throughout the city. And we just saw this recent design portion of it where these collectors that we saw 7 collectors, 4 in the lower side of Palo Alto and 3 in the upper hill, 96% would have redundancy. So we have problems up in the hills where we would have to put some type of repeaters, or we may have to put in another collector up in the hills to be able to collect all the data at a given time. So it would be real-time data that a customer would be able to take a look at if we went to time of use meters, or if we decided that they wanted to look at what's going on their electric, what they're using at that period of time. So it would be real time that the customer would be able to go into a portal and then be able to see their
The collector is a box?
So yeah, the collector itself is a set of small antennas that would get put onto a pole or onto a street light, and then it goes into a 2x2 square box. And then that is going to be driven by fiber. That would come back then to a designated location and then download all that information from a billing perspective. Also, it would help us in determining outages much quicker, because what we can do then is it's a 2-way system, so we would be able to look at, we could bring up your address and see if you have power or no power, or we'd be able to look at a block to see how far does that outage really continue to go. Well, right now, it's all done by patrolling. We actually have to go out and patrol the lines. So if it's overhead and we see the wire down, or if there was an issue, then we'd be able to take a look at that, and same with underground the same way. So we could make much more efficiency if we were able to put this AMI system in place.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Du Bois.
One quick question. So when you're talking about our existing fiber network, do we also support our libraries, community centers, and does the Palo Alto School District use our network?
Yes, we connected all of the schools and the business offices back in roughly 2014, 2015.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just think we should call that out too.
And almost all city facilities are connected to the network.
And our libraries too, right?
Correct.
Yep. So I noticed that the previous RFP got a really wide range of responses from $75K to $5.5 million. So it seems like either people interpreted the RFP differently or it wasn't understood, I guess, what we were asking for. I mean, was there a reason that we had such a wide range of dollar values?
There were, I guess, two different categories of respondents. There were consulting firms and also firms that just design and build and probably didn't look that closely at what we wanted in the RFP in terms of providing consulting services. They could provide a design and build, but they were jumping way ahead.
Okay. So I think it makes sense to me that we reissue the RFP and look for design and like construction experience. I think that's a good step forward. And I like the idea of being able to leverage the network for multiple uses for smart grid and AMI. But I do think we still have this goal of trying to make sure the network could be usable for FTTP. And the previous council motion was around fiber to the node. And so I see us as getting closer to our goal by extending the network out to the neighborhoods. I mean, I guess in this kind of phase 1, phase 2, do we really have any idea right now, like where we're talking about expanding the network? One of the speakers talked about passing houses. What do we envision really in phase 1, phase 2?
So I think in phase 1, as we look at, this design, the design was going to look at where these collectors were going to be. And I think that staff has to make a recommendation about if we go with one of the system or one or the other, meaning that do we go with the type of collectors where we're going to use a system where they hop to each meter and then they have collectors, or do we go with this other style where each meter then jumps to the collectors? Because each system, if we use the first type of system, we're probably going to put 30 collectors in to make the same coverage as if we were going to go to the direct where each meter runs to 7 collectors. I think the thing is that as we look at which system is best for us, that will push fiber further into the neighborhoods because these collectors are going to have to be in the neighborhood located so that we can get coverage for, we want dual redundancy that these meters would be able to be read by. So if one collector goes out, this other collector would be able to pick up the backside of wherever they would be. So we would then push, like I say, more fiber into the neighborhoods and further into, because of design, what we would go with.
I guess, is there anything, envisioning anything in the RFP that in phase 1 and 2 we would ask people to be thinking about fiber to the premise network, like as we design kind of the phase 1, phase 2, are they going to be thinking about phase 3?
Well, I think the thing is that, in the phase 1 portion of it, we're asking for this high-level design, and the design would be then to look at, where these collectors would be located at. As we build then at that period of time of overhead, or if we have to build some additional undergrounding portion of it, it will pass homes at that period of time. I think at that point, in phase 2, when we look at doing the business plan and looking at the ordinances, and as we do the design portion of it, to get actually a full-blown design, that's when we can look at how many homes we're going to pass and how the collecting would be and how the connections would be then to each home.
Right. Just this idea of, not thinking ahead enough. We don't want to design ourselves into some kind of corner. So I also just, this has come to council over the years. It's been a long time project. A lot of past council discussions, there were some discussions about kind of ordinances, Dig Once ordinance. Those were geared around kind of lowering the cost of constructing a network. And so I guess with AMI and SCADA, those are being used for safety and for utilities. My expectation would be the utilities would bear the cost of those phases. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think as we build this system, this cost is not going to be coming out 100% out of the, out of the fiber fund portion of it. Is that we would bill all the utility aspects for water, gas, and electric because of the AMI system. So it would be a shared cost. And then also, if we're going to go down the neighborhoods where we could build a node and then also build to some of the premises, then fiber would be paying for some of that cost as well.
Yeah. Well, so I think that's going to be really critical to understand how that works. I don't think the fiber fund should be used to fund the electric upgrades. If we're putting in like extra fibers for future networks, but I don't think it should be like a percentage of the work. It really should be, this work is happening to do, a meter upgrade, and it should pay for the costs. And like while there's a hole in the ground, if we put in extra fiber, we could charge the fiber fund for that. But again, I don't want to see it come back where it's like, 25% to each utility or whatever.
Before you move on, Councilmember, I think as we were talking about that next phase, it would certainly come back as a specific item for the council to decide how the cost allocation is handled for the node portion of the work.
Okay. And so we're really saying the original motion was an RFP for fiber to the node. We're saying that's not going to even happen until phase 3 now. Is that correct? And I guess when would we anticipate phase 3 happening?
Phase 3 is the fiber to the node component of this incremental approach to fiber expansion.
Yeah, and do we have an idea on timing?
In terms of completing the work with a consultant or for an actual start date to
when we
build?
would start phase 3?
Yeah. Give me just a moment. Yeah, in terms of the timeline, the estimated timeline for the business case and the high-level design is to provide the Utility Advisory Commission with preliminary findings in the first quarter of 2020 and a final report with recommendations in the second quarter of 2020. The final report will include presentations before the UAC and the council. So that's the timeline at this point.
I thought that was for like phases 1 and 2. Would that be all phases?
That would be to complete the work with the consultant would be the timeline that I just talked about.
Oh, so we would get a plan for all
Yes.
phases? Okay, I misunderstood that. I thought we were sequentially going through these phases. So Q2 2020, we would have a plan, but we wouldn't have started any of the phases in terms of execution.
Yeah, that is the target date. And of course, as I said in my presentation, at each phase, we'll come back to the council and give you the findings and recommendations from the consultant and get your approval to proceed or not to proceed based on what the consultant comes up with.
Okay. So, this has been a slow-moving item. I'd love to see us find a way to accelerate it. I do think getting kind of into detailed engineering design is a good step, concrete step. And again, I'm pleased to hear that you're thinking that the utilities that are benefiting from this will pay for it. And so I think, like you said in your presentation, we have this network that's an asset. I think we're pretty unique in that we have both a dark fiber network And we have about $25 million in this fiber fund, which gives us quite an advantage over other cities trying to look at building a fiber network. And so I just really want to make sure that we kind of keep that money in reserve for when we get to the fiber to the node, fiber to the premise portion of the project. In terms of the CAC, I think the UAC having an elevated role is important. Was there concern about, like, why not just continue with both, I guess?
So I think the thing is, from what we've seen from a staff perspective is that there's competing interests on both sides. So the CAC is geared to looking at as their mission was set back in 14, it was fiber to the premise. As we're moving forward in this direction, we're not looking at building a fiber network today. And that we think, again, like I said, is that with the broad expectations that the UAC has to oversee everything, is that we believe that the direction should come from the UAC than to all of you as council.
Okay. So I'm kind of, I guess, torn on this one. I'm interested in what my colleagues have to say. If it's all right, I'll go ahead and try to make a motion. So I would move the staff motion. And that I'd just like to clarify under number 1 to add kind of like a 1A that would just say that we reserve the fiber funds for phase 3 and phase 4 items related to fiber to the premise.
I'll second it.
Care to speak to your motion further?
Yeah, let's make sure they get it up here.
Staff want to comment on the enjoyment of fiber funds here?
Yep. So let me just get the words up and then we can tweak it. So it reserves the fiber funds for phase 3 and 4 items related to FTTP. Yeah, and I was going to ask the same question. Staff think about that.
Yeah, I think, so I'll comment and others can have better informed opinions about this. I do believe the business case will provide some information that will help make a decision as to share of costs, say among the electric, water, gas, and fiber. Quite frankly, strictly for AMI, fiber is overkill for the system itself. So there is potentially some incremental cost that might not be necessary if it was just AMI. So at the same time, there is benefits, as has been described, the potential for additional smart city applications and the like. So I would suggest we come back with that information, and ultimately that leads to what reserve means based on, again, the applications and sharing of costs.
Is that what you mean, by the way, there, fiber to the, so specifically FTTP, so you can't use any of it for FTTN? Is that what you meant?
I'm sorry, say it again.
So as I read this, it says you can't use any of the fiber fund for FTTN. Is that what you meant?
What I'm trying to get to is
you don't want the fiber fund to get rated to do smart meters.
Right. And so maybe, I don't know if staff would be more comfortable with deleting the phase 3 and 4 or adding something about coming back with a plan. So could you propose something?
How would staff be more comfortable with this issue?
So yes, so I think the thing is we can come back to council and look at what those breakdowns are, because as I'm a little concerned just having phase 3 and 4 as we move forward into phase 2 of looking at actually getting to the node at that point, because the node is actually going to be further into the neighborhood portion of it, and that's going to be for the jump-off portion of if we decide then at that point, if council decides that they want to go to FTTP to the premise, that would be one spot that we would drop larger bundles of fiber to build out the rest of the system.
So how about this? Direct staff to return to council with cost sharing designed to focus the fiber funds on.
How about just return to council with a cost sharing plan?
Yeah, but I kind of want to get this idea of the preference not to raid the fund.
Well, presumably the council would have to approve or disapprove that.
Okay, I'm fine with that. With cost sharing.
Councilmember Niss, care to speak to your second?
I've dealt with this for more years than I'd like to really think about. So Jim, we went to something 6 years ago? Went to Kansas City?
2013, I think it was.
Whatever happened to Kansas City?
If you're referring to...
Alex Smith went there.
If you're referring to Google Fiber, their build in Kansas City, they built a substantial amount of plant in Kansas City and serve customers, but from what I've read, they've stopped building, and customers that had not yet signed up for service were informed that Google Fiber would not be coming.
You know, we have tried to do this for a long time. I think this is another attempt. I think it's a good attempt. I understand Tom not wanting to raid the fund, which is it now that? It's about at 25 million?
It's actually around 28 million, roughly. I'll look for Dave in here.
Yeah. But it's usually growing, what, at least 2 a year, a little more?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have this nice cushion, but we have certainly worked a long time to make something happen with especially fiber to the home. And, you know, that's inherent in this. And my goal is really to, at some point in my lifetime, get fiber to the home. Because so far, I think the dark ring went in 97, am I right?
Yes.
So I don't have too much to add to it other than go forth and let's see if we can actually make it happen.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. Let's see, thank you so much for this. I've only been following it since in the past 12 years, and it's had a variety of different names and so many false starts, so happy that we're still trying. I just want to be super clear, fiber to the node is a prerequisite for fiber to the premise, yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, all right.
Subset of.
Okay. So very interested, since apparently I live in a weedy neighborhood, Councilmember Niss. If perhaps on packet page 732, you're talking about the integration scenarios would result in some neighborhoods being more readily furnished with FTTP than others. It's no surprise, I live in South Palo Alto, just curious, you know, which neighborhoods this plan would favor.
I think that it would depend on, first of all, what staff would make recommendations for of how many collectors would have to be put in place. And then where those collectors would have to be located. Because like I said, there's only going to be 4 in the main section of Palo Alto. And then at that point, there will be 3, possibly 4 up in the hills portion of it. So I think the thing is that we would have to look at what that design looks like and which neighborhoods where these collectors would be placed. And then at that point, where would they get into the neighborhoods and how far do they go into the neighborhoods? So I couldn't really answer your question today without looking at what this consultant would come up for a design for us.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of the consultant, still not super clear. So my packet page 733, and then looks like slide 5 and 6. You've got 4 phases of the RFP. Are those the same 4 phases as what looks more like construction, or is this the same, or are these different? Because just to be clear, we're going to get a plan. We're not actually going to get what's on these slides, right?
The consultant's scope of work in the RFP would focus on those 4 phases. And as I mentioned earlier, With each phase, there'll be findings, recommendations that the consultant will provide, and it's almost like a building block. The first aspect of this is the AMI, SCADA, and I don't want to overlook, part of this includes public safety and utilities communications in the field. By virtue of beginning to build out into other areas, that presents an opportunity to provide some wireless communication backup, particularly for the police department, the fire department, and the Office of Emergency Services.
I think we just approved that on consent, by the way. They already have a backup in there. Okay, so basically, the packet which has the phases for the RFP it doesn't really tie to these two slides, but you're saying it is all the same? It's all the same phases? The slides are 5 and 6, and the packet is page 733, and it's just really hard to see what we're getting in which phase.
To boil it down, the first two phases, again, are really focused on utility improvement is probably the best way to say it. The AMI collectors and attaching the existing SCADA system to existing fiber that will enhance the performance of the SCADA network, or SCADA system rather. And again, this other component, which is the wireless communications for field staff, particularly for public safety and utilities.
So what I'm struggling with is we're getting a design, or we're getting, I feel like this is about implementation, and we're talking, what we're voting on and paying for is design.
The first phase would be a high-level design and cost estimate.
Okay.
And then the second phase would be a more detailed design and cost estimate.
So that's the bid construction,
Yes.
right? Okay, I think the city manager understands my dilemma.
Well, yes, and if I were take a shot at it, run it through the councilmember translator.
Totally fair.
This is a fair point. The graphics on our two slides, 5 and 6. So slide 5, they basically depict functions, different functions of the network. And 5 is talking about the basic utilities functions, and 3 and 4, slide 6 talks about getting to the node and to the premises. So
The RFP is to design the system, and the system will have these 4 phases. So there's 4 phases in the RFP, and then when we build it, there'll be 4 phases?
Not necessarily. I don't think you can link. Again,
Okay.
a part of this.
I just want people to be really clear on
Yeah,
what we're
I
getting, and I
understand.
think we're getting a plan.
Part of the scope of work, again, is for the consultant to provide some guidance on the best way to roll this out over a period of time. And, particularly with doing a design, there's a lot of variables or factors that need to be considered. Designing a network's a complex process.
I understand. Okay, so it'll be an iterative process. Okay, all right, that's enough on that. Thank you. Sorry. Just one really high-level thing, and I know I say this often, but I think we're skipping the objective part. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? I haven't heard any discussion of that tonight, and I think some members of the public, some staff, some council members make assumptions about what the problem is and the magnitude of it. So just encourage us going forward to talk about why we're doing this, what the problem is we're trying to solve. I'm not sure there's 100% agreement yet on that. Just in general, I think integrating fiber with utilities and public safety is a very thoughtful approach. And I think given that, it does make sense for the UAC to consider this project in the context of the others going forward. I'm grateful for everyone's service so far. I think it's helped advance our thinking and keep this front and center, right? Which I appreciate members of the commission doing. And I'm glad that some of them will now be on the UAC to help us going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fine to be followed by Councilmember Tanaka. And I would note that we're coming up on we're almost an hour on this topic, not quite yet, so let's keep that in mind as we go on. Councilmember Fine, Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Happy to support this, and thank you to the mayor for kind of clarifying point A, letter I, number I. So to Councilmember Cormack's last kind of point about what is the purpose here, I kind of agree with that. We're not sure whether it is to expand fiber services to residents and businesses, whether it's to launch a new and potentially profitable enterprise within the city, or whether this is, as some have mentioned, just a long-term project we've been working on for a long time. So I think that is something to focus on. And it kind of gets my main question. I was a little surprised to see phase 3, the business case, coming later in the process rather than earlier. I'm just wondering if you could walk us through why that is, and why not start with the business case and kind of suss out the demand and potential applications.
I think the intent of the business case is to really acknowledge what Councilmember Cormack brought up, is what problem are we trying to solve here? Is there a demand for alternative access to broadband? We have two very entrenched, strong incumbents here in town. And the question would be, is it to compete against them and take away from them enough market share to make a network financially sustainable? And with most municipal fiber to the premise overbuilds, and that's what I'll call it, you're overbuilding the incumbents, that's a critical issue. Are there enough customers that will sign up for the service?
Right. I understand that. I guess why would that come after we do the high-level design and cost estimation, the bid-ready construction drawings, the bid package, et cetera? Why wouldn't we do the business case piece first?
I understand what you're saying, and initially in the last RFP, that was the approach. But again, the initial approach is to align with AMI, and that's the goal.
Okay.
So if I were to try to translate that one, it would be that in this case, having the first two phases complete will take AMI and the system building out to the node effectively as the base case. Mm-hmm. And so the cost effectiveness is really measured from that point on.
Okay, so in a way, we almost have three phases. The first is SCADA and AMI. The second is FTTN, and then potentially FTTN. Is that roughly what we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last comment, also noted what Councilmember Cormack brought up about neighborhood and equity. When you come back to council with a cost-sharing plan, I just would love an update on that and what we're actually seeing as maybe the rollout there. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thank you for working on this. I appreciate all the CAC members, UAC people who've been at work on this. It has taken a really long time. I've been hearing about this since I've moved to Palo Alto, which is 2004, so it's been a heck of a long time. And I think the question that was asked earlier in terms of what's the goal of this is actually a really important question. Because if we don't know what the goal is, it's hard to know what do we need to get there. So for me, I think what we want to get faster service at better rates, right? Better service, lower cost. That's what I think we should shoot for. Has staff looked at, what is our rates here in our city versus other cities that actually have fiber, municipal fiber? What is the cost difference?
Are you asking in terms of our existing dark fiber offering, or?
Oh, no, sorry. I'm just asking, let's say we took, what does, let's say, $50 here in Palo Alto buy you versus $50 in, let's say, like Berkeley, which has municipal fiber? Like, what kind of performance do they get there versus we get here?
One of the tasks within the scope of work is to do a market assessment, to look at what's available currently in Palo Alto, particularly from the incumbent providers, Comcast and AT&T, and other available services, to look at price points and what the service actually includes, So that will be part of the analysis that we'll be doing through this process.
Okay, because I think if you do a little bit of Googling, you find that, $50 in Berkeley gets you gigabit Ethernet, while $40 here in Palo Alto gets you about 50 megabits per second. So there's pretty big delta. So to me, one of the goals of doing this would be to create more competition and create better service at a lower cost. So I think that's something that we should keep in mind as a possible goal. I'd love to hear my colleagues, think about what they think would be a good goal. But to me, faster, better, cheaper is always a good thing, right? And I don't think many people would complain about that. Okay, so I actually agree with what was said earlier in terms of why is the business case so far back? Because to me, it seems like you would really want to pull that forward. And I'm trying to understand the rationale of that again, because it seems like, shouldn't this stuff pencil out first before you sink a boatload of money in it? Isn't that like the logical thing to do? Why would you want to do that later?
So I think the reason why that we put the business case into phase 3 portion of it is that we're looking for a business case with this high-level design that's going to bring FTTP to the premise, where phase 1 and phase 2, we're just going out to collect and connect to the AMI and the SCADAs and looking at the wireless perspectives, but we're not looking for this overall cost not until we come back to you in phase 3 to look at what it's really going to truly cost to go to FTTP.
Isn't it usually the way you work is you start with the high level, you think about okay, how do we get from A to B, and then you think about those incremental steps? Because it seems like here what we're doing is we're thinking about the incremental steps without thinking, how do we get from A to B, right? Usually you want to start with the top level, then work your way down. But it seems like here we're doing let's do the fiber to the node, and then, fiber to node's on the way to fiber to premise, but let's not worry about that now until phase 3. Phase 1, let's just work on the incremental part and not worry about the big picture. It just seems like backwards. Why would you, it's like, let's start building a house, but before we design the plans for the house, let's start hammering some nails into studs. It seems like you'd have the plans for the house first, no?
Sure. It really is a recognition that this has been a multi-year effort to this point and has often gotten hung up by the magnitude of what it would take to take the first next big step. So here, the first next big step is to get to the node. Get better cost estimates, get enough of a design set so that we'll know what that smaller incremental cost will be to ultimately get to the premises. And that will provide a much clearer picture on the true cost benefit for that last mile, for lack of a better term.
But still, that doesn't make sense to me because, if we were doing some basic R&D research and, there was incredible unknowns, we have no idea what's technically possible to in terms of stuffing information over fiber and all that, I totally get that. But what we're talking about here is something that many other cities have done. I think over 300 cities have done it, or maybe more. So it's there's not a lot of basic research that has to be happened. This has been done hundreds of times before. We should be able to understand, what does equipment, what does it take in terms of equipment? What does it take in terms of construction? We should have a fairly good idea what makes, I guess I'm just trying to understand what's the idea behind having to test the water, something that's really proven, right? That's already been done many times before versus trying to understand the big picture, the business case, and understanding how that fits together. So how do we get to where we want to go eventually? Now,
just to be very clear on that, getting to the node will be a shared cost among the utilities, and that the business case will look at what's the incremental cost for the fiber utility to get to the home. And so the business case will be set on that foundation.
Yeah, I don't think that putting the business case third in phase 3 makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, but let me ask you this. So in terms of creating this RFP, I guess I heard some numbers thrown around, but it's not really clear to me what is the actual cost. So what does it cost to create the RFP, and what do you guys think it would cost in terms of to do the work of that RFP?
I think the first is staff cost to go through the process, which has been will be part of our work plan, and the other will be really subject to the proposals we receive. We're not estimating at this point what that would be.
Because I think what the motion is to try to protect portion of the fund, and that seems kind of reasonable, but to me, it's not clear about how much are we talking about. Are we talking about like $50,000 to create the RFP? Are we talking about like 100,000? And then to do it, are we talking like millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions? What are we talking about? Or do you guys know orders of magnitude what we're talking about?
Was noted earlier, the previous responses to the RFP were pretty wide range. So we'd expect, once again, when we come back to the council to award this contract, you'll have actual numbers through which to make that decision.
Okay.
I think you're asking how many staff hours will it take to generate the RFP, and I assume it'll be comparable to staff time taken to generate other RFPs. But that's what you're asking, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then what is the state of our undergrounding right now? In terms of undergrounding, because it seems like there's an attempt to try to tie some of this to the undergrounding.
Order of magnitude 20% of the city is currently underground.
What is it again?
20.
Wait, 20, what's, no, what?
Percent of the city is currently underground.
No, I guess, okay, no, I guess what I'm asking is going forward. What's the plan to underground going forward?
I think the issue is funding, and really the absence of significant funding to do a big push in terms of undergrounding in the next few years.
Okay. Yeah, and then, okay, so basically right now, no funding to additional undergrounding, so probably no more undergrounding. That's the basic idea, right?
I'm sorry, I could not understand the question.
So right now, there's no additional funding for undergrounding more than 20% of what we have right now. So there's no plans to do more undergrounding at this point.
There is very limited funds that are coming in, so it's not accurate to say we're not doing any more going forward, but it is at a very slow pace.
Okay. Okay, and then there's been various talk about maybe using natural gas pipelines, or maybe natural gas pipelines that aren't being used currently. What's the plans around that?
So I think the thing is that, about 50% of the city has abandoned gas lines. We've replaced them over years with new gas lines. And so one of the things is to talk to the consultant about, is it feasible to look at some of these abandoned lines from the gas standpoint, if we could use them as we move forward into in the undergrounding and pushing further into the neighborhoods? So that's going to be something that we're going to be talking to the consultant as they do their design.
Okay, and so it seemed like a generally good idea, right? Because you have conduits underground, so it seems like not a bad idea. So I guess what's the thoughts of the maker of the motion in regards to the vice chair's suggestion about trying to move the business case up?
Say that again, Greg.
Were you listening, or?
I have a little difficulty hearing you sometimes.
Okay.
I think it's the microphone.
So the vice chair made a suggestion earlier about maybe moving the business case from phase 3 to phase 1. And it seemed like generally a good idea. I was wondering if you had any thoughts around it.
Yeah, well, I thought staff answered Adrian's question. I thought he accepted the answer, which, again, I think what we're talking about now is just kind of, I understand what you're saying too. And, but looking at kind of the network that the utilities themselves would use, and then having a business plan that's that kind of last mile component for better. And I am interested in accelerating, but I don't know how much staff can do at the same time. So my understanding is we'd issue this RFP, we'll get a plan for all the phases, and I would assume at that point we could talk about execution. And what I think I heard Mr. Fleming say was, we'll find out then kind of what order makes sense, and it may make different orders for different neighborhoods may make sense. So again, when I first read this, I think Allison clarified it too. There's kind of the planning step and then the execution step. And right now we're saying let's come up with a complete plan and then take a look at it, right? So again, if you're suggesting that we try to do a fiber to the home business plan up front, I don't know. I think we've been there, and it hasn't gone very well. So I see an advantage perhaps to following staff's recommendation here and looking at a build out by the utilities first. But
Okay. So thank you for this. I won't talk very long. I was satisfied with staff's answer to Vice Mayor's question as well. I think you have a pragmatic approach here, right? I think, you know, the reality is, I know we're all excited about this, but, you know, there's still a fair amount of technical risk out there, and the intersection of technical and market risk, right, associated with, you know, the last stretch to the actual home. And I continue to see a lot of this effort really as risk management. I mean, if you build a detailed case for fiber to the premises today, and I realize there'll be some disagreement on that, but if you build a detailed case for fiber to the premises today, pretty good chance it'll be obsolete by the time it comes time to actually build it, because there's still technology changing on, you know, how much is served by wireless, how much is served by fiber, how much is in the premises, and I realize that not everybody will agree with that, but that's what it looks like from here. So I think the staff's approach is pragmatic, and the idea is using the utilities infrastructure build out to carry forward at least parts of the infrastructure of this makes a certain amount of sense. You know, in my mind, the high level case for this has sort of already been made, which was, as one of your interns pointed out speaking, right, is that you know, you don't necessarily want to be dependent on AT&T, Comcast, and so forth for core basic city utility services like, you know, water and electricity and so forth, right? And arguably broadband fits into that category. So I think there's still stuff moving around. I thought this was a very pragmatic way to do it, so I'll support it. With that, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka dissenting. And now we thank you, staff, and we will move on to the item 35, which is 1700 Embarcadero Road. Thanks, folks. So let me make sure I understand the order here. There's going to be a staff presentation, and then the applicant is going to speak, and then there will be public's comment. And does the applicant invited to a summary of the public comment afterwards? Right, okay. All right, so, and then it'll come back to council. Super, that's what we'll
And
do.
at some point, Mr. Mayor, you will remember to invite council members to make disclosures on this item.
In fact, probably we should do that now, right? And why don't we start at that end? Councilmember McCormack, do you have anything to disclose?
Certainly. Just in the interest of complete disclosure, I did meet an architect for this project in another place when we were doing a bird tour, and I saw an example of the bird-safe glazing, and we did not discuss this project.
I talked about this with Karen Holman and Jeff Levinsky, and I visited the site today.
I think I've talked with anyone of note, and I've visited the site a couple of times and walked extensively around it.
I have spoken with Karen Holman and Jeff Levinsky. I have visited the site. I have discussed this with members of the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Architectural Review Board.
None besides driving by occasionally.
I visited the site over the weekend, and I spoke to Karen Holman and Jeff Levinsky.
I've been to the site before. I actually never, I got a lot of calls, but I didn't actually get a chance to talk to anyone.
Thank you. Staff, you have the floor.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I'm Jonathan Late, I'm the Planning Director. I'm joined by Sheldon Nassing, a planner with M Group. Before I get into the project details, I thought I'd spend a few minutes just talking a little bit about the history of the site, because over the past 10 or so years, there's been a number of applications that have been filed. The project includes two properties. The first one I'll talk about is at the corner of East Bay Shore Road and Embarcadero. That's addressed 1700 Embarcadero. This is where the proposed Mercedes dealership is located. This site, and the site I'll talk about that's adjacent to it, was previously zoned LM, light manufacturing, at one point, which is now roughly equivalent to our ROLM zoning. At some point, the zoning had changed to a planned community zoning, and I believe that was in anticipation of the Ming's restaurant. And after a while, that had changed back. The City Council granted a change from PC zoning back to, or I should not say back to, but to a CS, or commercial service zoning, with a D overlay. D overlay is simply the combining district that we apply to properties that are located in sensitive areas such as the foothills or baylands. It just has an added review process. And that was for a 4-story building, hotel building that was never constructed. The entitlements had lapsed. And then about 3 years ago, almost to this month, the City Council had considered an application for another Mercedes dealership at this location. This was a different applicant than the one that is before you today. And the applicant received some direction to look at reducing the height of the building, floor area, some comments about the Baylands master plan, and some other areas where the council had asked that the Architecture Review Board make some, consider some refinements. And then, so just to be clear, so the current zoning now is CS, commercial service, with a D overlay. And the comprehensive plan also has a land use designation that matches that designation, service commercial. The adjacent property further north on Embarcadero is where there's an existing Audi dealership, also previously zoned LM, or equivalent to the ROLM today. Audi received a planned community zoning for that property. Some time later, they received an amendment to apply the auto dealership overlay to the site to take advantage of the additional floor areas that were allotted for showroom. And since then, there was some administrative approvals for, I guess, for the expansion of the showroom. The application that's before you is a request for, again, it's two separate properties. One's going to have the Mercedes-Benz dealership, and the other property would have the Audi dealership. The sites together are approximately 5 acres. The total gross floor area, as determined by the definition in our municipal code, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment, is about 100,000 square feet. The building that's proposed is mostly 43 and below, but there are areas where for stairs or elevator equipment where it extends up to 50 feet. And there's about 370 parking spaces, 369. To build this project, there are three different discretionary, two discretionary entitlements and one legislative entitlement that is being requested by the applicant. The first is the zoning amendment. For the corner property, the applicant is seeking to add the automobile dealership combining district to the property because the CS zoning is already there. It already has the D overlay zoning. The request is to add the AD overlay. For the adjacent property, the request is to go from PC zoning to CSD AD. That would make the two sites consistent in zoning. The site and design review is required because of the D overlay, and again, this is due to the sensitivity of the Baylands area and also in the foothills. In the foothills. And this project, like the one before that was considered 3 years ago, includes a design enhancement exception, and this is to get relief from the city's build-to-line requirement, which simply means that a portion of the building has to be located at the property line. And there's a large utility easement on this property that runs for about 60 or 80 feet, which would preclude that, at least for a portion of the property. This, I'm afraid, is, the council members don't have this in your printed packet, but the public does. This is a map of the surrounding area where you can see how some of the adjacent properties are zoned ROLM, and one of the subject properties is zoned CS, but it's not shown on there, it's shaded. For context, this is an illustration. We've got, maybe Sheldon can help me with or here, I can do it with the mouse here. So let's see if I've got this right. This is going to be East Bayshore, and do I have that right? And then Embarcadero running this way, that's right, okay. And to this direction here, this is the Stanford, I forget the title, but it's the I Institute building here. And behind this area, the yellow outline, of course, is the project boundary. This is the professional building. In this direction here, we have Honda, which is another dealership in this location. You'll recognize the driving range and the city golf course across the way. And of course, 101 off to the far left. This is a view from Emily Renzel Trail, looking toward the Audi dealership on the top and more toward the Mercedes dealership there on the bottom. This is a site plan that shows the general outline of the building. The two properties are, this represents one property. If you can follow the cursor, the screen, this is one property. The other property is the full length of this site here. The bike path that we'll talk about in a moment wraps around the property along East Bayshore, around the corner, and then down Embarcadero toward Gang Road, where there's a signal at that location. So the Architecture Review Board has reviewed this, and there's been some changes to the design. So I'll flip through a few slides that sort of show the refinement, with the top slide being what was proposed before, and the bottom slide being responses that the applicant had made, the bottom picture. One of the comments that the ARB had found was that the design that's shown here was a little too muted in its color choice, and was requesting that some of the colors be modified a little bit to give a little bit more character to the type of use that's being proposed. So you see that played out in some different elevations in the building. This is, incidentally, this is from, you can't view this elevation from the Baylands, and the signage is not oriented toward the Baylands. It's more geared toward the the freeway and being able to access signage. I will note that the signs are not a part of this application. That has not been reviewed yet and would require separate approval. This is the Baylands elevation where a green screen wall is being proposed and still being refined. But just to give you a sense for what that's going to look like or would look like. In preparing this application, staff worked with a consultant to prepare a mitigated negative declaration. There were a number of significant impacts that were identified as a result of construction and operation of the facility. Based on this review and working with our consultants, all of these impacts can be mitigated, and that is reflected in the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program. I'll note that we have our primary consultant, Rincon Consulting representative here, as well as our traffic consultant, if there are some questions about that. On March 27th, the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed project. It was a split vote, a 4-3 vote from the Planning Commission. There were comments about the mass and size of the building, its compliance with the Baylands Master Plan. There was some question about the appropriateness of the zoning to CS and whether or not ROLM was a more appropriate land use designation. There were a number of conditions that were included in the Planning Commission recommendation related to migrating birds and light levels, which still need to be worked out, but those were conditions that ultimately helped move the project forward for recommendation. There was an at-places memo that elaborated on the Planning Commission's dissenting remarks that was previously transmitted to the City Council and is available in the back of the room. The Architecture Review Board, consistent with the site and design process where it goes to the Planning Commission first and then to the Architecture Review Board, had 3 hearings on this project. And the first couple of meetings related to building mass and colors and materials, and there was a lot of concern about the Baylands area, and so that's where some of the focus took place. The Architecture Review Board's last meeting had some similar concerns about the colors and trying to strike that balance between giving this project its identification, but also being muted enough to sort of reflect some of the principles of the Baylands Master Plan. Concerned about some of the street trees, some technical details about the corner ramp and how that transitions, and that's green screen that I showed you an image of earlier, as well as a perimeter wall and landscaping. Throughout this process, we've received public comment ranging from concerns about how staff is determining the floor area for this project, that it's too large and massive. Again, concerns about is this the appropriate land use designation. There are some trees that are being removed as a part of this project, so there's a concern about the canopy. There was a concern earlier about how much glass was a part of the design. I think that's been in part addressed through some project redesign. And of course, height and noise from the car wash we received from the adjacent professional building that I showed you in that previous image. There's concern about the noise of that car wash, and there are some conditions that have been imposed to address that. And then again, compatibility with the Baylands Master Plan. So I wanted to spend a few minutes just talking about some of these issues. There's been a lot of communication to the City Council through its email, and I just want to spend a few moments talking about each of these. With respect to gross floor area, there is again another at-places memo that was provided to the City Council this evening to clarify the floor area. And this is, the staff report was wrong on the articulated floor area that was represented. I think it came in somewhere around 85,000 square feet. But the actual number is closer to 103. So that's the total gross floor area. The allowed gross floor area is provided for in the chart, and you can see that the project is below that number by code. I'll note that this difference is mostly related to the showroom area. The applicant is not maximizing the amount of floor area that is available to it in the showroom area. The exempt floor area has been an area of discussion throughout the project, really, and we wanted to share with the council how much floor area was being exempted by our municipal code. So our code stipulates that parking facilities that serve a permitted or conditional use are exempt from floor area. And for both of the building sites, there is a parking facility that provides parking to its customers, but also to employees. And that whole second level of each of these parking facilities is exempt from floor area.
Hey, Jonathan, we're looking at your numbers and noticing they don't add up.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be the first time, I suppose. But
I'm looking at the exempt floor area is 31 and 34.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Is that the place where
no,
the
that total
variance
doesn't.
is?
Yeah, that total doesn't work there.
So if you took 103.7 plus 34.9 plus 31.6, does that add up to 170?
No. So the 121 is wrong in the exempt floor area. So Sheldon will run those numbers again, and we'll come back to that.
Thank you.
Well, so actually, that's a great segue to this next component that I want to highlight, and that is after that App Places memo has gone out, I took a closer look at the plans with staff, and there is actually an overage on this project that I wanted to bring to the council's attention. It's an area of about 2,000 square feet that we believe needs to be deducted from the overall project square footage. You'll see this area in green, at least on the screen and on the slide. We've talked in the staff report how for the Mercedes-Benz dealership, there is this vaulted portion of the building that inside that contains a puzzle lift, and this is where they would store their new car inventory. And based on the definitions of the code, there is one, it's these different levels of where the lifts are not considered floors of the building. And so by code,
This is Levinsky's area of the lifts over the office space. Is that what that is?
Yeah, this is one of the comments that was addressed in public correspondence. And so maybe I'll just cut that short and say, yes, we agree that the area above that, at least one level of the area above that ought to count toward floor area. And our calculation is roughly about 2,000 square feet. We believe that this is an area that can be readily addressed if there was a couple hours from now when we're getting a council motion on this thing. If it's heading toward approval, this is something that could be addressed without substantially affecting the overall design of the building.
Just to be clear, so where you have 103,000 proposed floor area, you're saying it's like 105?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this has been brought up to the applicant as well, and so they're aware of this issue. And as I mentioned before, there's more room on the showroom side of the equation. And so this space that is now office would likely be transformed into showroom. And that would eliminate, or that might have some way of addressing it. We'll have to figure that out, because I don't want to get too technical here in the presentation, but I'm happy to respond to questions as they come up. The office area counts towards the 0.4 part. The showroom would count towards the 0.2 FAR, and so there's some room to address that floor area discrepancy. Okay. And I'll acknowledge that the floor area is there's been a lot to sort of track down with this, and so we appreciate the public and the applicant and now the council's patience as we've tried to get those numbers for you. One of the other comments that was addressed that I want to expand upon was this multi-use path. And this is the intersection of Embarcadero and East Bayshore. And the bike and pedestrian path would extend down East Bayshore Road on the slide, make this turn, and extend northward on Embarcadero. This is a really important connection for the city. It's something that's identified in the comprehensive plan as well as the bike and pedestrian plan. It serves the number of users, employees who may be cycling toward East Palo Alto or Facebook, folks who may be biking toward Google and some of the employment centers over there. There's, of course, all of our recreational facilities in the Baylands, But there's also, we've heard stories of parents letting their kids try to traverse this area to reach the Little League fields that are also near Gang Road in this area. And so this is a gap that we've identified in our system, and we've been wanting to address it. It's also a regional bike corridor. Just beyond Palo Alto, there's some regional interest in this area. And so early on, we've been working with the applicant to see where there were opportunities for us to advance this plan through some kind of redesign of this project. And there were a couple of options that we were exploring, and this is the one that the applicant was able to accommodate on site and is being proposed as part of the development. It requires this multi-use trail to be located a little bit on public property, but also a little bit on private property. And there's some other amenities that the applicant would be providing, such as benches and a water fueling, water station and things like that on their property. But it does require the removal of some of the mature trees that were shown in the photographs, and I think you've received some correspondence about that. These are trees that are located within the easement. There is a restriction, I believe, under the easement of a 15-foot tall height for any vegetation in this area, which the current trees at times exceed and get trimmed. And so there's a whole plan to, as part of this project, to integrate those interests, but we recognize that there's a bit of a balance that we need to make with respect to the trees and our interest in the multi-use trail. This is just a diagram that shows that trail extending from East Bay Shore to Embarcadero. Some sections that are provided for in the plans. If we want to get into these, we can talk about those a little bit more. There's been some comments about the Baylands Master Plan and how does this project relate to that. I think the ARB reports probably did a better job of articulating that than the City Council report that we gave you, but it's been a part of this process throughout where we've been looking at it. And the project is close, but it's not quite there yet in terms of total consistency with the Baylands Plan, and that's because we still have some outstanding issues to address related to landscaping and lighting and some other areas where we've identified as conditions of approval should this receive council support this evening. But in general, we find the project to be consistent with that document, except where I'll note in a moment. Another area where we've received a lot of feedback has been relative to the process and why is this before the City Council at this point when the Architecture Review Board has not finished with its recommendation. And so I just wanted to address that, and I'm happy to elaborate further on this. But our municipal code provides for a process for how we evaluate applications, and for a site and design review application, the first step is with the Planning and Transportation Commission. And if there's support at the PTC, the project then goes on to the Architecture Review Board for further refinement. And the Architecture Review Board, as a part of some streamlining efforts many years ago, has embedded in our code 3 opportunities to review the project before it advances on for a decision. In this particular case, the decision is with the City Council because it's a site and design application. While the ARB had a lot of conversation about the mass of the building and the size the first couple of meetings, the third meeting did not have, was not focused so much on the size of the building, but more on these other design aesthetics that we had talked about earlier, the colors, the materials, landscaping, perimeter walls. And so the comments from that last meeting didn't really affect the size or the placement of the building or buildings on the property. And because there seemed to be, we recognize this as a building that has a lot of floor area, including area that is exempted. It felt appropriate to, at this time, take it to the City Council to weigh in on any policy concerns that the council may have with respect to floor area and to respect the process that we have in our code. To make sure that we were addressing the ARB's concerns that were unresolved at the time that they last considered the application, we have imposed a number of conditions of approval so that under a separate application, the applicant would have to get these issues resolved by the ARB with a recommendation. This would be appealable to the City Council. These conditions relate to the colors, the parapet material, the street tree selection. They want some more trees at the base of the building, but also to address trees near the multi-use path. Some details around the curb ramp that I had noted earlier. The green screen requires more understanding of how it's going to be integrated with the building and maintained so it stays alive and is a useful area for birds, as well as perimeter landscaping. And so these are all areas where the applicant would need to prepare a package and have that go to the Architecture Review Board, and the ARB would have up to 3 meetings to review that. But importantly, if the council is supportive of the project, it allows the applicant to move forward with construction drawings and allows them to advance the project while these other details are being addressed. So with that, I'll just reiterate our recommendation this evening is first to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, to adopt the ordinance for first reading that would change the zoning on the 2 properties, and then thirdly, adopt the record of land use action approving the requested site and design application and design enhancement exception. And with that, I will note that we have representatives from the Planning and Transportation Commission, Carrie Templeton, and from the Architecture Review Board, Alex Liu.
Thank you very much. So I think what we'll do is invite the applicant to discuss, and then we'll probably ask the ARB and the PTC representatives to provide some color, and then we'll go to the public. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Good evening.
You'll have 10 minutes, by the way.
I'm sorry?
You have 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, fine. My name is Steve Preston. I'm with Holman Automotive. I'm joined tonight by Mike Moonen, Director of Real Estate Development. We thought I'm just going to take a quick minute just to finally put a face on this project. For so long, we have kind of been in the background, and this project, while we have a lot of faith in it, we believe that it needs to have some type of life. And I think maybe if you had a little better understanding about who we were, maybe that would at least assist where we're going down the road. The Holman Company is a company founded in 1924 by Stuart Holman in southern New Jersey. The company expanded into South Florida in 1947, and its last expansion, and probably the one that's significant here.
I'm sorry, but we're having some trouble hearing you. Can you love the mic? Thank you.
The last expansion, which was probably the most important in this context, was a purchase of Cooney Automotive in 2016. In that purchase, we picked up an additional 17 dealerships, but here in Palo Alto, it included the Audi dealership. Holman was approached by Mercedes-Benz to develop a dealership close to urban Palo Alto. We had a long relationship with them. They felt that we might have an opportunity to be able to put something together. So in 2016, our company came in and bought 2 more pieces of property, the Ming property and also the piece on Bayshore. With this purchase came the challenge of trying to build a facility of the size necessary to be able to support a Mercedes-Benz dealership. And to be successful, a full-service facility, we needed to develop a rather innovative feature, which we've talked about before, which is a parking system that is much like the Amazon style. We pick the car up and we slot it. It's kind of an interesting program. The gentleman that helped design it is here. But what it does is it takes a very small area and allows us to put a lot of vehicles into a very small area and not have to use up a valuable parking space. So in the end, merging 3 entities, albeit top entities of Mercedes-Benz, Holman Automotive, and the City of Palo Alto, we feel like we have an absolutely gorgeous opportunity here to be able to do something very, very special. And with that,
Thank you very much. My name is Lyle Hudson. I am the architect for the property. I wanted to Just first of all, say thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. Did an awesome job representing this project. I'm going to go through a couple of slides. You saw where the existing site is at the Baylands and backing up to the Audi, the Audi site. The Mercedes site is adjacent directly to Audi, and we can show what the building is going to, the proposed building, and the size and the scale as it relates to the Baylands. The design sensitivity in this project is something that we've dealt with all the way through with the ARB hearings and the planning and traffic, and it's been something that we've taken to heart and that we have looked at significantly and have grown from the very beginning. This project is a much better project than it was when we first proposed it, still keeping the integrity for our client and for the location that it is. Things that have been addressed, and real quickly I'll go over them. We do have a floor area ratio that's been brought up many times. It's a very sensitive area, and what allows us to be able to do what we're proposing is this automated automotive storage system. And this basically allows us the opportunity to keep those cars inside the building and not outside on the street, which we have, or excuse me, in the parking area, which we have an 80-foot easement that restricts us. The building mass has been addressed numerous times. We've kept the building, kind of mass and height go together. We've kept the building below the 50-foot level. We have less than 1% of our building is at 50 feet, and over 58% of the building is below 40 feet. Again, the building height, we do step from the street, from both Bayshore and on Embarcadero, where we have our lower level at 20 feet, and then we gradually step up to the 44-foot level, and then back down again to the parking level on the second floor. The landscape, we've been very careful with the landscape. I think we'll talk a little bit more about the path and how we've addressed this. We've proposed a variety of trees and layers of trees to the Baylands, and certainly the removal of the trees for the multi-use path. One statistic is that we do have 61 trees on site now, and we are proposing 126 trees. I might be a little off on that, might be a little more. But again, we're trading the mature trees for new trees underneath the canopy requirements for PG&E, as well as meeting the city's shade requirements. The multi-use path, I think we're going to get into. You can see basically it is just on the front on Embarcadero and on Bayshore, one way, two ways, but it does take the bicycles off of the street on Bayshore and Embarcadero. This is a more graphic slide, just basically showing the transition between the path and the vehicular access, both on the street and in the parking area. Car wash has been noted. We did a sound study, and we are below the city's required 70 decibel limit for the decibel limit at the property line. In fact, we're actually under that with the mitigation measures that we've come up with staff and with the review boards. Lighting is something that is significant for this project. We have a lighting consultant. We've addressed as best we can at this point without actually getting into the telemetry and the controls, but the intent is to reduce glare as well as to limit any overspill of light into the Baylands area and into the street areas. Also taking into account the wildlife and the color temperature of the lights as well. Traffic and circulation, we completely circulate around the site, both for emergency vehicles and for our own vehicles, and the offloading of vehicles will be done on site completely and not on public streets. The Baylands transition, this has been a topic that we've addressed on numerous occasions. The building, we're proposing these green screens or living wall areas to transition the hard side of the building to the tree canopy height, as well as using planting areas up high as our BMP or our water filtration before it gets to the ground. So all the water at the top of the deck will be treated before it even gets down. There is also a proposal in place. We've added additional trees at Audi to make sure that that transition is acceptable to not only the Baylands Commission, the parks, and certainly our project. And finally, I would kind of integrate our community collaboration with that. We've spent time with the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Parks Department in an opportunity to possibly add some additional trees to inside the Baylands area, and we're open to that. Audi is implementing a bicycle program to get bicycles off of Audi actually produces bicycles, and so those will be used to get vehicles off of the streets as rental cars instead of rental cars. And finally, we absolutely took into account after some education on my part regarding avian habitat and the opportunity for us to provide a place for avian habitat as opposed to letting it be a nuisance. And so all things that we've considered. These images are in your package. You can see them. We have them with the trees. It's kind of hard to see the building sometimes, and we realize this is about the building, but it's also about the landscape. So again, I would like to thank the council, and certainly we are here tonight. We have consultants here to answer any questions that you feel is important to ask. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Templeton?
Hello. Thank you, Mayor. To provide color, as Director Late mentioned, the Planning and Transportation Commission was somewhat split on this recommendation, and a lot of the concerns there were around the multiple different zoning applications that have happened in the recent past, about some of the volume issues that the applicant has discussed with you. Certainly concern about the environment and the suitability for the project in the Baylands and how compatible can we push the project to be. Specifically, the concerns that I had, just full disclosure, I was on the dissenting side. The concerns I had were around the birds and making sure that the trees that we were cutting down were not frequented by the annual migration of birds. So it's really heartening to hear the applicant has made some improvements there, and yes, thank you, Mr. Hudson, for talking with the Audubon Society. The pros, the reasons that were given in support of the recommendation were largely around the revenue opportunity, and that was one of the findings that we were asked to give, included the desirability of this project for the city. So that is the summary of our discussion on the Planning Commission. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Alex Liu, thanks for joining us.
Great, good evening. So there is majority support on the board for the project, even though we didn't do a final vote on the project. In past years, I would say that the board would recommend approval and make a list of items to follow up with at a later date, understanding that the council needed to, that it was prudent to let the council weigh in on the project. In recent years, the current board is a little bit more reluctant to do that, just because we've seen projects not follow through properly, and so there's just been a little bit of hesitation about making a recommendation with a lot of conditions of approval. But I do think that there is definitely at least 3 votes, and if not 4 votes for the project. But as you know, as politicians, you never know exactly how the votes are going to go until they're actually cast. I just have a couple quick notes on the history of the AD combining district. So it started with the council in 2003 with a colleague's memo. The AD district was added to the CS and GM zones a year later, and then 2 years later, it was added to the LM zone, which is very close to our ROLM district that's in the area. And the intent was to allow dealers to remain in Palo Alto and to attract new dealers, and really to end-to-end to provide a connection to the dealers to 101. So both for customer access and also visibility. So, and then if you have any questions, I'm here.
Can I ask one right now? Where was the ARB's head on the issue of scale and massing?
Yeah, no, I think it's like,
You guys have
if
a
I
lot
had
of
to do a
discussion
vote,
about
I would say it would be, it's like 4-1.
Okay.
And the dissenting vote would be Board Member Balte, and he was citing the Baylands design guidelines.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Hi.
We got another question for you.
Thanks for being here tonight. So I heard what you just said. And the applicants are here tonight, and it feels as though you were heading in a good direction, but it was difficult to get to decisions. But you're willing to continue working on it, is that correct?
And I believe that the applicant is putting in a good effort, and they've been responsive to all of our previous comments at previous hearings. And just I don't know if you read the transcript, but I mean, our last meeting on this project took 4 hours, and we still didn't come to consensus on it. So we're struggling with it, but it's pointed, from my perspective, it's pointed in the right direction, and it's far better than the 2 previously approved projects, or not reviewed projects on this site.
Going in the right direction, but still needing several more hours?
It needs a little bit more work. They're seemingly minor issues, but just as an architect, I will tell you that they are important.
Okay,
and
thanks.
We're open to the council's input.
Okay, thanks very much.
Don't leave yet. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll just try to keep it quick, but I had a question for you. So the list on packet page 657 of the remaining items for the ARB, are you familiar with that list?
I don't have it in front of me, but I have a cheat sheet with them on that.
So my question is, do you agree that that's the list for the ARB, or are there other issues you think the ARB is still interested in looking at? I can read them to you if you like.
Yes.
Colors and so forth.
So colors, parapet material, street trees, curb ramp, the green screen, and perimeter landscaping.
Yes.
Are those the only issues that the ARB is still interested in?
Yes, I think so. And then some of them are related together. So I mean, like the perimeter landscaping is related to the car wash.
But nothing
and
about
that would be related to the fence.
You're done with the lighting? Lighting's not on the list?
Lighting is...
So if you look at the parapet material, so they're proposing, at our last hearing, they were proposing a translucent parapet material, in certain locations. But their lighting plan would potentially allow the top of the building to glow, and the board is not is sort of not in favor of that. So we do want to look at that.
Okay.
Again, so again, it's like they're tied, the lighting and the material are related. But I think that list looks good.
Okay,
I think that looks
thank you.
complete.
Thank you. So we will now go to the public, and we have 11 speakers. And so I think we'll do 3 minutes for everybody. The first speaker will be Bill Ross, speaking for a group of 5, and you will have 7 minutes.
Okay, good evening, council and staff. The first decision that you have to make tonight is whether you adopt a mitigated negative declaration, which must be based on substantial evidence. I'm going to raise several comments based on the staff report, but I'm going to generally observe that the staff report's inconsistent, incomplete, and in some instances makes references in a way so that the public can't be fully informed about what's actually proposed. For example, let's just start with some basics. There are 7 attachments. None of them are, only one of them is labeled E, and it's labeled incorrectly. It takes at least 15 minutes to figure out where the mitigated negative declaration is. There's a reference on page 9 to a revised project description, but that revised project description, if it's been made available, it's only 72 hours before tonight. I assume that revised project description is in a document called Responses to Comments on the Draft ISMND. Let's go on. There's a reference on page 5 of the staff report that dealt with the specific issue of migratory birds nesting in trees. It makes a reference to condition number 12 in the record land use decision. You go to record condition number 12 in the record land use condition, and all the conditions are in section 6, and it refers to final inspection. You go through the balance of the conditions. There are 3 dealing with trees, but nothing dealing with this already commented upon issue of migratory birds. There's another reference in the staff report to condition number 31 to have a comprehensive construction management plan to come up with some suggestions and requirements to control traffic and mitigate it as much as possible at the critical intersection. So you go to condition number 31, and it deals with grading and excavation. All right, I could go on, but there are more. All right, so what's wrong with the MND? If you start at, I think, hour 2, minute 36, and go through hour 2:47 of the hearing before the Planning Commission, there were extensive issues raised about massing in the context of inaccurate FARs, the lack of availability of plans so that even members of the public could try to figure out how the calculations were made. That's the draft EIR, the one that started on March 15th and on which it was closed on April 22nd, right? That's more than the normal 20 days for a non-regional MND. Now, if we're to assume this attachment in responses to comments, which comes up with a revised project description, is what's mentioned in page 9 of the staff report, you can't have it both ways. The public, and I think Mr. Borak said it best at the Planning Commission, look, you violated the Brown Act. You're referring to FAR calculations that are based on plans that aren't available, and you're referring to a draft MND that's also not available, right? So the public had a chance to review the MND based on a project description that's in error. It didn't have the benefit of the plans dated Part 1 and 2 of May 26 that are incorporated in the document that's now at least incorporated into the staff report before you. I would suggest on that basis alone, respectfully, you just can't have it both ways. The public hasn't had a chance to review this. And under the CEQA guidelines, you're entitled to a minimum 20 days. If this is the revised project description, it's on page 2, and you got to go deep into the links to get this, then this should be recirculated and subject to 20 days notice, because the public, neither at the Planning Commission nor at the ARB, has had a chance to comment on this revised project description. Let's go on. I think there are 3 responsible agencies that weren't consulted. And these issues were raised and exhausted with respect to 2 of the responsible agencies before the Planning and Transportation Commission. One is the County Airport Land Use Commission. You'll notice on the last page of the staff report it says, well, there's going to be a hearing in May about this. And in fact, there was. But let's go back to the original rule under CEQA. If there's going to be evidence on the environmental impacts and its assessment, it has to be in the environmental document. I can go online and get what the Land Use Planning Commission, Airport Land Use Planning Commission said, but it's not in the document. That should be included for 2 reasons. The land use requirement, because it integrates with the analysis of a comprehensive plan, and for environmental review. It's not. Caltrans needs to be in there. This is an affected intersection, and PG&E needs to be in there. PG&E isn't even listed as a reference on page 129 of the draft EIR. They come up, it says there's a 15-foot standard about landscaping. I respectfully disagree. This is a major power line. There are general order provisions of the PUC that are specifically on point. The point is, the public really hasn't had a chance to environmentally assess this. I would suggest that given the inconsistencies in the staff report, that it be recirculated with appropriate and accurate references, and that what I would call the 72-hour revised MND of last Friday or last Thursday be subject to recirculation consistent with the 20-day requirement of the CEQA guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Filseth and council members. I think Bill Ross made a number of very excellent points and identified many areas of this proposal that haven't been adequately reviewed and revised and evaluated. So at the very least, I think this should be sent back for more study. Another point that struck me as weird is that you're being asked to make a formal approval, basically, before the ARB has finalized the design and the details of the project. As you heard earlier, there are 6 issues. Now, each one can be considered not major by itself, but the combination of that many unresolved issues makes it bizarre that it's going to the city council at this point. So at the very least, it should be sent back to the ARB and have all of the ARB questions satisfactorily resolved. Now, another thing that struck me as weird is that the parking arrangements have been modified so that inside the building, where the area counts as the FAR, it's considered parking for visitors and for staff. But storage of the automobiles, which is inherent for operation of the business, is on the roof and doesn't count in the FAR. That strikes me as bizarre. So maybe the council should go back and reconsider whether that's an appropriate way to allow exclusion from FAR in a business. Personally, I have real doubts about that. So I think that should be reconsidered. Another thing that struck me is in this last report that came out, the exempt floor area is almost as much as the allowed floor area. So the proposed area, while it's less than what's allowed, if you include the exempted floor area, it's more than twice what's allowed. That also strikes me as bizarre, and I think that ought to be reconsidered. So there are a number of issues with this raises. Looking at the designs and the pictures that were displayed earlier, I think that a project like this, which is so large and so massive, at the entrance of the Baylands, and which also doesn't comply with the Baylands master plan, should be reviewed and reconsidered and scaled down so that it's more compatible with the environment in the Baylands. Finally, there's a real problem that I have with compatibility of this building with other buildings nearby. I don't think that's compatible.
Thank you. Herb Borak.
Mayor Philseth and council members, during the staff presentation, I learned that one part of the project has apparently been segmented from the rest of the project, or maybe there are others. The sign program, as I understand it, was not included in the project description that was evaluated in the mitigated negative declaration. California Environmental Quality Act requires that an environmental document evaluate the whole project. So you would need to revise and recirculate the MND to include a description of the entire project and to evaluate the entire project. You know, when you evaluate an entire project, you can have the hearings on project approval pieces at various times once you have an approval of the environmental document, but you can't have them in separate environmental documents. And that's apparently what we've just been disclosed in the staff presentation. I believe it helpful to look at the chronology happened this month. The ARB, according to the public who were there, was prepared to make a recommendation of denial, but they consulted with the applicant, who is the only one who had rights in that situation. You know, staff doesn't independently have rights there. It's the applicant and the public generally. And the applicant said, instead of the ARB taking an action, they would agree to a continuance. At that point, they got what they wanted, which was the avoidance of a vote to recommend denial. And then somehow, I don't know if they talked to staff or it just was done, you know, telepathically, staff then took away the continued hearing of the ARB. As I point out in my letter that you have at places, staff's action is a violation of the zoning code, particularly the Site and Design Chapter 18.30G of the Municipal Code, and therefore a violation of the California Environmental Quality Act. And in fact, it shouldn't even have continued with this item, and I had asked you to remove it from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Sylvester.
Good evening, Mayor Philseth, Council, and City staff. My name is Mary Sylvester, and I am a longtime Palo Alto resident. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of protecting the Palo Alto Baylands and express my concern about the proposed plan for the Mercedes dealership and Audi service center on Embarcadero and East Bay Shore. The project as designed, is overly large and out of scale with the surrounding buildings and proximity to the Baylands. I would like to urge the council to use the Baylands Master Plan as a guiding document for this project, and to recommend at this point sending it back to staff and appropriate city commissions for a re-review of the project's size, location, and impact on the environment. The Palo Alto Baylands is a unique resource in this region. It is the largest marshland tract in the Bay Area, over 1,940 acres. I'd like to acknowledge Palo Alto City Council's leadership, as well as residents and open space advocates, for making this open space a reality for all Bay Area residents. And I call on council tonight to protect this unique and precious resource. The vision was there and can continue to be that this is something worth preserving. We now look up and down the peninsula and we see office buildings blocking out the bay and the East Bay Hills because open space areas have been blocked by development. My family has enjoyed this site for 30 years. The wildlife, open space, the quiet, the peace. And as most of you know who have been out there, you see children, bikers, seniors, the disabled. You see walkers with their dogs. You don't see this generally in this area. The Palo Alto Planning Commission has recommended a study of the migratory patterns of wildlife birds, as well as light restriction that is sensitive to the Baylands. City staff has suggested security level lighting. I think this needs to be better defined. We know that bright lights can have an impact on migratory birds. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky Sanders.
Well, there we go. Pardon me. All right, that's better. Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Filseth, staff, and members of the general public. It's great to see everybody here this evening. It's been a while since I've been out. It feels good to be back. I want to thank so many smart people who spoke before me for all their research in producing the counter-narrative to the flawed staff report. I just feel very inspired by the watchdogs that we have in our community because they love Palo Alto so much that they will give up so much of their unpaid time to produce what I call our masterpieces and tour de forces in research of public policy. As much as I admire staff, I protest this report and its opaqueness. It's bizarre. I love that word. I heard it earlier. Staff is playing a few players down. They are being asked to do way too much. I think they're under-resourced. And if it takes, I'm sorry for those of us who all do not like the Palo Alto process, but if we have to slow it down to get it right, I think we should slow it down. I just don't think we can just hammer away, bringing project after project to the council, and it hasn't even been fully vetted by ARB. I mean, I couldn't, that's why I had to come out tonight. I've been just kind of hiding out, sitting in my rocking chair, but I had to come out tonight because I just got so frustrated. So it's the old song, and there's some Venturans here this evening. Thank you, Venturans, for coming out. Developer giveaways in the form of zoning and code revisions that would be necessary to build an uneco-friendly project and in our precious Baylands, and we have made it a mandate for 2019 climate change. How does this jibe with that? The only thing I heard really going for this project is money. Give me more than money. I know we need it. I need more than money. Is that all this project has to offer us? Thank you.
Thank you. Hamilton Hitchings.
Good evening, City Council. I live near the project. I do not oppose having a Mercedes and Audi dealership there. However, you've been asked by the city staff tonight to adopt a mitigated negative declaration when in fact the project still has clearly identified negative impacts on the adjacent baylands. This project is, on the Mercedes side, is 51% larger than the prior Mercedes dealership project the council rejected as too large. It's the gateway to the Baylands, but staff overlooked the fact it should be compliant with the Baylands master plan. Existing concerns with the proposed project include barely passing the Planning and Transportation Committee by a 4-3 vote, with 4 commissioners indicating their concern the project's too large scale and incompatibility with the Baylands, attempting to get the city approval prior to ARB approval, while many reservations by the ARB exist, including ones not mentioned in the staff report, failure to provide a lighting plan to the ARB to ensure it will not affect the wildlife in the Baylands, including migration, failure to provide the ARB with contextual drawings, a lack of trees, especially facing the street. If you look at what's there now and you look at their plan, like the trees, at least on the street side, really appear to be removed. And it's too large to be compatible with the surrounding buildings in Bayland. When I look at this project and why we're having this discussion tonight, what I really see is a lack of quality control. It should have gone through the ARB and they should have worked out the issues. The applicant has not submitted what they should have to the ARB. Like, the lighting plan is extremely important in this case. It hasn't been compliant with the Baylands project. So on one hand, the ARB isn't done. On the other hand, the staff is rushing this through. It shouldn't be in front of the council. You shouldn't be talking about it tonight. It was premature to bring it here. So what I would ask, so again, while I don't object to the concept of this plan, in its current state, it's not ready, and we have a low-quality proposal in front of you. Please do not vote to adopt the mitigated negative declaration until this project complies with the Baylands master plan and more fully addresses the concerns raised by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Meyer.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Many people have already said this. The project is supposed to appear again in front of the ARB. The reason for so many appearances there is that the project is so problematic that even the ARB, who are experts in reading this kind of stuff, had trouble dealing with it. It's not clear why it's being brought to the council this evening. At least it's not clear to me. In addition, the Planning Commission's 4-3 vote is hardly an enthusiastic endorsement for a project. The Baylands is a very precious part of Palo Alto. I don't think we should be giving the entryway to such a huge, inappropriate project. Commercial project. Among other things we need to know is we need to know the real FAR, its actual size, not the nonsensical numbers we've been given in the current documents. In addition, we need to know more about the building size compared to its neighbors. Not long ago, developers used to create simple scale models of their projects out of plywood and so on, and they displayed them on the table in the back of the room. We need that kind of display for this project. I also recall the tall poles that some developers posted around their project site. I believe they're called story poles. They show the height and the size of a building by developers who are willing for the public to see what they're doing. These little things are inexpensive and easy to do, and the council or the staff can request these from the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Kaparsky.
Hi, I'm Carol Kaparsky, 800 Cowper Street. Do I have this right? Okay. Mayor, council members, I'm not much of a Lorax, but I speak for the birds. For the birds have no words. I have plenty. Seabirds need open space and plants and mature trees, which Mercedes Audi would demolish as quick as they please. And birds need dark nights, but the Onceler wants lights, illuminating his dealership into the night. Birds love living here, but they cannot stay. They have to find habitat, and I hope that they may. Says the Onceler, business is business, and business must grow regardless of life in the Baylands, you know. So, dear council people, you can give hope. Just say no to this project, at least in its current scope. Insist that cars take a backseat to birds, and maybe, just maybe, the Onceler will go and build a project that is not quite so monstrous, maybe somewhere else. In this time of heightened awareness of climate change and the environment, it is astounding to me that the city of Palo Alto can even contemplate this type of destructive development in such a sensitive place. It is sure to be a foot in the door, furthermore. Please vote your environmental hearts. Remember, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Carvalho.
Hi, thank you and good evening. I don't want to take anyone's time with things that have already been stated. I do just want to reiterate the color green. As we were looking at the renderings of the drawings and we were discussing how they were not vibrant or some nuances needed to be changed, some colors needed to be enhanced, one color that we didn't talk about was a color green. For me, the color green means the Baylands. It also means the tree that you're sitting in front of, council members. For developers, the color green means money. In this city, we have seen a slew of projects that have requested zoning changes, one after another. What will happen if the modifications or the zoning changes or exemptions put forth by this project go forward? Will it not open a domino effect for other developers in the Baylands, our precious commodity here as Palo Altans that we are so proud of and that we have taken strides to, efforts to preserve? I call on your institutional memory to look back and reflect on past projects where concessions were made for changes, exceptions, etc. It only leads to problems in the future. Act first and apologize later. Let's get this straight. Let's get this clear. Let's get all the loopholes fixed before we put our stamp on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Mayor Karen Holman.
Thank you very much. I want to acknowledge that the applicant has made some concessions and improvements around the back of the building. They are planting more trees. They've agreed to bird-safe glass, and I want to acknowledge that. That said, I do think the appropriate action tonight is to deny the project, and I'll say a couple of reasons why. The ARB spent 4 hours trying to get this project right and weren't able to do that. If the ARB had voted up or down on this project, it would have been down. The applicant agreed to a fourth hearing on this project. It was confirmed later in the hearing as well that by the chair that they didn't have the votes for approval on June 6. By the way, the minutes for the June 6 meeting are not available, and the video is available only if you go to the media center to find it. So the reason that I think denial is the appropriate action also is because if there are so many issues that are outstanding, when you send a project back for trying to make it right, the changes, from my experience, the changes end up being around the edges, and the project never really gets there. Should you decide otherwise, please send it back to the ARB with some guidance regarding the Baylands master plan, such things as confirming that, for instance, the comprehensive plan map says that this is a scenic corridor and identifies the intersection of Embarcadero Road and the East Bayshore Road as a gateway. Page 52 of the site of the Baylands Master Plan says the design principles and concepts should be applied equally in the service and commercial areas, and that on page 279, it says the Baylands Master Plan also includes several recommendations to enhance the park-like quality of Embarcadero Road as the entrance to the Baylands and to create a gateway experience to visitors to the park. You cannot tonight, in my opinion, approve the record of land use action. Not only would that send a message to the ARB that basically you're okay with this project and so they should just work around the edges, but also there are errors in the record of land use action. I want to acknowledge Bill Ross's calling out of things too. You could send this back to the ARB with recommendations because a zoning change is a discretionary action. The ARB did not think they had the discretion, but you do, to retain the existing trees and create the bike path, correct the FAR miscalculations. There are a number of things that you can send back as guidance to them. And one of those is, I showed you a video earlier, things like lighting. This lighting, I don't believe, was evaluated at the ARB, and there were some lighting specs that were missing from the ARB packet, as I understand it. What I know wasn't there is the applicant has never provided contextual drawings, which are a requirement for applications. So I'm asking you tonight to stand up for the Baylands Master Plan, to raise the bar. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Rosenthal.
Good evening, Mayor Phil Seth and council members. My name is Beth Rosenthal. I'm here tonight to reiterate what I wrote to you in a letter last week detailing my objections to this project in terms of the size, the mass, the spot zoning, and the fact that this is not in alignment with the Baylands Master Plan. I'm not going to go into this because these issues have been addressed very eloquently by the people who spoke before me. I do want to object to this project on the basis of the fact that the rules are not being followed. As Bob Moss, Herb Borak, and Elaine Meyer said previously, this item should never have been put before the council. The item has not been approved by the ARB. The applicant has been offered a fourth meeting with the ARB so that the project would not be thrown out altogether. And by considering this item tonight, the council is overriding its own rules. Currently, the council is asking for people to apply for being representatives to the ARB. How can citizens be interested in performing the work of the ARB if what they are to expect is that the council will sabotage their efforts by not following its own rules? Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, everyone. I live near this and walk out there every week. I very much agree with the comments before about how this gigantic project is out of scale with the Baylands and the neighboring buildings. You're probably aware that the applicant never provided the context diagrams that we get for every other project like this. They didn't provide massing information, so David Bubenik and I made our own calculations, and those show that the building will be about more than three times as massive as its neighbors, and we were very careful to adjust for the small differences in the parcel sizes. I sent in a letter yesterday pointing out that the large garage deck in the proposal is an astounding 18 feet tall. 10 feet is typical, and in Palo Alto for our own garages that we've been looking at, for the downtown garage there was a floor 10 feet 6 inches tall, and two of the floors at the Cal Ave garage under construction are 10 feet 8 inches. So Mercedes and Audi have other places to park taller vehicles, so they really don't need those extra 8 feet above on the garage floor, except maybe for the world's largest spiderweb collection. Meanwhile, the proposed service floor got 3 feet taller than in the 2016 proposal that came before the council, and I don't think car mechanics have all grown 3 feet taller in those years. So in short, this building can be a lot shorter. Another issue that's come up tonight is the zoning, and we, the public, have not been given correct information about that. And I want to read you something from the previous report. It says, examples of service commercial, that's the CS zone that you're being asked to apply here, include San Antonio Road, El Camino Road, and Embarcadero Road northeast of the Bayshore Freeway. Actually, there is no CS zone anywhere east of the Bayshore Freeway except the Ming site project. That's the only parcel. So this statement here is frankly misleading. It's unfortunate. I want to talk about the square footage issue, and I appreciate Mr. Late's comments earlier tonight about that they've gone up to 2,000 square feet of new floor area. My calculations are 3,500 square feet, so there's obviously remains significant discrepancy. But here's something you probably don't know. The plan sets that you have, and I discovered this by meeting with people, have drawings in them that are not in the public set of plans. There is no way the public can see that. And I'm one of the public who go and look and study these plans. They're not out there on the table right now. They're not available to the public. You have them. We don't. That's not fair. And that's an example of the problems we've been having with these hearings. We're not getting the correct information so that the public can understand what's happening. Your own agenda item shows a vastly smaller number of square feet than has been admitted this project is. So thank you. Please, please, please send this back for, proper review.
Thank you. We will now return to the applicant, who will have up to 3 minutes if they wish to take it.
Thank you very much, Lyle Hudson. I'm not probably going to take the full 3 minutes. I just wanted to hit on a couple of areas. One regarding the ARB and our time with them. We have had 3 meetings with them. I think we've created progress each time. We've listened to the comments. It is true we were offered an opportunity to come back for a 4th meeting. That was not objected to in any way, shape, or form. We didn't ask for it. We were offered that opportunity. We didn't know that that opportunity existed. So that's why it's in your meeting notes from the hearing. One of the other comments that was made, we have a situation with habitat, the lighting issues, and certainly appreciate everybody's comments. I feel a little bit, would feel a bit remiss on my colleagues that are attending here with me tonight. We have a 30-page lighting proposal plan that outlines controls, fixtures, the vertical as well as horizontal foot candle documentation. So that's part of our package, and so I would absolutely disagree with the fact that we haven't submitted a lighting plan. There's 30 pages that describes how the lighting will be done, what the color temperatures are, how the controls will work, how we will turn on and off, how we relate to the baylands and the migratory birds. Very thought out, very well presented, and again, I would be remiss and disappointing my team if I didn't speak up for that. I think similarly, the landscape we have, again, I'll reiterate, we've had significant numbers of landscape adjustments. All have come from board members, not only planning, but as well as ARB and staff to put this project in its best light as a relationship to the Baylands area. And finally, just a quick note on the vehicles and the height. I don't know if it was reviewed, but Mercedes has Sprinter vans, which are to the top minimum 10 foot. So yes, we do need a big, taller. Technology has increased, has come a long way, and so have the vehicles. And so there is a need for us to be able to deal with those vehicles on all of our levels, and that may adjust. This isn't a parking garage where we can have an 8-foot tall parking area similar to downtown Palo Alto and parking garages. And I'm here for any questions, certainly.
Thank you. We are about to return to council, but I wanted to ask staff a question, right, which is the last speaker said that there were drawings and documentation which the city has access to but were not available to the public. Is that an accurate statement?
So my understanding is that the plans were on the issue of floor area between the architectural board's last review on June 6th, I think it was, and for the city council's presentation, the shading to illustrate what was floor area and what was not floor area had been updated. The same plan set that was available to the city council was available through links on our website, and that is the same plan set that's available to the public as you have seen electronically.
Okay, so what we have, the public has access to as well.
Yeah, what I'm understanding is that the link that is available and attached to the staff report links to the website that has the same plan set that you received.
Okay. We now return to council, and I have lights from Vice Mayor Fine, Councilmember Niss, and Councilmember Koo in that order. Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. Thank you to the applicant for coming forward with this, and thank you to everyone who spoke up tonight. I have a whole bunch of questions, and I apologize to my colleagues. I haven't really been able to organize them into the same areas, so I'm just going to go through them. A couple of members of the public have mentioned about the bike path and the trees, that we can quote unquote have both. Is that true, that we can have the bike path and not impact those existing trees?
Yeah, so these are existing trees within the easement of the PG&E easement. In our review with our transportation staff, working with the applicant, we've not identified a solution that would allow us to retain the trees and provide a path.
Okay, but the applicant is proposing to replant trees along there. They just won't be mature as they are now.
That's right. The applicant has agreed to construct the bike path, a portion of which would be on their property, and provide trees that would replace the ones that are being removed.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the stackers, is it one car per stacker, or is there multiple vehicles per stacker?
Well, when you say stacker, are you referring to?
The lifts, sorry.
So it's a puzzle lift system, one car per bay, I guess, but those bays move and are stacked within the system.
And so I'm just trying to envision this. Could you have multiple cars kind of in the same?
Vertical space.
Vertical space?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know how many, roughly?
How many levels is it?
There are 5 levels, and I think they can.
Okay, so could have 5 cars up and down. All right, thank you. With regards to lighting, I saw condition 6 kind of touched on this. Just a thought occurred to me. Sometimes you go by dealerships and they leave the car lights on at night. They have like a trickle charger to the vehicle. Do we have any conditions or worries about that? About them actually leaving vehicles, like there's that front pedestal at the actual corner, or vehicles within the showroom or on the stackers? Do we have any, maybe we should just ask the applicant, would the dealer plan to leave any of those lights on vehicles?
Yeah, probably a worthwhile question, or if it's a concern, it's certainly a condition that could be imposed if the commission or the council were heading that way.
The applicant be able to respond to that?
Are there vehicles in the showroom, kind of on the perimeter of the lot, et cetera?
So we're talking about two different, we're talking about vehicles inside the showroom and vehicles stored inside the lift system, the storage system.
And also that pedestal in the corner.
Those, and the question is, are we leaving lights on?
Would they have lights on at night?
Up until closing 10 o'clock. We already had discussed those.
Okay.
Up until closing, but that would not be those would be illuminated all night long. There would be certainly parking lot lighting to the levels as required, but it's not going to maintain a showroom level lighting. Their lighting will be on, but it will not be at a showroom level lighting as it is for.
But would it be from the vehicles? Like, would that one vehicle at the corner actually
have the vehicle have lights on?
The vehicle lights on?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
That would not be the case. Nor would any of the EV chargers or any of that. There's a significant number, 10, I believe, on site as required by the city for EV charging out in front. But
okay, thank you. Just moving through this, the PTC had one suggestion about the time of construction and excavation and stuff being limited to, or trying to keep it away from peak hours of traffic at that intersection. Is that in our conditions of approval?
Yeah, if we're concerned about construction-related impacts, we certainly could impose conditions that would address, I think it's part of our construction management plan. We routinely ensure that there's no lane closures during peak travel times. When we do restrict the number of hours that work can be performed, it does extend the construction period. So there's balance there.
Thank you. Just 3 or 4 more, and then I'll give Mike. The DEE, is that, as I understand it, for a larger setback?
Yeah, the request is to provide more of a setback than the code would otherwise require.
Okay, so we actually have where you're supposed to build to, and this is allowing it to go further back than that?
Yeah, to provide a setback.
Thank you. One area that I think seems particularly sensitive, as many folks have raised, is kind of that back corner where the car wash is and towards, I guess, the Renzel Trail there. So 2 questions on that. One, the noise level from the car wash, I did see that it was a mitigation that, both doors on either side would close, so it would meet our code of 70 decibels or less. Can we impose for this a more stringent standard there? Could we say it's got to be less than 60 or 50? Our allowance currently under code is 70.
Can I just interject one?
Just hold on one moment. I'd like to
It might
hear from-
help.
Sure.
The noise study that was done, the ambient noise level from the freeway at that location without a car wash is between 45 and 50 at this point now.
Right. I just read in the report that the car wash would not be allowed to produce ambient noise over 70, and that's why there are doors on the entrance and exit. And I'm wondering, looking a little bit towards the city attorney and staff, could we apply as a condition of approval that the car wash must be, at the current ambient level or lower, or something like that?
So we're just talking about whether the sensitivity of the site in the Baylands and the Baylands Master Plan would allow that. And I think we would like to do, if you're interested in that, we'd like to look at the technical basis of that, if there's a basis associated with the location at the Baylands.
Okay. I would just suggest to my colleagues, I think with regards to this site or this project being sited in the Baylands, that kind of back corner is one of the most sensitive areas, as it is touching on the park. And a car wash, isn't exactly something you think of as right next to the Baylands. So that noise issue is something I've thought of. The green screen in that area as well, that's one area the ARB is going to take a deeper look at, correct?
As conditioned, yes.
And if you're just postulating, what would that treatment be to make it, quote unquote, improved or better?
Yeah, I think, and Sheldon can help me out on this if needed, but I think the idea was that there wasn't enough information available to the ARB to understand really how it would be attached and integrated within the building. And so I think the concept is there. They just want to see how it's going to be executed.
Okay. That's helpful. And then just one other question. Do we have the direction from 2016? The 2016 direction? Could you email me or put it up there or something? I'd just love to see.
Yeah, either way. I have that. I pulled it up. So I have that. I can read it, or you can, how do you want to do it? Sorry.
Is it, how long is it?
A through G.
If you could maybe just put it up on our screens or up there for all to see. I would just love to see what those directions were and how this may or may not be responding to it. I'll finish this up. Just a couple things that kind of stand out to me. One is obviously the car wash and that green screen at the back, and if we want to require additional mitigations there. Another one is PTC and their mention of the time of construction, and a third one is potentially lights from vehicles and whether we want to regulate that somewhat more strictly than is currently done. I will probably have more questions, but I'm sure you will do too.
Are we waiting for this to go up on the board?
I was just hoping to see it, and if it comes up, and
It was turned down in 16.
yes, I would just love to see what council's direction was there.
Why don't we go to Councilmember Niss and see if that goes up later?
At this point, I probably would think about a motion and what way we could get to continue on with this, but let me ask some other questions. Looking at, just to start way back when with the history, Ming's was sold. Vicki Ching wanted to create a hotel, which you showed up here tonight. Do you remember what size it was? It was 4 stories.
Yeah, other than 4 stories, that's all I have. We can pull that up, though.
There's a picture of it in your presentation, right?
Yeah, that was in the slide presentation. You can see it on the first 1 or 2 slides.
It was here at some point. It was really, it was.
Yeah, there's an image, I think, that we
it was,
included.
well, it doesn't say how
No.
large it was, though. But it was good sized.
Okay, well, we can get that square footage for you.
It was 4 stories. It was good sized. I don't remember now why it didn't happen. I just don't recall that. And it's hard to think of what else you might put on this site, which has now been empty for 5 years, 6 years? Probably pretty close to that. Somebody suggested today a great place for housing. Or a park. Park might be kind of expensive. A school, maybe a private school, something like that. So going back to what was last suggested, do you want to take a look at this before we go on?
You can move on, I guess.
Okay. So the last time we looked at this, which will be here, is what, as I remember it, it was larger than what we're looking at today. Am I correct?
Yeah, the project that was considered 3 years ago was taller at 50, and it was about 5,000 or 6,000 square feet larger in terms of gross floor area. But I also think that the amount of exempt floor area was also larger than what's proposed.
Right. So because we've been hearing that the last one was smaller, I remember it very well. It was larger. It was 3 stories, and that was one of the.
In terms of volume, this is bigger, but it's lower, right? The volume of this one is bigger, but it's not as high. Is that right?
So I don't have the volumetric calculations, but I'll also note there's, this is 2 development sites, 2 different dealerships that are side by side, whereas the other one was a single dealership, and we weren't comparing Audi at that point.
The dealership itself, not including what's next door to it, is considerably smaller, correct? Right. Because there's been some discussion tonight about this one being even bigger than the last one was. This one, the last one, as I recall, went up to 50 feet across the entire top of the building. This one brings it down considerably. So Councilmember Fine brought up the noise, and I presume you meant the noise of the car wash. Is that right? The landscaping, I think we've discussed pretty extensively, and thank you to the applicant as well, going over that with us beforehand. I think having a bike path would be really important. Clearly, the lighting is causing a great deal of consternation. And the applicant said you do have a lighting plan, but the ARB hasn't seen this yet.
No, they saw it.
Okay. So one of the things, Adrian, you were going to look up the number of cars that were on the lot. Over the weekend, I was out there a couple of times. I don't know how many cars are currently on the lot. There's a lot for Mercedes, there's a lot for Audi, and then there's another lot that kind of blends in with the 2 of them. I'm not a good estimate, but I'm guessing there was between 500 and 1,000 cars. Would that be correct? I was going, I was actually going to go count them, but
Lyle Hudson. No, it definitely wouldn't be 1,000, and I doubt there would be 500. It just wouldn't support that many cars. And again, that's what we're trying to avoid, is having cars parked as a C out in front.
just where I'm going. Thank you. So, and also, Jonathan, you and I talked about that. If the height were to be brought down, that would mean that the cars would no longer be able to be part of the puzzle parking, correct?
So I think there's, there's two areas at play, but yeah, if you're talking about the Mercedes-Benz building that has this vaulted ceiling, then there would be fewer cars that could be placed in a puzzle lift. And then the applicant would also need to consider, and I don't have the numbers on this, but presumably there is a threshold at which the puzzle lift makes sense and at some point where it doesn't. So if it gets too diminished, then...
So we could reach the place where the puzzle wouldn't be incorporated into the design any longer.
Yeah, and I don't know where that line is, and I don't know if the applicants considered that, but...
No, because you can get a lot of cars in using that puzzle system, I would think it must make quite a difference. This is 4 acres. 4 acres, a little more than 4 acres. And maybe you could explain also, because I'm not sure it came out clearly tonight, that there is a different allowable FAR for cars, for dealerships.
Yeah, so the floor area that's allowed is 0.4 FAR for dealerships. With the AD overlay, you get an additional 0.2 FAR for the showroom, up to a 0.2 FAR increase.
So I don't remember what the last design looked like. I can see I can see what's up here, but I'll look at that after I finish with my questions. So to go back to what we looked at before, as I remember then, we told the applicant at that point to lower the building, make it smaller. So we have an applicant now who has done that, has come back. It's clear that those who are in the group tonight, in our audience tonight, are not enthused about this because it is, I heard many times, close to the Baylands. I wish people would go out and look. I don't see a picture that I can show you right now, but this is an industrial area. This is not a gateway to the Baylands. You've got to go between a couple of the buildings, actually between the corporate center and between the church, which is right next door, where there's a good pathway. But if you drive along on Embarcadero, you go into the driveways that are there, where there are lots more buildings. There are many, many areas where you can access the Baylands. So you can walk out a back way. It's actually nicely done. But this particular building would not be, nor would anything there be a gateway to the Baylands unless, in fact, I don't know how you could do that. And I'm sorry we don't have a picture of it that we could show. So rather than make a motion now, why don't we continue on, see where others are on this? We'll probably get a good sense.
Councilmember Cooter. I'm sorry, did I cut you off there?
Sorry about that. Just to respond to the council member about the hotel square footage, that was 118,000 square feet.
I'm sorry, say it again.
118,000 square feet.
18,000 is this time or before?
The hotel was 118,000 square feet.
Oh, the hotel was 18,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Considerably bigger than what we're talking about.
So Councilmember, it's 118,000, yeah.
This is 170,000.
Yes, with
Right.
the, when you
With the-
count
with the
the
exempt.
exempt and the non-exempt, right?
Do we know what the square footage of the previous dealership proposal was back in 2016?
So the gross floor area was 61,500, somewhere around there.
Including both exempt and non-exempt?
No, that was just gross floor area.
That's just gross floor area?
Yeah, and I've got the plans, and I haven't been able to calculate the floor area, but it's a fair amount of
So the gross
otherwise
floor-
exempt.
The gross floor area of this project is 57.
Yeah, you're right. It's in here somewhere.
I know, it's in here. I know, I saw it.
It's what was passed out to us.
Got
tonight.
it. Is this it? Well, the gross for the Mercedes dealership is 54,628 plus 31,636 if you include the exempt. So 86?
No, what, 86?
86 is the total gross and exempt for this project?
Oh, total gross.
For just the Mercedes area? I'm looking at your chart here.
So maybe somebody from staff, though, can give us all the numbers.
Yeah,
so they are correct on this piece of paper.
Right, so if we, I mean, you have the outplaces memo, that might be the best place to, yes.
Is this somewhat confusing, though, because we've got essentially two dealerships?
Yeah, we're,
Right.
so,
So-
you know,
We're only looking at the one on,
Yeah, I'm just looking at Mercedes-Benz right now.
right.
so our outplaces memo, you pointed out that we had 121,000 listed as the exempt floor area. That obviously doesn't add up to the.
That's for both projects, right? So-
Well, no, that's, if you add those numbers up, it's 66,546. So you would strike 121,475, replace it with 66,546.
Right. But
I got 67, yeah.
But if you just look at the Mercedes-Benz side, not the Audi side,
Yes, 86,264.
86,264, right, that's the one I was looking at. And so the previous proposal that, from 2016, you said was 61?
61.5 for gross floor area.
Right.
And I'd have to take a look at the
Exempt.
exempt, but I think it's more than this.
Really? I don't remember there was that much of it. What was it? Well, there was the service bay parking was exempt. Was there a lot more exempt?
So there was a portion of the service bay that also had some customer parking, and that would have been exempt. And then there was the second level that was almost entirely exempt. And I think that floor plate was larger than what's being proposed individually for this Mercedes.
I didn't remember that. So you think this is actually, if you look at total exempt and gross, apples to apples, just the Mercedes side, not including the Audi expansion side, or you think it's actually a smaller gross floor area for this project than the previous one?
Gross floor area and combined gross and exempt. I think this project that's before you is smaller than what had been considered previously.
Interesting, okay. Thank you, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll turn it back to, I stole the floor from Councilmember Niss. I'm sorry about that.
As I said, I would maybe try a motion at this point, but I think maybe if we just leave the floor open for a few minutes, we'll see what evolves.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So just going back to some questions, did the Planning Commission have contextual drawings from the applicant showing the proposed project in relation to other buildings along Embarcadero Road and East Bay Shore for site and design deliberations? Contextual drawings.
Yeah, so the packet that the Planning Commission reviewed is similar to the packet that was provided here. When the Planning Commission reviews a site and design.
This packet?
Yeah.
provided it?
Similar to that packet. I can't say it's precise because things have evolved since the Planning Commission looked at it in March, but I wanted to note that what the Planning Commission saw was much more detailed than the conceptual drawings that are referenced in the site and design regulations. Site and design is a process whereby the concept is presented to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and if there's support for the project, it moves on to the Architectural Review Board, where the plans become more refined and have more details. What the Planning Commission got was a more detailed set of drawings than they might otherwise have received through the site and design process.
So then ARB also got the contextual
Details.
designs as well?
I would say far more detail was provided to the Planning Commission than is provided for in our municipal code in terms of what they were to receive. It was a much more complete package
For
than
the
what-
planning and transportation.
For both, yeah. Well, I mean, ARB got what is typical, I think, for Architecture Review Board. But I think your question was, did the Planning Commission have the conceptual plans? And what I'm saying is, they got above and beyond the conceptual plans, at least in terms of the details that are provided in the plan set.
I didn't get the idea that they actually got any of those as detailed as you said, but, okay. So were these, so this translates to this, the conceptual plans that you provided to them now translates to this?
So-
Has progressed to this?
Yeah, it wasn't, so when applicants come forward, the site and design process allows for more concept drawings to be presented without details about maybe the finishes or even some of the dimensions. And if there's support for the concept of the plan, then it advances on to the Architectural Review Board. The typical, that's what the code reads. The typical response applicants have when seeking a site and design application is that those plans are pretty well vetted to a greater degree than our code would allow for. And so the Planning Commission saw a greater level of specificity than the code provides for. And while there was some refinement between the Planning Commission and Architectural Review Board, it was, on the margins, I would say, and not so much on the overall concept that was presented to the Planning Commission. Does that help?
No, but that's okay.
Okay.
So today I was online looking at the plans that was provided, and I noticed that the online version doesn't have the lighting report. So, then again, if this is lighting is a big issue for the general public, as you heard, and for the Bayland area. Even the item number 12 on the consent today, which was about the environmental report, we saw the video of how the light pollution over there. So I find that, not having that report out to the general public is, what else has been missed? So that's one. And then the staff report or conditions or approval indicates that the applicant has agreed to use bird-safe glass. So it's not just a sticky on or something, it's actually bird-safe glass, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is it included in the packet as to the specific, I didn't find where it specified what kind of glass it is and how it looks. Did I miss it somewhere?
It's one of the conditions of approval.
It's the conditions of approval?
May I? ZA 230. Only because I'd seen it before did I notice it, but if that's helpful.
Okay,
The exterior
It's hard,
finishes.
it's like a quarter of the way through on the right-hand side.
Yeah, the exterior finishes key includes what they're using for stucco, paint, windows.
Say that
And
again, Sheldon?
The exterior finishes keys on the elevation plans includes information such as bird-safe glass, frosted fiberglass, paint, color.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let me see here. The conditions of approval also requires reducing nighttime lighting to security levels. What are those levels? Can you help me understand that? What is security levels?
Yeah, those would be included in the lighting photometric exhibits.
So it's
So how bright is that?
Yeah, I don't know from the luminosity, standard from that, but the idea is that they've got, inventory that they're wanting to protect on site, so it's low-level lighting that provides enough light where it would deter somebody from wanting to access the property, but
As
not
in the-
bright for operational, not the same
So
standard.
like the video that we saw earlier, the Audi building with all the glass, they still had all their lights on the interior. I mean, they had lights on the interior. So does that ever get turned off, or is that kept ongoing all the time? I mean, that's very illuminating also.
Yeah, so we can invite the applicant to come up and speak to that issue. If the council has concerns about the showrooms being illuminated after hours, there's, these are appropriate conditions that one could add.
Again, Lyle Hudson. So please rephrase the question so I don't ramble on.
The conditions of approval requires reducing nighttime lighting to security levels. I'm just trying to understand what those levels are precisely.
So there's a requirement, a code requirement that you have to have night lighting in your buildings. You can't just shut all the lights off in case something happens so that people can be there. They're 24-hour emergency lighting, and the foot candle level, can I ask? I'm sorry, my lighting consultant here might be better to answer those questions and as it relates to that.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Francis Cray, lighting consultant, professional engineer in California. The two lighting issues that you asked, for interior lighting, it's governed by the California Building Code, California Electric Code, which stipulates 1 foot candle minimum for emergency egress and circulation in the building after hours. So there'd be areas of the building that would maintain that level. And then the operations of the building, after 10 p.m., the lights would dim to a reduced level to establish that value for security. So it would be no less than 1 foot candle, but that might mean that there's areas that are 10 or 15 foot candles, as opposed to the normal retail, let's say dusk to 10 p.m., it would be at 50 to 100 foot candles. So it would be somewhere around 10% of the normal operating hours, or normal operating illuminance after the normal business hours. On the site, there's a similar reduction of light after the normal operating hours. So the site is designed to meet the California Energy Code requirements for light trespass, and we've identified that in the lighting study. The foot candle levels at the property line were calculated for both the Baylands edge of the property, but also the street and adjacent property lines. Those lighting levels would also be reduced after 10 p.m. or whatever the curfew at the end of business operating hours.
So what time does the business close?
10 o'clock.
10 p.m.
What did he say?
Closed on Sundays.
Could I ask a follow-up, Lydia, while they're here?
Go ahead.
So thank you for that, because the lighting plan is a little confusing. So the display lights, like in the stacker and in the showroom, do those remain on after 10 o'clock?
At a reduced level. The idea is that there would be some minimal illumination in there for safety and security.
Yeah, but even lighting that's for selling and showcasing, not for, like this view of the stacker. I think it's really to show it off.
Right, and that's intended to be from dusk until 10 p.m.
Would that go off then?
Well, it'd go off or go to a dimmed level. All of the lights would be LED, would be controlled by a dimming system, so there's a variable intensity.
And would we continue to outline the building all night long, as well as the roof?
So on the roof level, again, there's a minimum requirement for egress lighting. The plan that you're holding up there is an illustration of a light source at the perimeter of the building that's below the height of the parapet, so there are no light poles or tall lights to keep the light low to the surface of the parking deck. And again, that would be dimmed after hours, but it still needs to be maintained. It would be controlled by an occupancy sensor. So if somebody went up to the roof deck for some reason, just for service or maintenance, the lights would come on while they were occupying the space, and then after they left, they would go back to the reduced level.
Okay. So thank you for answering these questions. So why can't the lights just go off at night on the roof? Is anybody supposed to be up there?
It's a
You said
code
If
requirement.
somebody's there, they would go on.
It's a code requirement that there be a control system that if for any reason that someone should occupy that space after hours,
Right.
you must provide the 1-foot candle for circulation.
You're saying if somebody was there, they would actually turn on. So if nobody's there, why can't it just be dark on the roof?
And that's the way it'll be operated. But you must provide it by code. So we can't omit the lights or turn them off 100%. They have to be able to come on if for some reason someone, whether they're authorized or unauthorized, occupies that space. The lights must be activated when they're present.
So just on this lighting issue, I mean, there are things that, conditions that we can impose that true up the building code requirements with our zoning code interests. And I would think also at some point, if this is, approved and constructed, that we'd still want to probably have some flexibility where staff can go out and work with the applicant to make sure that the dimming system that they've identified does not result in light glare or unexpected light. And so there's opportunities that we could tonight do to impose a condition to that effect.
I guess I'm just kind of concerned because there's so much glass. Even the Audi building that's there now, there's a lot of glass, and the lights are on when we saw the video of the drive through that area. So with the Mercedes building being so massive,
right,
and so full of glass, I mean, it's all around glass, that's going to be it's going to be illuminated quite brightly for the birds and for migratory reasons.
Okay, so
So I don't know what you're going to do and how you're going to enforce it. I mean, we can always say that, there's ways to mitigate it, but the mitigation is never fully mitigated. There's always something left behind that is harmful. That's my fear. But, so thank you for answering the question. I also wanted to find out, so a staff report to the Planning Commission stated that the proposed buildings will not be the largest in the area. So could you explain to me how that determination was made? I know just now Council Member Nis kind of talked about the height and the square footage of the previous proposal, but we're talking about, I'm actually really referring to volume. The volume itself is about 51% even greater than the previous one. I mean, this is mass. This is hunking mass, even though it's not as high.
Right, so I'll let Sheldon respond to the specific question about other buildings in the area, but I want to note that we've not done a volumetric calculation, and I also think when you compare this property to the one that happened this project to the one that happened 3 years ago, these are two separate parcels with two different dealerships. And so if we're comparing Audi and Mercedes to the one just Mercedes project before, then yeah, I think you would get a different volumetric calculations. But so I'll leave it at that. And then there may be other buildings in the area that are.
Right, so exactly. Didn't look at it from the perspective of volume, but looked at it in terms of floor area ratio. And the building to the south, it's like a square, it's kind of an open in the middle. That building's actually over the FAR. So in relation to the size of the lot, that building is larger than the site proposed.
Right, and the concern is because of the Baylands. I mean, for such a massive building to be right next door to the Baylands, it's really concerning. In terms of the project needed to be presented to the Santa Clara Airport Land Use Commission and the other two entities, such as PG&E and Caltrain. So shouldn't that have gone to them first before it came to us? I mean, if they're going to have to make a decision on this or give their opinion on this, shouldn't it have gone to them first before it comes to us?
I mean, the applicant can speak to the results of the Airport Commission meeting, but we also did get correspondence from PG&E that outlined what their regulations were for anything under their power lines.
So the findings or wherever the Santa Clara Airport Land Use Commission said, is it in our reports for us to review, or did I miss it again?
Mr. Hudson can summarize that.
Yeah, I attended that meeting with the airport board. There was no action taken, and it was approved as is. It is not in their area, and the heights as proposed are well under, I think it was 120 feet, or the height requirement that they had any concern with. And I did attend that meeting, and it was prior to the ARB hearing.
And how does Caltrans fit in, given that you're so close to the intersection and it might cause changes?
So there is so Caltrans is Embarcadero, and I just have to ask you a question, is Caltrans Embarcadero? Yeah, so Caltrans doesn't govern any part of our property. The city of Palo Alto governs the traffic flow, the ingress and egress, the signals and everything on our property, and we've been in contact with the Palo Alto traffic and division as a part of our Baylands, or excuse me, as part of the multi-use path, as well as the fair share traffic concerns. There's traffic studies done, and that's a separate part of what we have to do to provide for the traffic. But Caltrans doesn't get involved. PG&E, we do have a letter. They've reviewed our proposal, the multi-use path. We made sure that the multi-use path was cleared with PG&E, including the trees that we proposed, the heights, the locations. It's also been approved by the City of Palo Alto Utilities Department, because there are a fair amount of utilities out in the street in that location, either known or unknown. There's easements, and again, that's one of the constraints that we've had throughout all of this, is that there is not only the PG&E easement, but City of Palo Alto and utility easements all along Bayshore and Embarcadero.
Oh, so since you're still here,
I won't go anywhere.
So the car wash, right?
Yes.
So how will the noise from the car wash be monitored and ensure that remains consistent with the city's noise standards? Will there be noise monitors installed in the contours?
So the car wash has been from day one a point of contention. We will not try to sugarcoat that at all. And the neighbors next door were concerned about the noise levels. The city did a preliminary noise study. We went and further expanded upon that because in one of the early ARB hearings, we discussed mitigation measures for the car wash and how we would handle that. What we've done is we've increased the length of the car wash so that a car will go, it's an automatic car wash. It's not a spray wand or anything like they've been doing previously. So you won't see people spraying cars out in the parking lot like you do at other dealerships. So the car goes in, there's a door on each end, the door goes up, the car pulls in, it's automatically moved through the car wash. There's a drying portion that's at the end of the car wash. Maybe you've seen similar rollover kind of car washes where you go to the gas station or whatever. But doors are in there, as well as sound attenuation inside, and we took that into account when we did our noise study. So the noise study without the doors on it, and we have some extended walls, and that's what we were talking about, landscape in the walls. We have trees, as well as extending the walls at the entrance and the exit.
The doors are always closed?
The doors are automatic, and you can't, so the car wash will not come on if the door is open as you're driving in. So it has to be closed. It'll be automated that way. And then it won't open up to let you out until the blowers have turned off and the car wash is completely off. So that's how we're mitigating the car wash. And we've taken great care to do a state-of-the-art car wash to not only recycle the water, use reclaimed water on site, make sure that we're not dumping water onto the parking lot, and certainly not into any of the neighbors' area.
So the water is just recycled all the time? It doesn't,
there's fresh,
it won't go into our storm drains or anything like that?
No, the water goes, there is water that the freshwater, there is some freshwater use. I'm not sure on the percentage, whether it's 10% total, but water is reused. That gray water is reused, recirculated, and then the final, before it goes out, it goes through a grease and sand interceptor. So it's all done before it goes into the storm drain,
So
or the
I
sewer,
was
sorry.
reading from some of the past meetings, I forgot which one, but you guys talk about something called a C3. Is the water pipe back?
Right, so C3 compliance is something that our Public Works Department evaluates as part of water retention, and there's a whole set of regulations that are reviewed in order to ensure that developers are meeting those requirements.
It has to do with water?
It's water recharge and
It's not only the,
stormwater
it's
management,
not
yeah.
necessarily the car wash, but water that's processed on site before it goes. And that was my comment earlier, that we have boxes up high on the parking deck in the back that all our water drains to. So it's essentially a bioswale, so it goes through that filtration system before it gets discharged, even gets down below. So our drain lines that normally you'd have on a roof deck don't just go straight down onto the parking lot and out. Everything on this site has been reviewed by the C3 reviewer, and it's all treated on site prior to being, there's substantial documentation in our in our package that documents exactly how that's done with relationship to the type of plant material we're using and where it's being, where those BMPs are being discharged.
Okay, thank you. So on page.
Excuse me, can I just, because you asked about the C3, I'd like to let my civil engineer let you know exactly how that process went, because I want to make sure that, I want to make sure that you understand, we've been following the processes all along, and there's nothing that we're leaving stones unturned. So with that.
Hi, my name is Austin Hahn. I'm the civil engineer on the project, and I was actually the civil engineer on the Fletcher Jones project, so I've been working on this site since 2015. In its current condition, all the vehicles are parked on the site, and all the hydrocarbons and the leaking fuels for the last 4 to 5 years have just been running off the site unmitigated into the baylands, and that'll continue to happen. What we're proposing now is complete storage, treatment, and release of every drop of water that falls on the site. All of it will be cleaned in a series of flow-through planters and then ultimately discharged to the storm drain. There is no runoff into the baylands if this project is constructed.
Thank you. On page 6, packet page 674, item number C, it mentions something, it mentions a CMR 9892, and it has to do with commission recommendations, but I couldn't find 9892. So which commission recommendations were those? I guess that's another thing that just seems to not work in providing documentation. So was that ARB or was that PTC's?
I think what it said is the PTC, actually.
It's PTC, okay. But I can't access it, so it's, have no idea.
So this was the reference to the Planning Commission staff report in March.
Okay, so that's, I mean, when you just put it there like that, I mean, we're supposed to approve something, we have no idea what the recommendations are, and I feel like, just another mistake there. So the site and design review findings that is stated at section 3 of page 675, I think, the automobile dealership is okay for that site. I still believe that it needs to meet the code and the Baylands master plan design findings. I think it's supposed to be harmonious and compatible, right? And then massing should satisfy the building context-based design criteria. And traffic mitigation, I think you need to improve the circulation at the intersection. And I don't see anything about that in this report. Bayshore and Embarcadero intersection is already at an F grade. And I use that intersection often, and I see people coming off the exit ramp and trying to cut across to turn onto Bayshore going towards East Palo Alto. There's always a near accident over there. So I do have concerns about that greatly, that it's not going to be mitigated before. Also, the Baylands master plan does indicate that is the spot where it starts as the gateway to the Baylands. And I really have to say that, this does not make it look like it's the gateway to the Baylands. It's just a tower with no trees and a very commercialized building. At this point, I would like to make a motion.
You may.
I would like to move to deny the project. That's it.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, the motion fails.
Can I make another?
You may.
Would it be okay if I emailed it to Jessica and Beth so they can put it up onto the screen?
You're going to, what motion are you going to make?
Basically to, it's pretty long. It's not to deny.
What is the sense of it?
It's not to deny, it's just to send it back for ARB to look at.
Okay. So if you want to make a motion, which is long and complicated, it would be good if you wanted to make a very short summary of it to see if you can get a second. If it's...
Jessica, do you have it yet? So essentially, it's just to send it out back to ARB with some guidance on what to look at. And I have it. It's going to come up soon.
So it's to deny the record of land use, deny the site and design approval, but send the item back to ARB for further review?
Mm-hmm. And then with some guidance,
With some guidance on review.
what to be reviewing.
Is there a second for that? Okay.
I would still like a chance to ask some questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, care to speak to your motion?
I think, as one of the members of the public spoke, I really appreciate the commissioners being here tonight and for all the things that they do. I really think that it should go back to them, for them to consider the site and design review and to also ensure that they are using the Baylands master plan. So I think that, the CS zoning, really looking at the plans, there isn't any of that in that location. So it should be consistent and compatible with everything else that's out there.
So, I'm sorry, so I like the idea of remanding it back to the ARB. There's a lot of detail in here that I'm not sure I would second, but I think at a higher level, I would second the concept. So, not sure how you want to
So
proceed with that.
you're losing your second as written.
So is there something that you'd like
Hang
to
on,
see
hang on.
changed?
To accept or deny, though?
Hang on a second.
I mean, I'm asking my seconder, what is losing him on this?
Well, I think
You don't like the whole
he-
thing, or? I think there's a lot of instructions that we should provide to ARB on.
So I wonder if we could just have a high-level framework and then maybe have council members.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Plug the mic here.
Yeah, I wonder if we could just have a high-level direction. So what I understand you're saying is, and I think Jonathan sent out a email, like this option is not denying the project, it's just remanding it back to ARB, right?
Well,
Well,
let
I was just
Jonathan
going to
talk,
say
and I'll
that
chime in, all right?
that's an option that the council has, is to remand it back to the architecture review board. And you know, if you did choose that path, we would want you to be as explicit as possible on what your interests are.
Okay. But I think Councilmember Nissa had a question, were we accepting or denying? I think we're doing neither. We're saying it's here a little prematurely, and we'd like it to go a little bit further.
Well, the staff recommendation does that too, so you should explain what's different from the staff recommendation. If I may chime in.
Well,
right?
staff recommendation wants us to approve the initial study and the negative deck, and, I mean, it's different from what the letter we got from the city manager saying that we need directions about the FAR. It's asking us to approve.
So,
The change is adopt the mitigated negative deck and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopt the ordinance changing the zoning district.
okay, so,
Yep.
so.
So,
yeah, so-
Councilmember Koo, just
Yeah.
getting a chance to read this,
You get
I think
control of
if you
this.
deleted the first bullet point and maybe softened a couple of the others, I could second this.
Could we have some language here? So, are you guys going to keep the rezone to Rome?
I'm suggesting we delete that one, but I'd like to talk about that a little bit.
You want to take out A?
Yep.
So you're not approving the CS right now, are you?
What's that?
We're not approving the CS right now, are we?
Oh, well, I'm saying we're just directing it back to ARB, but we're not addressing the zoning.
Okay.
And the other one is the, I guess I'd like to hear what other council members think of the reduced the height.
What?
So what I would second is deleting the one that's highlighted and deleting the specific reduce the height of the building by reducing floor heights. I think a lot of the rest of this was actually in the previous motion.
So that would be so A and D.
Yeah, and it might be helpful if the clerk put letters and numbers on this.
You know,
Oh, yeah, for some reason the display is shifted on our displays. If you move it to the.
there we go, there we go, that's good. So,
Yes, thank you. A and C.
Eric, I want to say something when you have an opening.
I will. But let me get these two to actually get a motion that they agree on,
That's fine.
all right?
So can the clerk delete A and D?
And D.
Put that one back. And then C. And then I'd like to ask some questions. I might have a couple of additions to this, Lydia, but I would second this.
Thank you.
Council members, just to weigh in, if this item moves forward for consideration, we'll have some comments to make about what is currently item B.
Which item?
What does G mean? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Do you guys agree on this as the motion?
Yeah. No.
Clearly not.
I'm trying to. So my understanding of G, a lot of it got addressed tonight. There was all these different square footages floating around.
Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. We need a motion you guys agree on, and then you guys can each speak to it, and then we're going to go to other people from the council to speak to it.
I agree to it. A and D was
Okay.
gone, right?
We have a motion on the floor. Care to speak further to your motion?
No, I think I've spoken enough.
Care to speak to your second?
Yes, but I would like to start with some questions and so a little bit of patience for my colleagues. So one of the things in here is the Baylands Master Plan. I just wondered, how was that considered? That was in the previous motion, which was useful to see. It seems like a lot of the issues that came up with the previous application came up again this time. So, the previous motion that was up here from the earlier car dealership mentioned the Baylands design guidelines, master plans. Was that considered throughout this project?
Yeah, any development that would take place in this area would be evaluated to the Baylands Master Plan. It's not surprising that an auto dealership with its branding and architectural branding would stimulate a discussion in the community about consistency with a natural environment nearby. As I noted in my presentation, I think that there's a number of aspects that the project attempts to adhere to conformance with the plan. One of them was muted colors, and we heard from the Architecture Review Board that they were too muted in some instances, and they'd asked for some darker colors, some to reflect the.
Okay.
But there's a number of areas in terms of landscape design and durability of materials, bird-safe glazing, we've talked about that, horizontal line architecture with articulation. So, we believe on balance it's achieved that, and that's been reflected in the 3 Architectural Review Board staff reports, and probably not as well in the City Council report. There are some other areas where we still think that there's some improvement that may be needed on that.
Okay.
As it relates to landscaping, walls, and signs.
That's good. I have a lot of questions, so short answers, but thank you, Jonathan. I did see a member of the public raised an issue about showrooms being on second floors, and they cited an ordinance that basically said it could only be on the first floor.
There's a height limit to showrooms to 20 feet.
Can they start on the second floor? I mean,
No.
is is the lighted stacker considered a showcase?
No, the puzzle lift system, we've not considered that a showroom component.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of a showy piece of the building.
Yeah, it's good. It's an interesting design aesthetic. It's not your traditional sort of design presentation, and I guess there's an area where if the council were concerned about that could be a conversation. But it's not benefiting. It doesn't count towards floor area beyond the first floor. So I guess there's a standard that says we can't have any showrooms above the 20 feet, right? So if you consider that a showroom, then there goes your puzzle lift. And
okay.
Yeah.
In the packet, it said that the ARB recommended approval on June 6th. And is that accurate?
Is that the record of land use action?
It's the first part of the ordinance here, page 674.
Yeah, I think
That's the one that's not in the staff report and is in the ordinance.
Okay.
So you're saying that
We looked at that, right?
Yeah, so the ARB has not made a recommendation in favor of the project.
Okay. And did they specify any of the conditions of approval, the ARB, from their meetings?
No, I think, no.
And if this goes back to the ARB, I guess, would they be able to propose conditions of approval?
They would recommend, yeah, if no action here, if the action from the city council is to remand it back to the Architecture Review Board, then it would go back and they would make their recommendation, which would include additional conditions.
Okay. And did I hear you say that we hadn't really considered the sign ordinance yet? Because it seemed like
I'm sorry, we hadn't
the
considered.
the sign
Oh,
ordinance.
well, so it's not uncommon for projects to come forward with the overall sort of building elements and then to come back with sign plans. I mean, that's just a detail that usually gets worked out later.
I
So
mean,
we don't,
it seemed like it violates our sign ordinance in terms of,
there's elements of this that do not meet our sign code, absolutely.
okay, but
And
you're
so-
saying it will go through that process?
Well, they would have to either request a sign adjustment, which we have a process for if somebody wants to deviate from that, or sign accommodation. I don't have the precise term. But there's a process. If somebody wanted to do that, we would encourage them to meet the sign requirements.
Okay. So we deleted it, but it struck me when you were going through the history of zoning, it's like, why not make this roll with a AD overlay?
Well, I think that's a path that is certainly available. It's not what the applicant had requested. One of the properties is already CS zoned, and so they're trying to true that up. Separate and apart from that, the AD overlay is not applicable to ROLM properties at this location. They are within a proximity of, I think it's San Antonio Road and the freeway. So that doesn't,
I thought the Audi dealership had that at one point.
Audi did, but they're a PC zone, and so they weren't ROLM.
Okay. I mean, it was only CS because of the hotel.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. And so, it's not prohibitive. It just means that we have to amend our probably two sections of the code, one dealing with the auto dealership overlay combining district and possibly the ROLM permitted uses section. So it just.
So you're saying the Audi at one point was ROLM with
No.
AD?
Audi, well, I mean, at one point they were LM, light manufacturing.
I see.
Which is a similar version of
Got
what
it.
we have
Okay.
as ROLM.
To also consider that action, you have to change the land use map for the comprehensive plan, because currently it's service commercial.
Okay.
That's right.
So if we could spend a little bit of time, I'm still confused over which trees will remain, which trees will disappear. Yes, can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Thank you, council member. My name is Ken Punzarelli, and I'm with LAI Design Group, and I'm part of the design team as the landscape architect. And the one concern that I would point to the motion on the floor with item B regarding retaining the existing trees along Bay Shore there, one of the physical constraints is where they lie currently, and then proposing a multi-purpose trail there. You would have to overcorrect the bike path when you get to the intersection of Embarcadero and Bay Shore, and it would be a very awkward intersection for bicyclists and pedestrians. And I think the way that we illustrated in the current site plan, where we transition across our entrance drive from Bay Shore and go parallel along our property there, we're actually dedicating right-of-way or easement, whatever you'd like to refer to it as, for the multi-purpose trail. There are currently 10 existing trees there, and we're proposing to install 20. And one of the things that we were talking about is that in order to mitigate the loss of mature trees, we could actually install larger trees, the 20 that we install in that area, so that there isn't the loss of biomass that I think is the concern that people have. But I want to point to the practical limitations and maneuverability of the bicycles.
So are you talking about the large mature trees that are near the corner?
No, I'm talking about there are Chinese elms that have been hacked that are parallel to Bay Shore. along the south and eastern right-of-way.
Right. So the plan, again, if maybe we could start to look at
Yeah,
some of the
Sheldon,
plans.
is it possible to put the site plan up on the screen?
Actually, this, this drawing.
Yes, perfect. Where all the purple trees are on the bottom of the page.
So all the purple trees are new trees?
Those are new trees. Those are native trees. They're western redbud trees. So
There's a fairly large tree kind of near the corner. Was there no way to save that tree?
So I believe that tree is in poor health, as I recall, and then secondarily, it is one that it gets larger than what is allowed in the PG&E easement, and so it's been under siege as well.
And are the existing trees and shrubs in between the two buildings staying there, or are they being removed?
So there's removal of a number of trees along the fence line, but they're only on property. Our neighbor has a number of eucalyptus trees adjacent to, and those trees are not native either on our property that is currently on the Ming site plan. There's quite an array of vegetation on the Ming property, and a very, very small percentage, if any, are native to the area. They're just trees.
Yeah, but their existing
They are.
foliage, are they all being removed?
They are, because the building is basically fitting where the old building is, and the site plan is being reconfigured, and some of the bioswales that Austin had talked about before are redirecting drainage to properly capture it so it doesn't leave site.
This is the property line though, right?
It is, yes, sir.
So why are these being removed?
Because in order to properly grade the site so no drainage leaves the property, we're basically directing the drainage to the bioswales that capture it with, and we've basically replaced 61 or 62 trees with 126, and there are over 7,200 plants proposed on the property that include shrubs and grasses and sedges.
So, yeah, you mentioned that perhaps there could be some larger plants. I think,
And
I
we
think one
can-
of the concerns is along here, there's some pictures which show, foliage, and Councilmember Niss walked back here, hiding the buildings, right? But these trees will be removed and replaced?
Yes, I think there's three back there currently, and they'll be replaced with double the quantity. And then I also understand that our team has had a conversation with the Parks Department to also, they have a desire to add trees on their side with Holman Automotive Group paying for the installation and irrigation of those proposed trees on the Bayland side of the fence, and they would be all native as well.
Yeah, so would you be open to, I guess, conditions of approval specifying, I guess, some larger trees?
We would.
Okay, thank you. That was
Yes,
very
thank
useful.
you. And hopefully, when you also look at that site plan, the bike path becomes more apparent. If we were to move it any other way, you can see on either end how you would have to overcorrect the maneuverability of that, and it would become impractical.
I mean, I do think it's a shame, maybe there's two mature trees there. The renderings, all you see is a big transmission tower as kind of the focal point, and I think the trees that are there are much nicer to look at. And PG&E's been living with those trees.
I couldn't agree more. They haven't been a favorite of our team to work with.
Yeah.
The utility company, that is. So, thank you.
Thanks. And then I just had another question, maybe for Molly or maybe for staff, about some of the issues the public raised about the environmental report. could council ask that that be recirculated for 20 days, just because, I mean, even tonight, the square footage changed from what was in the staff report.
So I'll take a first cut at it. The environmental analysis was studied at 106,000 square feet. So we feel like from a CEQA analysis, we had the right square footage. I apologize, the staff report was inconsistent, and so, we own that. But in terms of the environmental analysis that was prepared, it was consistent with what's being presented.
But the issues about but the public not really being able to understand, because these numbers have been changing around and plans are changing.
Yeah, well, let me just pull up my notes on that. I think the comments that we heard was, that the project description had been modified, and I think that what we've done is we've simply trued up the project description to the project, not in a way that was a significant change from what was being presented in the first place. It's not uncommon when producing environmental documents that you get some information and you need to align those. Where we get into an issue is if the new information causes us to identify a new project impact or mitigation measure, and that's not the case in this instance. We heard comments that we didn't get comment letters from Caltrans and PG&E, and we've went through the process of submitting our paperwork through the clearinghouse and having those documents routed.
So to find a mitigated negative declaration, when I look at certain categories like the aesthetics, who makes those judgments? Like, what process does it actually go through? Is that just staff looking and making
So we had a
judgments?
consultant, Rincon Consulting firm that we've used many times before and is used by many other agencies, private and public, prepared an initial study, which is included in your packet. We publish it for public comments. We receive those comments, and while not required by California Environmental Quality Act, we frequently prepare responses to comments from an M&D. We've posted that on our website and made that available.
So I was concerned. It took me a while to find it, to be honest. I don't think it was in our staff report, but
it was linked. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that there's some elements of this report that I wouldn't like to repeat for future
I found
reports.
the plan website, and then I found all the documents under that.
Yeah. But that was included in your attachment toward the end of the staff report,
Yeah.
where we have a link to the project website.
And so some of the concerns on the aesthetics front were, again, kind of the lights on the top of the building. And again, it was helpful to get a little bit of explanation about the dimming, but it still was unclear what security lighting meant.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we off the environmental and...
Well, no, these were environmental aspects. Biological resources, again, they're these piles that are be driven 80 feet into the ground. And then the traffic, which we haven't talked about yet, but that's an F intersection.
Evening peak, right?
Right?
In the evening, yeah.
Yep. There's an additional 19 seconds to delay peak PM traffic. And, I am interested in the roundabout there, which seemed to actually would improve the flow. The proposed changes, like changing some of the lanes, it still remains at F, I believe.
Yeah, I think the idea is that there's a sort of two-pronged approach. One is to have the project mitigate its impacts, and one way is to do that is to make some initial refinements to the lane alignment, and there's a larger project that the city is interested in, which is the roundabout, and to that end, this project and others would pay into a transportation impact fee, and monies collected from that process go to fund capital improvements throughout the city.
I mean, and the Baylands plan does say that this is a gateway to the Baylands, talks about the intersection. I could even envision a roundabout there with some kind of, signage or some kind of recognition that it's an entryway to the Baylands. So just some really quick comments. I know we've been going a long time, but I do think a car dealership is a reasonable use at the Ming site. And I voted for the previous design. I think Councilmember Niss voted against it. And with the addition of the Audi site, obviously it's 2 sites now, but it does feel a lot larger. And for me, it triggers concerns about precedent in this area. Like, if the Honda dealership comes and wants the same thing, then we have a very kind of urban-looking gateway to the Baylands. So my concerns have been a lot of what we've discussed around the conditions of approval, the lighting conditions, the mass and scale, kind of making the findings, which we haven't really talked about in depth, but there's some site design findings, some of the context criteria.
What message are you sending to the developer?
Yeah, well, so I'm kind of sending a mixed message right now. I'm concerned about the landscaping and the traffic impacts, and we've talked about construction impacts. And so kind of where I ended up is where this motion is. I feel like the project came to us just a little prematurely. I want to see the ARB just vote on the project, and I really like the ARB to go through the conditions of approval. I think it takes council a very long time to make the findings and go through the conditions of approval in a responsible way. And I agree, there were some comments that, the short list of issues that the ARB is looking at, they actually have some interplay. So the parapet and the lighting. And so they maybe individually look small, but I think together it's just like the project's not complete. I think the ARB offered a 4th meeting. The message was that they felt like we were working in good faith, which is great. There's a lot about this project that I think is impressive. But I wish we would have had that 4th meeting rather than coming to us. And we may want to look at our ARB protocols and require them to vote at a 3rd meeting. But I think what they were trying to do was get to yes. And so because of those reasons, just that I don't think council time is a great way to go through a complicated project like this. I actually think the right thing to do is to refer it back to the ARB with some specific conditions. And so the conditions here are to consider the Baylands Master Plan. We've gotten some detail about the trees. We may want to modify B here, but there was an agreement to look at replacing them with larger trees. The contextual drawings, I think some citizens did some renderings, and it would be great to just have some from the applicant. We got more detail on lighting. I think I still have some concerns about kind of areas that are unoccupied, having lights, when those lights will be triggered as soon as somebody walks into the room. And so that's kind of D and E. F is the conditions that are already going back to the ARB. G is just to make sure we have kind of the proper square footage. And it seemed like even tonight there might be some additional square footage that should be added in. Yeah, I think we're waiting for land use committee report. It was mentioned. I guess the one, Lydia, that I'm not 100% sure on is this last one about the TDM. Is there a need for a TDM in a project like this? Seems like there's a lot of parking.
Well, so there's some discussion in that, and it's just really difficult for an auto dealership project where the whole operation is about automobiles to impose an effective TDM.
Okay, well, I'd be interested in hearing what my colleagues say. So I hope you guys are getting this sense. I think generally the right thing is to send it back to ARB. I'm pretty open to modifying some of these items. I will leave, I guess, I in there as is, unless somebody objects. But if, Lydia, if you're okay, if we could change B to direct staff in the ARB to specify, or to work with the applicant on specifying some larger trees and kind of key locations. And just leave it at that, rather than along East Bay Shore. So larger trees in key locations. And so I guess what I'm interested in is trying to shield the building from the views of the Baylands.
Well, the location that I'm specifying, if there's no trees over there, but the applicant did say that they were going to put 20 trees
Right.
over there, right?
Yeah, but
Because
could we make it, I
as
don't want
long
it
as
to be.
that's what's going to happen, then I'm okay with it.
Okay.
And then they're saying it's also going to be mature and larger trees, right?
Well, yeah, I'm saying to lead along East Bay Shore because I'm thinking about the whole perimeter.
Right. I think it needs some shielding from just the mass that we can see from coming in through the gateway.
Right. So are you okay
And that's a scenic
with,
corridor. So I mean, I'm willing to just let them figure out the tree situation as long as there's shielding up front.
okay, so are
Yeah.
you okay, we'll delete from along East Bay Shore till the end of that sentence? Yeah. Okay, and hopefully the applicant is, I don't know if they have any comments on this.
I don't know how the applicant knows where you're going.
Yeah, I'm maybe a little confused on that. The intent is to shield the view from the Baylands, which I think if you take a look at the drawing that we proposed, you can't even see the building in our proposed.
It's to consider some larger trees so that it's shielded.
Right, and we're amicable to that, that's fine. So, but again, the direction is to shield the building. I mean, that's the direction I guess I'd look for, that you
Yeah, the
can't see the
concern
building.
was really
Right.
the amount
Okay.
of new trees and how small are they and how long does it take to,
Well, everything, understood. But I'm unclear on the Bay Shore comment, that we're shielding, you said you didn't want to see it from Bay Shore, or maybe I misheard that. That's
yeah,
what-
no,
I kind of want to soften the front of the build, when we're coming into that scenic corridor. So,
We have a pretty good representation, visually rendering of what that looks like with the trees.
right, you have some of those pinkish trees
Yeah.
right there.
If you look at in your package, there should be a rendering of that street, of that view. In fact, there's a few of them of how many trees are there,
these are going away.
and the screening that we're doing for both along Bay Shore and,
Yeah, so I think we're concerned about two separate issues, which is why we're confusing you.
I'm sorry, yeah.
so one of them shows trees that are not there, they're kind of ghosted, so you can actually see the building, and then the other version shows the building itself with the trees there. And essentially, you can't see the bottom of the building from Bay Shore.
So that was Lydia's concern. My concern was actually from the Baylands, where I understand a lot of these trees will be removed.
No, that is what we would propose to see at this, if that's the existing or the proposed.
These are existing, aren't they? So my understanding was a lot of these eucalyptus would be.
Then the next sheet will show you the proposed,
Right, right. So that's
Right.
just where I'm asking maybe for some larger trees here.
and then in addition to those, we've also discussed putting trees in the Baylands area, in addition to what is shown at that location. So I think that's all on as a part of what we've discussed and
Yep.
proposed.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop there and take some comments.
Councilmember Niss.
Councilmember Cormack, with your indulgence, I'd like to make a substitute motion. So my substitute motion is going to be to accept the recommendation, which is on page 1 of the report for tonight. And then what I'm going to suggest is adding the rest of this stuff in here, Tom. And that should just make your day, I think, doesn't it? Pardon? So here's my recommendation, the one that's the staff recommendation, and adding all of this that you just did, which amplifies the request that we have. But inherent in this is a message to the applicant that we're accepting this as long as he will continue on. And here is, I don't know where I'll add this in, Beth, but at some point, there need to be sufficient meetings within 6 months to come back to us with that report. Did I get a second?
Not yet. I'll second it. I will second it. I think some of these things may be a little
Well,
incompatible.
that's your job to winnow them out.
And we should.
Okay, so that's the motion. There is a second. I don't need to speak to it anymore. I think the applicant has certainly heard from us this evening without any question, and it's after 11.
Adrian, care to speak to your second?
Sure. So tonight, we were roughly evaluating a couple things. So one is the mitigated negative declaration for this project, the legislative zoning change, which I'll point out. At the Ming site, we're just adding the auto dealership part, and at 1730, we are just making it similar to that. We're removing a PC. The underlining zoning is service commercial. And if you check on page 677, service commercial, facilities providing citywide and regional services and relying on customers arriving by car. These uses do not necessarily benefit from being in high-volume pedestrian areas such as shopping centers or downtown. Typical uses include auto services and dealerships. That's what our comp plan says this area could be. We have a PC and another site which is halfway there. The auto dealership overlay makes this project, I mean, I guess there's two ways of looking at it, and that's debatable, but this project is within the zoning as proposed by the CSDAD. The last piece is adopting the record of land use action, but many of the conditions of approval are sending it back to the ARB. And so I think what this motion here does, as Councilmember Niss mentioned, is it sends a signal that the core of the project, the zoning changes, the MND, and the record of land use action will be approved, but we still have, call it umpteen concerns about the project. I think there's certainly been some hiccups and some lack of precision in terms of how this project went through the process, but as I read it through the staff report, talking to staff as well, it did follow our process. There were a few things on the edges that needed to be more fully baked out. I think on page 657, you'll see the things that were originally posed going back to ARB: color selection, parapet material, street trees, curb ramp, green screen along baylands, perimeter landscaping. I think we all have numerous questions about all of those areas, and I think the areas that council members Koo and Du Bois raised are also important. So that's why I'm supporting it. I think the one thing I do want to go through is some of these letters to make sure we're not at cross purposes. And so
I'm not sure how conditions of approval are working in this motion.
Well, what we're doing is we're conditioning the approval of this on the page 657 things to ARB, those 6 items which were originally proposed, and then also looking at a laundry list here that's proposed by Councilmembers Koo and Du Bois. And I just want to make sure none of these are at cross purposes with letters A, B, and C.
And the one thing that isn't in here is to have this go through ARB within 6 months so that the applicant isn't continuously wondering where this project actually is going.
I think the issue is C. Like, I think we need to hold off on
It's my motion.
adopting the conditions of approval. I mean, we're
It's my
saying we're going to have ARB look at conditions of approval and adopt them at the same time?
The conditions of approval say that you have to go to ARB and evaluate these things. So you have to go to ARB and explore the pit material. Jonathan, could you describe to us what the conditions of approval of the send back to ARB, how that works?
So the way that we're envisioning it was that if there was action on the record of land use action this evening, that the applicant would file another ARB application and to address the outstanding issues, a separate application.
Okay.
That would modify the project approval.
So if I understand that correctly, what we're doing is we are giving a record of land use action, which includes in it a provision that the applicant will file a new ARB application. They can have up to 3 hearings there to discuss things such as color selection, green screen, bike path, et cetera, these quote-unquote perimeter issues.
Yes.
So, Councilmember Du Bois, does that kind of answer your question about how it works? So if you guys would do me the favor, I would just love to go through these quickly. So I guess we start on letter D. Does staff see any issue with D? I know that's kind of getting a little bit to the core.
Yeah, so that's a big, but let's make sure that we have a shared understanding on that. With the council's proposed motion, I would interpret that as the building footprint, size, height, volume is essentially approved. And what we're probably looking at with implementation of the Baylands plan is kind of what we've already articulated is a further refinement of the landscape plan, the signs, sign application, perimeter walls, the colors.
Just say amen.
So I do want to be clear here. I mean, this went to our PTC and ARB. We don't all love the absolute outcomes of that, but both of those commissions are versed in the Baylands master plan. They've considered that with regards to this application. And I think I would agree with what you've said there is that with this action at its entirety, council is approving the mass, the footprint, et cetera. And letter D is asking the ARB, is there anything they can do further within that envelope?
Relative to the building or to these other components that I've talked about?
I think it's mainly the other components, considering that the core is roughly.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about the parapet material and
street trees, curbs.
The condition here later on, this condition also talks about lighting. So, I mean, I think we capture all the areas where we thought that the ARB needed to continue its conversation.
I thought so too at the beginning. I think we've raised a couple others. I think we're trying to reach some level of consensus here on the council. And so 2 colleagues have proposed a list here that I think is hopefully somewhat directional to the ARB. But I think also, you know, we're indicating here that the zoning changes, the record of land use action, and the MND are approved by council. Letter E, larger trees, that's great. F, direct the applicant to provide context drawings as required. From understanding and questioning earlier, it seems we've done that, but let's make sure of it. Security levels of lighting. I did hear from the applicant that the security lighting is required by code. So obviously we have to follow that, but I think Councilmember Du Bois had other questions about the triggering and.
Yeah, and I also heard John say that there were some conditions perhaps where we could change some of that.
Well, 3 of the conditions on the board relate to lighting. So from my perspective, lighting is being reopened as an issue. It's not closed. I shouldn't say being reopened, but it's not closed as an issue.
I think that's probably where most of this council is, but we'll see. And I'll try to hurry up here, guys. H, confirm all lighting specs, right? I, address the list identified in the staff report, correct? J, address FAR discrepancies that have been identified between and among, et cetera. I think we did that tonight. Is there any harm in leaving?
I think you can cross that out.
It's your motion, Liz.
We're going to do it regardless. I mean, there's, you know.
So there's no harm there. Sorry, I'm still, what letter was I on? I was J. K, responses from the Airport Land Use Committee. As I understood from my reading of this report, it would still go to them for comment.
Yeah, we're not expecting anything that's going to be determinative to the application.
Okay, and as for TDM, generally I am interested for a TDM program for projects, especially of this size, but what you mentioned earlier does seem logical, actually, that this is kind of an odd and hard use to potentially do TDM, and that's part of the nature of the beast.
Yeah, I would suggest that be dropped.
Is there any harm in keeping it?
I don't think you need that.
You know, we can explore a TDM, I suppose, with the applicant. I'll note that our fee structure is set up for, if they're able to reduce trips, then that gets deducted from the fee. So our, you know, in this particular instance, it's probably just good to have it on the record that we're probably looking at the full transportation impact fee being applied to the project unless there's some.
Unless they can TDM it out.
Unless they can, right.
Okay. Councilmember Niss, I mean, if there are ones you think absolutely need to be deleted, okay, but from what I've heard from staff.
So to the maker and the seconder, listening to the conversation, it seems to me that one area where there is potentially a conflict, internal conflict, is in D, just the piece about low horizontal development, which
Yeah,
really seems to go
I
to.
asked to have that left out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes to mass and the footprint.
Okay. I
and-
know that's one of the guidelines in the Baylands master plan, but I assume our ARB and PTC have already looked at that. Okay, let's take that wording out. Muted colors, park-like quality, signage, lighting, et cetera, all good. With that, I will.
I would also like to have park-like qualities of Embarcadero Road. That is not a park-like road, no matter what. Pardon?
I mean,
Leave it in.
I think we can leave it in. I get what it's trying to get at. I think the DEE actually gets at that by increasing the setback a fair bit, but it also kind of emphasizes some of the tree stuff we've talked about. Those are my comments for now, but I would encourage us all to support this.
The only thing I want added is I want it to come back to us in 6 months.
On that point, I would like to just note that this condition, as it's, this motion as framed, seems to follow our traditional process, and I think that is what we were recommending and support. We don't have control when the applicant submits their application, one, or two. This application doesn't come back to the City Council unless it's through appeal. So you know, if everything goes correctly, you won't see the project again. But I would like to have a little bit of leeway in letting us process the application as submitted.
One last thing, where is the applicant? Are you clear on the decision we've made? That was a good answer.
As a matter of record, can we read these, please?
Matter of record. All right, I'll do this. The whole thing you want read.
Well, you asked the question, do we have any problem with this? And I want to make sure that.
Oh, no, I didn't ask if you had a problem.
I'm sorry.
I just said, are you understanding what we've done?
I'm understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you really want, do you want us to read this?
No, you don't need to read it.
Thank you.
I'm hearing it.
So you can get
Okay.
And I'm concerned that Allison has a chance to speak.
Yes, indeed. My last one here. Councilmember Cormack.
Batting cleanup, although I don't believe Councilmember Tanaka has spoken yet either. It was hours ago that the vice mayor said that his wasn't in order and mine isn't either, so I apologize in advance for that. The AD overlay is specifically includes a connection to 101, correct? That was a description earlier that the member of the ARB was describing. Is that implicit in the AD overlay, that there's a connection to 101?
That was a reference to some of the historical context of the AD overlay being established in our code, and I don't have that information.
Councilmember Du Bois had talked about construction logistics on other occasions, so that's something I'd be willing to contemplate here. One thing we have not discussed is the flood hazard at all. I reviewed that on page 689. It looks like the level that it'd be raised to is 11.5 feet. Is that right, most of it, the first floor elevation? Okay, I just would like to remind my colleagues that, you know, we've adopted a policy but not a plan for sea level rise. And eventually, we're going to be looking at the lifetime asset. So do we have any sense of how long this asset, its lifetime will be?
I mean, I think we'll have to ask the applicant for that, but at the ARB, we did look at sea level rise. We showed some exhibits regarding the structures in the area, and if the project does comply with the being 1 foot above the base floor, there are certain scenarios that the project would be above the floodwaters.
I understand it complies with what we have now. I'm just pointing out that we're in process of developing a plan, and this may be the last thing we approve in this area before that plan is in place, right? So just wanted to understand that better. Page 703, the traffic intersection, would it be possible to have the traffic improvements constructed first before the project? That's just a question. It's not, it's at the end. It's before certificate of occupancy.
I think you could require the improvements to be completed prior to occupancy, but are you asking that they be completed before a building permit is issued?
Is that possible?
Before discussion?
Construction, like before they do all the construction? I'm just asking, I understand it's gonna keep it at F. I'm just trying to think about ways to manage the.
Yeah, so
It's fine if it's no, I'm just asking.
We have some concerns about it.
Okay, understood. I will note that based on what the prior council did, and again, I'm going to require everyone's patience and indulgence here because I wasn't here last time, was a fair share of the intersection. And am I right that this proposal is full? They're paying for it entirely? The motion that was up earlier that you had up, Mr. Late, said fair share, and this one appears to be that they're paying for the entire intersection?
Yeah, there are a couple of mitigation measures. One is the near term, and the other is cumulative. Under the near term scenario, they would be completely paying for and implementing that.
Okay.
But they would be, for the cumulative, that's where they pay into the fee.
Okay, thank you. Do appreciate the bird-safe glazing on the glass. It looked great. I'm not going to pile on lighting. We've talked about that a fair amount. With respect to the trees, there was some reference in the staff report as to, I'm sorry, I don't remember at this hour, which of the commissions wanted them to relook at whether or not it was western redbuds? ARB? Okay, so redbuds are deciduous, so when you're looking at those plans, just keep in mind, part of the year, there's absolutely no leaves on them. You know, I'll let people who spend more time on trees there, but I'm not, those don't seem to me like they are, you know, harmonious transition to the Baylands to have redbuds there, even though I understand they're native. And I have one in my garden. I love them. Actually, I have two. Okay. The flow-through green panels, those are going to get discussed in further detail later. All the maintenance on that, yeah, that's important. I don't understand the parking and storage on the roof deck. The staff report suggests there are going to be hundreds of cars up there, and I don't see them. Is that because you can't see them from the ground, or?
yeah, it would be, so we've been talking about the height of the building being 43 feet, but that's the top of the parapet, and the roof, the floor of the roof is closer to like 40 feet above the height. So the cars would likely be screened from view from a vantage point on the sidewalk, or, you know.
Unless it's a Sprinter.
Yeah, that's true. That could be potentially visible. And so if we were concerned about that, you know, operationally, we could, you know, impose this condition that, you know.
I'm not concerned, I'm just curious, as literally none of these things, even the overhead one, showed any cars on top. So I'm just trying to reconcile.
So there will be cars parked on the roof.
There will be.
Yes, that's where the, you know, new car inventory will be stored, and so that's.
Okay. So this floor area issue, the first memo said we had at issue to decide whether portions of the new car inventory storage constitute floor area or not. Does the second at places memo resolve that, or is this still before us?
Well, I think what we're highlighting is that this is an unusual sort of condition, and we know that it contributes to the overall size of the building. And we know early in the process there were some concerns in the community about our application of counting the floor area just on one level of the stacker system. And so we just want to make sure in the council's review, and I would say your motion affirms this, that we've interpreted this correctly.
To be fair, on packet page 678, policy L92 does say encourage development that creatively integrates parking into the project. So I think that's been accomplished. So trees and bike path, we've sorted that out, right? We've pulled that out. I heard from staff we can't keep the trees that exist with the new bike path, so I feel better about where we are on that. I just remind my colleagues that those trees there can't be higher than 15 feet, right? So we've got some concerns there. Color, okay, so the slide 11, when you went through with the renderings, the one on the bottom is what's in our packet, and then you've got something superimposed on top. Is that new or a different version? I'm on slide 11 of your presentation. I'm looking at slide 11 of the staff presentation.
Yeah, I think the above was the previous version that went to the board, and based on the comments, the project was revised to the project that's below, and that's the one that's in your packet.
Interesting. Okay.
Like concerns with the below one too in terms of colors.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay. Just a comment that I think I don't have an issue with the muting of the colors, but the colors aren't warm, right? Which you would expect in a natural environment. So frankly, the color on top that's more beige, frankly, seems to go better with the Baylands than the gray. Again, I'll leave that to people with more expertise than I have. Let's see, what else did I have on this? That was, do we have public art for this kind of building?
There is a requirement, but they elected to pay the fee.
Okay, was just thinking that since we have that tower and it's a gateway, that there would be other ways to contemplate sort of, anyway, okay, leave it that way. And then the last question is, how high is the Stanford building that's not adjacent but across East Bay Shore? What's its height?
That's 35 feet.
It's 35. And it's 3 stories. Okay. All right. And the vice mayor went over this in the usual excruciating detail that usually I do. And I'm sorry, I don't understand, F. What are context drawings, and is that different than what we've already received? I know we covered this earlier, but I confess I didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take another look at the zoning code requirement. I believe this is a reference to the site and design requirements that are presented to the Planning Commission. I'm not sure about the applicability of this provision. The council's already, with this motion, is approving the height and the size and the footprint of the building, so I'm not sure of the utility of that provision.
Okay, I'll leave that to the maker and the seconder. And is it at all possible to combine, we've got, I think, lighting listed here 3 times. Is G sort of a subset of H? Maker and seconder?
I see.
Get rid of H?
No, I'm saying I think G is subsumed in H.
I'd be fine to put the two together.
I mean, there's a couple things here. So one is confirming the lighting specs, that's the confirmation. Specify security levels of lighting. That was, I think, to Councilmember Du Bois's comments about when they get triggered at night, things like that, how high they go. And which light location fixtures will be utilizing this feature. I don't think we really need including bollard-style fixtures, but the G is about the security levels of lighting and where that's used.
And H is just ensuring
H is
that
confirming all
they got
lighting
the information.
specs.
Okay, I'm happy to leave that. Wasn't abundantly clear, is there any uplighting in this at all?
I don't think there is any uplighting.
No.
Okay. Staff list, FAR discrepancies, yep. Okay.
Very tall, that's why it's 35.
This was harder to understand than your average project. I realize it's complex, but, you know, I do look forward to the discrepancies getting resolved and us having a clean package for the applicant and for the public and for the ARB. So I don't want to harp on that because I think it's been discussed. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to weigh in on this? Did you want to weigh in on this at all? Okay. Councilmember Dewey, you want to speak again?
Yeah, I just have a friendly amendment that since we're approving the record of land use, we should correct 1D, which was incorrect.
Tell me where you are.
Can you give us a page, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Page 674.
This is the ARB.
Yeah. Should we just say they reviewed it and delete the recommended approval?
Staff, do you guys got that?
Yeah, we'll make that administrative change.
And recommended approval.
Can we add another letter, correct the recommendation from the ARB and the RLUA, Record of Land Use?
Which is it you want to add?
Along with the correction of,
On D? Oh, okay, you're correct, yes.
I think you know what we mean,
But you don't need that in the motion, do you?
of the ARB recommendation and the Record of Land Use action. Beth is just typing, they're just typing it
You
out
just
here.
want to make sure the record's correct, because they did not approve it, right?
Thank you, Councilmember Du Bois.
So I'll make a couple of comments here. So first of all, I think what's emerging from the council majority here is that, as the planning director described a little while ago, there's general acceptance of the scale and massing of this issue, okay? I mean, it was contentious, particularly on the PTC, but we heard from the ARB this evening, and also in their minutes from June 6th, right, that the ARB generally accepts the scale and massing, right? And so the remaining outstanding items are primarily the items on the conditions of approval list, plus one or two others here. Although, if I look at most of the D through J here, frankly, a lot of it's documentation. You know, it's direct the applicant to provide context drawings, direct the applicant to include the commentary from the airport group and so forth, right? And so it seems to me that the difference between the substitute motion and the original motion, they're both very, very similar, okay, in that they both express a council position, if approved, that the council basically is good with the scale and massing, but would like to send it back to the ARB to resolve the remaining issues of parapet material, color selection, and so forth. Right? The major difference between the two is the three recommendations that they ask. One, to accept the mitigated negative declaration, which there's been some questions about. Second, to change the zoning district. And three, to adopt the record of land use action subject to the conditions of approval. And so it seems to me that, the main difference is, does it come back to the city council or not, right? I mean, if we approve the staff version, then it doesn't come back to the city council except on appeal. If we approve the original motion, then it comes back and we do this again, right? After it presumably, the remaining issues are resolved in the ARB, right? Which we don't expect to have related to scale and massing, right? But instead on this other stuff. And so, as I look at the three conditions, mitigated negative declaration, are we okay with that? And I think we've heard at least some questions about the precision, about the accuracy of the mitigated negative declaration. But I'm not sure I've heard anything material that materially changes it, right? That is the traffic analysis way, way off or anything like that? I haven't heard anything like that. So that's the mitigated negative declaration. The second is the ordinance changing the zoning district, and should it be CS or should it be ROLM? But, I mean, and there's reasonable arguments on both sides, I think, right? But I can't remember which page it's on. Here we are. It's on the comp plan issue. You know, here on page 677, the comp plan is pretty specific that CS is okay for auto dealerships, right? And so I think it's not unreasonable to change it to CS instead of ROM. Now, I do think I saw a note in either the ARB minutes or the PTC minutes that if you did it ROM, then it wouldn't fit in ROM, but it would fit in CS, and that's a reason. Well, that's, you know, I'm not sure that's a good way to work, okay? But it does seem like CS is consistent with auto dealerships. So that means, that brings us to the request for site and design and land use, approving the site and design, the request for site and design. So I want to ask a couple of questions about that on some of these issues, right? Again, most of these are documentation, but let's look at F. Let's look at F, for example. Direct the applicant to provide the context drawing as required. So if we approve the site and design and the design exemptions tonight, what's anybody going to do with the context drawings? That is, the ARB has already sort of indicated they're okay, at least by at least a 60% majority, maybe an 80% majority, with the scale and massing as is. So if the ARB looks at the context drawings and changes their mind and says, wait a second, this is a lot bigger than we thought, maybe it doesn't fit after all, right? Is that something that can be changed? I mean, is that appealable if we approve the staff recommendation tonight? So my understanding, it's no. Okay. So why are we doing the context drawings? Yeah, because if we approve this motion, then the only way it comes back to council is if the conditions of approval they agree on with the ARB, and then somebody appeals the whole thing. But then they appeal only the conditions of approval part, not the site, not the scale and massing part, because we've approved that, right?
Well, so I heard something different. The ARB in its deliberation suddenly felt like they no longer can support the overall size and mass of the building.
Yes. Right.
Then would they make a recommendation to lower the height by X feet?
So what happens if they do that?
Well, then that decision comes to the director.
Yeah.
And considers the city council's motion.
Okay.
And makes a determination, and then that decision can be appealed by anybody for any reason.
Okay, so that decision can be appealed.
The decision can be appealed.
Okay.
But the ARB's action would then not be consistent with the city council's direction and the applicant's site and design entitlement.
Okay, let me make sure I heard that again, right? Which is, the ARB looks at the context drawings, says, wait a second, we made a big mistake. We're now recommending that, you know, that the building be lowered 10 feet. Right? That goes to the director. The director rules one way or the other on that, but that can still be appealed to somebody, and then it comes back to council?
Yeah, that somebody is, yeah, that's right.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, I think it's pretty unlikely that the ARB is going to look at one more drawing or two more drawings and suddenly change their mind on this. But in case it should happen, I want to understand that what the process is. Next question is, direct staff and ARB to specify what security levels of lighting means and which lighting locations fixtures would be utilizing this feature, including bollard-style fixtures and the impact on the baylands. So we've had a lot of discussion about lighting, but there's nothing about lighting that's in the conditions of approval, right? Should it be? I mean, so once staff and the ARB specify what security levels of lighting means and which fixtures will use these features, then what? How does that impact whether the project gets approved or not?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think that if the council's concerned, so.
Because it's not coming back to council, right?
Right, that's right. So this is, the way this is written, and again, in 3 different locations, there's an ask to evaluate the lighting, and I think it's in D that provides the more substantive direction to ensure that the lighting is consistent with the Baylands Master Plan. And on that one, I think that gives the ARB broad discretion to examine again the 30 pages of lighting plans and hear from their consultant again about the lighting to see if it is consistent with the Baylands Plan. So this is the direction of the lighting, how it washes against the building, the bollards, the color of the lighting, the whole dimming system of how that gets operated. We'd probably get another presentation about all that and impose specific conditions about what that means. With respect to the security lighting, what I'm kind of hearing is that we don't want any more light on here than we absolutely need.
Right. I mean,
and so we would correlate what the building code requirements are for necessary lighting for pathways and so forth. And a reasonable amount for security for the nature of the business, but it's going to be to the minimum extent necessary.
I understand, but there is an implication in there, which is we're going to thumbs up or thumbs down on it based on whether it meets state requirements. Whereas I think a lot of the people in the community would rather see it's going to be thumbs up or thumbs down based on its impact on bird migrations and other issues. Never mind what state codes say. And so the question is a condition of approval that the ARB is satisfied that it's a negative declaration impact on wildlife migration or something like that.
So if the council adopts the action here, you're attesting to the fact, or you're sort of accepting that the environmental impacts have been fully analyzed and that the lighting plan is contemplating those impacts to the baylands.
I thought when we talked about conditions of approval, you said the applicant would open up a
Got it. So
new request
I guess
or a
that's
second.
what I'm asking is that should
Be a new app?
be part of the condition of approval.
So I can answer that.
Yeah, so when did that apply to the lighting?
Yeah. So there was a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
So Councilmember Du Bois had asked a question about the lighting plan being subject to new ARB, and
Right.
it would be, but we would use this mitigated negative declaration as the CEQA document that we would apply to the project because it is, substantially consistent with what the council's looking at. But it is, again, a action that requires an application, a decision that is appealable.
But those conditions of approval would apply as well, right?
Apply to?
To the project?
Yeah, the ones that we identified in the staff report? Or which ones?
No, for the referral back to the ARB, these next 6 months or whatever, I guess we could basically add additional conditions at that point through that second process, right?
I guess that's fundamentally my question, which is should D and or G be part of the conditions of approval as opposed to being separate?
I think what we're getting at is condition 14 is the new ARB application with 6 areas.
Yeah, we want
right?
to add lighting.
Should we add lighting as a 7th area?
That's what I'm asking.
Sounds reasonable.
So can you help us put that in the motion?
Can we do that?
You can do that.
Okay. So how do we say that best?
Was that condition number 14, you said?
Yeah, 14 is the ARB application.
Right.
Okay.
14 is the ARB application required, and 6 existing areas of concern.
So we'd add lighting to that list.
Add lighting to that list, yeah.
So should we just,
And the trees as well.
Right. What wording would you like?
Oh, gosh, it's almost midnight. I think if you just give us, I think we have the essence of it. I mean, you want lighting to be reviewed again by the Architecture Review Board for consistency with the Baylands plan.
But the fundamental piece is, as long as this is the case, if the ARB and the applicant can't agree on the lighting, then
Then somebody has to make a decision,
yeah.
and then that decision
That
is
would be
appealable to the city council.
Okay.
should we replace, what letters was it?
D and G.
G and H?
G and H.
Councilmember Niss, do you want to replace G and H with add lighting as an area for the ARB to?
Oh, I like that.
At this hour, I would say whatever works for Jonathan.
I think all the referrals to ARB fall under this, including the trees and the Baylands master plan.
I think this is a little more specific, because this is identifying subjective areas we really want the ARB to dig into. Parapets, perimeter, lighting seems to be one of them.
Yeah.
I think trees is one we could accept. I think the others are a little more advisory or documentary. as a matter
Most
of
of them are documentary.
So direct staff to confirm all, so how about
Are
add
you
lighting?
in I? No, are you in J now?
We're at G and H.
Okay, but if you look at I, doesn't that other considerations resulting from the changes directed by this motion, doesn't that cover trees and lighting?
Direct the ARB to address this list identified on the staff.
You want lighting in there, right? You're worried about the lighting.
That's actually-
Whether or not there will be a disagreement.
We're mostly focused on lighting.
So letter I was intended to capture condition 14, but Councilmember Cormack, you raise a point. Any other considerations resulting from the changes directed by this motion is,
Which are lighting and trees.
Which are lighting these?
Yeah.
so sorry?
I think I heard staff say they understand this hour.
Okay.
Wordsmithing.
Does staff understand what we
Staff
mean?
understands what we want.
Yeah. Lighting,
We're losing our
understands what we
times
want.
up here.
Applicant understands what we want. Okay, I'm
Why
good.
don't we see,
I'm good.
ARB, do you understand?
Okay.
He's got it.
Okay. So then the issue is, if these things fall under the purview of things that need to be resolved between the ARB and the applicant before it can move forward, then the main difference between the original motion and the substitute motion is, does it come back to council again? Right. I personally would just assume it didn't come back to council again.
And the way it
Right.
is now, it doesn't.
And the way it is now, it doesn't. Okay. So,
It's in Jonathan's very
is that
capable hands.
it? Thank you very much. I see no other lights here. Yeah.
wanted to clarify something, but yeah, we're good.
So seeing no other lights on the board, would you vote on the substitute motion, please? And that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Koo dissenting. And we'll look forward on this osmosing to the next step.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
It is sort of a little bit of an awkward process. Thank you. Thank you for staying so. It is sort of a little awkward process here. Councilmember, so we have legislative actions and councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. I have lights from councilmembers Cormack and Fine. Councilmember Cormack.
Let it be known that I left early.
Just like to report that I was a guest on the SFPC Hetch Hetchy Water Supply Tour last week.
All right.
Anybody have any questions about the engineering challenges or
Is it
some of the
safe to drink?
political challenges? It is absolutely safe to drink, and we're very lucky.
Vice Mayor Fine.
Very quick question. I saw we had an informational today about RPPs and the 35 recommendations, et cetera. I also got some inquiries from Old Palo Alto folks wondering about the status of their RPP, and are we still roughly on track for November?
Nothing has changed.
Can we let them know?
We are on track.
Thank you.
Seeing no further lights, we are adjourned and look forward to seeing everybody in 6 or 7 weeks. Good night.